North of Spain, yeah.
Ah.
In Kraków, a remarkable journey awaits you through time and culture, science and innovation. From the foundations of an ideal city, Nowa Huta, golden dream of socialism, to the medieval city centre. Besides monuments entered on UNESCO Heritage List, Kraków has something else to offer. People. In Kraków every year, close to 200,000 people complete their higher education. This includes almost 6,000 foreigners. These are specialists in almost every field, from IT to biotechnology. No wonder that global players open their affiliates in Kraków. Kraków has become the center for modern services in Europe. Kraków is also a mecca for innovative business. From small catering units to internet startups, a few of them have become world-famous brand names. Our town is called the Polish Silicon Valley. By investing in infrastructure and transport systems, we draw closer to each other. Local public transport is considered to be the best in the country. The blue trams and buses carry 250,000 passengers each day. The map of the town shows that museums play a special role, especially those that have outstanding collections uncomparable with anything else in the world, as for instance the Museum of Aviation or the Wawel Royal Castle. Here you will find in this part of Europe the largest library with access to books that constitute not only Polish heritage but also that of all Europe. Old and modern architecture are the town's strong assets. In these interiors, not only are extraordinary concerts held, but also great sports and artistic events. One of these extraordinary places on the map of Kraków is the Malopolski Garden of Art, an area for the implementation of innovative art projects combining many fields of art. Kraków, due to its center of congress, has become one of the leading places in Europe where both cultural and trade events are organized. Kraków is increasingly associated with excellent cuisine. Its restaurants, offering both traditional Polish food dishes as well as those representing other, often distant lands, gain recognition amongst residents, tourists and culinary experts. Hidden in the medieval cellars or located in sophisticated townhouses, vibrant centers of social life may be found. Kraków is a town which is unique, intriguing and surprising. A unique mix of history and modernity inspires action. Experience Kraków.
Hello, good morning. Dzień dobry. My name is Kazimierz Murzyn. I have this privilege to open the second day of LifeScience Open Space event. We have now a few minutes to introduce you to the second day. This day is focused on food technologies, which are supposed to help us fight with the cancer. But this will come later. Now let me remind you what happened yesterday, and let me introduce you to how to better make use of this event during this next 3 days. Yes, yesterday we spent a day talking about health technologies with a general kind of slogan that we need to integrate, because we know that the progress depends not on the single technology but on our capability to combine many technologies. That was the leading subject of the day. And yesterday, very quickly, we had 17 collaboration pitches and 2 keynotes during the health tech session. This session was led and sponsored by SANO, the Computational Medicine Institute. And late afternoon, we did have LifeScience startup scene, where 4 startups pitched and 6 experts discussed and expressed their opinions about those issues related to technologies and working with startups. Now let me introduce you to a short reminder of what happened yesterday during the quick and dirty movie. Yes, that was quick and dirty what happened yesterday, and today we are going to continue. And let me introduce you to a few quick tips about how to make better use of this event, and also how to make use of the collaboration platform, LifeScience Open Space Collaboration Platform. Yesterday I introduced this new platform with the notion that we know that innovations happens thanks to collaboration, and this platform is supposed to help us to establish those collaborations more effectively. So yesterday afternoon, late afternoon, I did make some kind of research on the platform, what happened, and how we are standing after the day one. So as you see here, we have at this moment 196 organizations registered on the platform, and they are in different types of organizations. 196 organizations and 283 individual users. These organizations are, of course, spread all over the Europe, not only Europe. Here is the bigger picture, and maybe on the next slide I will show you more widely. So these are users in different groups, companies, startups. As I can see, the 54 startups have registered, which is pretty nice number, but only 3 investors. So I think this ratio is not very good for this moment for these startups. Here these are users. Here you can see very funny picture of users who was using the platform. It was not only yesterday, it was over the few days before. So, as you can see, it's even somewhere in New Zealand, someone has looked what is going on. I don't know how this works, don't ask me at this moment, but this is the statistics I took yesterday, late night, directly from the platform. I have this view as administrator, so we can check this the statistics every time, and I will present new statistics tomorrow morning. I hope there will be something new. Here you see the interactions. So I did smaller map the interactions, where those interactions were most effective, who participated in these interactions, how this happens. So as you can see, the Poland, of course, is most active in this area, but of course in the other countries from Europe as well. I found yesterday this nice slogan, the citation from after Charles Darwin. It is the long history of humankind and animal kind too, that those who learn to collaborate and improvise most effectively have prevailed. Yeah, I think this is kind of motto we should keep in mind in order to effectively develop our capacity and deliver the innovations for health and quality of life. What is more important, actually? So let me put you into the short tips about the platform, with the view that after that introduction you will be better, you will know better how to use the platform, and you will be more effective. Just a few. I don't want to go through all these platforms. First of all, just wanted to show you that you notice. I wanted to make sure that you notice what is the configuration of the platform. Here is my mind map to show you that the platform, on the platform there is a lot of opportunities like marketplace, community experts where you are listed, organizations where your organizations are listed, special interest groups. I will not go into details about that, but here we have a lot of opportunities to collaborate around the subjects you are interested in. Networks, it's also the place where your networks, where your organizations can be listed together with the LifeScience Klaster Kraków. Different types of programs, you have to check it alone because it's too many to talk about that. News, events where we are now on the platform, the ongoing events are listed over there, and also knowledge center, which is not now at this moment hidden, but we will open this very soon when the content will be more effective. And now how to use this collaboration platform for your advantage. just two things. The marketplace is the place where you can place your offers and requests for products, services, IP licensing, or similar types of things. And also you can place or connect or learn about projects, which are one of the ways, one of the methods to establish collaboration. So this is on the marketplace. You have to take a look at this place and find interesting things. There are some already, so you can find. I hope there will be more. We'll see how this will work. And the other tool is networking. It's been used very poorly so far, but I understand this is a new tool. So the networking is for the functionality which lets you to connect with other members of this community, especially with the participants of this event, especially with those who speak here and present their collaboration opportunities. So you will find the networking on the menu on the place on the website where the LifeScience Open Space is. On the platform, of course, where the LifeScience Open Space event is presented, both in the menu, in the networking under networking brand, and also in the agenda. And in the agenda, you will find every day that one-to-one meetings, networking in the form of one-to-one meetings, start at 8:30 and end at 12 to 8:30 p.m. So when you open the session. For this functionality, you will find the opportunity to register the slots for every day. Of course, the slots are half an hour to use, and you can select the persons you want to connect with on the right side by using also the organizational type filter to better target the matching functionality. And please remember that when your personal profile is complete and accurate, the artificial intelligence implemented in the platform will support you in finding the right persons with the right products and the right offers to contact with. So if you don't want with whom to speak, the system will help you and also will help others to find you, providing your profile is complete and accurate. And that's the quick tips about how to make use of the platform for your advantage. And now we will have a few minutes. We have few minutes to start the next session. Next session will be about the food technologies solutions for cancer patients. The session will be sponsored and led by EIT Food. And we will have the guests in our studio today. So let me invite you to in 15 minutes time to in the front of your TVs screens, and we will start the session. Now I think that's time for commercials. Thank you very much.
In Kraków, a remarkable journey awaits you through time and culture, science and innovation. From the foundations of an ideal city, Nowa Huta, golden dream of socialism, to the medieval city centre. Besides monuments entered on UNESCO Heritage List, Kraków has something else to offer. People. In Kraków every year, close to 200,000 people complete their higher education. This includes almost 6,000 foreigners. These are specialists in almost every field, from IT to biotechnology. No wonder that global players open their affiliates in Kraków. Kraków has become the center for modern services in Europe. Kraków is also a mecca for innovative business. from small catering units to internet startups. A few of them have become world-famous brand names. Our town is called the Polish Silicon Valley. By investing in infrastructure and transport systems, we draw closer to each other. Local public transport is considered to be the best in the country. The blue trams and buses carry 250,000 passengers each day. The map of the town shows that museums play a special role, especially those that have outstanding collections uncomparable with anything else in the world, as for instance the Museum of Aviation or the Wawel Royal Castle. Here you will find in this part of Europe the largest library with access to books that constitute not only Polish heritage but also that of all Europe. Old and modern architecture are the town's strong assets. In these interiors, not only are extraordinary concerts held, but also great sports and artistic events. One of these extraordinary places on the map of Krakow is the Malopolski Garden of Art, an area for the implementation of innovative art projects combining many fields of art. Krakow, due to its center of congress, has become one of the leading places in Europe where both cultural and trade events are organized. Krakow is increasingly associated with excellent cuisine. Its restaurants, offering both traditional Polish food dishes as well as those representing other, often distant lands, gain recognition amongst residents, tourists and culinary experts. Hidden in the medieval cellars or located in sophisticated townhouses, vibrant centers of social life may be found. Krakow is a town which is unique, intriguing and surprising. A unique mix of history and modernity inspires action. Experience Krakow.
The weather
Hello again. We start the second session, second thematic session in the LifeScience Open Space event this year, Food Technologies. We are in LifeScience Park, in a studio in LifeScience Park, and with me are our guests today, Mercedes Caro Burgos. Hello.
Hello.
And Adam Strzelecki, who will be leading this session this day, this half of the day. So Adam, I give the floor, a microphone to you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Food Technology session at LifeScience Open Space event. Today I'm partnered with Mercedes Caro. I will ask her to tell a few words about herself. I myself work at EIT Foods, the European Institute of Innovation and Technology in Food Division. Actually, European Institute is an organization created by European Union to foster innovation across the continent. We are public-private collaborative partnerships with right now nearly 200 different institutions, universities, research institutes, or startups or business companies. And in food, our mission is to create a world where everyone can access and enjoy safe, healthy food produced in a sustainable way, and also with fairness and trust from farm to fork. Therefore, today we were invited to lead this part of Food Technology session by LifeScience Open Space Klaster. Thank you very much for that. And we invited one of our key partners in the consortium, ASTI Research Institute. So here is with me Mercedes, and I ask her to tell a few words about herself.
Thank you, Adam. I am Mercedes Caro from ASTI Research Institute, and we work in food research and marine research. And I have a PhD in biomedicine. I have previously worked in food research and new food developments, in functional foods, and currently I'm working in precision nutrition, from which I will talk today. And we have several projects running on cancer patients. And I am very grateful for being invited today here in this collaborative event that will allow us to know more about each other and new opportunities to collaborate. Thank you.
So today we also invited as our keynote speaker Professor Karsten Karlberg from Polish Academy of Science Research Institute on animal reproduction and food research. Karsten today is with us. He is a German biochemist. He worked for several years in Switzerland in division of Roche. He also was teaching in Kuopio in Finland. Now he takes a position of area chair in Institute in Olsztyn. Karsten, good morning. Thank you very much for joining us for
Adam,
this event,
hello,
and the floor is yours.
Yeah, Adam, thank you very much for the introduction. Can everyone see my slides?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, good. At the moment, I think it is not too many people there. I see just 8 people participating, but I hope a few more people are joining. Anyway, what I want to talk about, as you can see here, prevention of cancer by lifestyle changes, and I want to focus to some extent on the impact of our epigenome. So, first, I would like to kind of play with some numbers concerning the burden of cancer and its prevention, with the hope that I can introduce or provide a background to the other talks that are following to mine. And I guess all of you know, but maybe not know the detailed numbers. Worldwide, about 60 million people are dying everyone from the 8 billion that we are. And if you categorize this by the cause of death, cancer is number 2 with nearly 10 million deaths. You may ask why I have color-coded it here, and it is that everything which is orange is at least indirectly related to failures in our immune system, and that is something that I want to also highlight, and I see the connection to epigenetics. So cancer being kind of the cause of death or the reason of death, the number 2 worldwide. Then if you're going for further numbers, and that is for what exact reason we are dying. So the same 60 million people, but now looking on what was the major reason for dying, and that is high blood pressure, which is primarily related to the cardiovascular diseases. But number 2, 7.1 million people are dying worldwide every year due to smoking. Because that is, if you just think about what is the number one, what we should do fighting against cancer, simply ban all smoking worldwide. Would save every year 7.1 million people's lives. But then we have, and that is probably more the focus of the meeting here, a number of food-related issues. That is high blood sugar, obesity, high diet, high sodium in diet, low in whole grains, that means low in fiber, and so on. I don't want to read now the whole list to you, where you again have millions of individuals dying due to the one or the other thing. And here it is very obvious that as much as you can avoid simply to smoke, by don't smoke, is you can avoid obesity, just move more, eat less, and you can also very simply change your diet and having less sodium in the diet. This is a very simple kind of advice where you may say, hey, we were talking here maybe about fancy food and fancy food addition. A very, very simple thing is just to avoid salt in the diet. And if you prepare the food yourself, you have it under control. If you have some packed food where you don't read the detailed ingredients, you may just take a lot of salt in every pizza or whatever. Nothing against pizza, I like very much pizza, but there is a high amount of salt in there, just as one example. So here we have, with this list, we have a kind of immediate to-do list, what to change. We don't need anything fancy. We basically just have to think about the composition of our diet, and we would have a lot of prevention of disease. Of course, not only cancer, all different types of diseases. But if we switch back to cancer, here are data from the US from 2020. The total number of females and males having every year a diagnosis of cancer. And that is if you are taking the total population of US together and would put it over 80 years, meaning that over lifetime, every second person will get a diagnosis of cancer, 1 in 2. Yeah, this is a tremendously high number. Fortunately, the number of people dying from cancer is not as high. And you see here the comparable number. It basically says that only some 30% of the people getting cancer dying from it. Of course, also you know that this is something depending on the definition. Most cancers are followed up 5 years. So you mean you survive the cancer when you are not dying within 5 years. Otherwise, you're out of the statistics of most cancers. So going now a bit more to the details, the molecular details of cancer. Cancer is a multi-step process and mostly takes time. So the initial steps, just a few cells are overdoing some overgrowth. Then there is a bit more overgrowth, but still being on the level of benign tumor. And then we have a small cancer. All this process can take years or decades. And really dangerous cancer gets when these cells forming the tumor have acquired properties that allow them to move out from the cancer to form metastasis. So this is kind of the point of no return. And my honest opinion is, if you reach this stage of metastasis, this is not something you can heal. That's my personal opinion. So the main point is, I mean, you can give people extra lifetime by doing some treatment, but the main point is preventing that cells in our body getting to that stage, which is, from my point of view, a point of no return. So therefore, we have to think about what are the reasons that cells having apparently doing this change and accumulating certain type of properties, the so-called hallmarks of cancer. And the reasons for that are basically three elements. We can have bad luck that we carry something in our germline, something we got from our parents, some mutations, but this is affecting to 5, maximum 10% of cancer patients. So the very most of cancer patients, they have either kind of bad luck. Bad luck is meaning that due to the fact that certain tissues like skin, colon, blood, that means bone marrow, have to grow to the maintenance of our body, there will be a number of mistakes in the replication and the growth of the tissues, and that causes mutations. But another aspect, and that is from my point of view, of not only my point of view, it is from the data, 70% of all cancers are dependent on lifestyle choices. Of course, the choice if we are smoking or not smoking, what we're eating, how much we are moving. Yeah? These lifestyle choices are translated with the help of the epigenome. And here I come to my favorite topic, epigenome, to changes, to possible hits if these are bad lifestyle choices, to that finally can drive ourselves from normal to this aggressive cancer you can't survive. So the main point here is most of the cancers can be prevented, 70%, and they are largely dependent on our lifestyle choices. So as the title of my talk already says, we can and should prevent cancer basically as early as possible. So I understand the focus of the meeting is to help cancer patients. So basically people having already a diagnosis of cancer and convince them to change their life, to eat something different so that the progression of cancer is not as fast and that they have extra lifetime. Yes, and in every stage of life, even if you have cancer, changing of lifestyle, if possible, if the people still have energy for that, is definitely beneficial. But as you probably will all believe, is that if you are even having a lifestyle that is preventing cancer, you never ever get cancer. So it's not only the focus of people having cancer from my point of view, but the focus is of everyone. So everyone should be also customer or can be customer of a lifestyle, of a diet that is preventing cancer. So this is finishing the first part of my presentation. Then I want to make you a clearer link to epigenetics. So what is epigenetic? Epigenetics is basically the packaging of our genome. The genome is the dark line here, which is in complex with proteins. The proteins are so-called nucleosomes, and we have area of accessible chromatin, and we have area, there's also dense area here in this nucleus. This is an electron microscopic picture of the nucleus, where we have no access. So basically, I have here a model, hopefully you can see it, a model of the chromatin, a pearls on a string, which are either accessible or inaccessible. I can hide the epigenome in my hand, then I have heterochromatin. And this is epigenetics. It's basically chromatin, the accessibility of our genomic DNA is the physical expression of the epigenome, as the text on the right side says. So we have different levels of the epigenome, and I don't want to go to any unnecessary detail, but the epigenome is found on the level of DNA methylation. Epi, by the way, means on top. So it's on top of the genome and not changing, not mutating our sequence of the genome, but adding something like a methyl group to cytosine. It also the packaging of the chromatin and the three-dimensional organization of the chromatin, as well as certain type of messages which are written on the back of these histone proteins. So these at least five different levels distinguish if we having regions of our genome which are not accessible, so-called no-go areas, and regions which are accessible. So this is the major regulatory aspect of the epigenome, deciding which part of the genome is accessible and which is not accessible. And we can have that also as a model with an epigenetic landscape. And I try also to represent it here. We have a landscape like the Tatra Mountain, not too far away from Kraków. So we have here at the summit of the mountain, this is a stem cell, which is then differentiating to the 400 different tissues and cell types following the one or the other valley. And what does a cancer cell do? A cancer cell is starting with a differentiated cell, and this differentiated cell is kind of climbing up this valley, and then by that getting extra properties, getting properties similar to stem cells. And that makes, unfortunately, cancer cells very dangerous because they don't do then these changes in an ordered fashion as normally happening during embryogenesis, but in a very disorganized way. And that is creating then these dangerous cancer cells. So if we summarize concerning epigenetics, and here we have only 4 master examples of tissues, but we have formed, our body is formed, I already said it, by 400 tissues and cell types. We have in each our cells the same genome. And here I compare 2 different individuals having at the one or the other position a different genome. We are in overall in 1% of our sequence different. But we have variants in the epigenome in each of our tissues. So if you remember the details of my title, epigenomes, our body is formed by at least 400 different epigenomes. And now you imagine that one of these tissue is turning to cancer. There is then a change of the epigenome in that individual and contributing. So as there is the change of the DNA in form of mutations, copy number variations like amplifications and deletions, translocations. So the typical things one knows well how on the DNA level cancer is created. We have also on the epigenome changes, in particular the methylation, either less methylation, hypomethylation, or its special position hyper, that means increased methylation, and other types of activation, epigenetic activation and silencing comparable to the activation of oncogenes and the suppression of tumor suppressor genes that happens in the tumorigenesis process. So one example, hopefully a bit illustrative. If you go back to my model of the epigenetic landscape, we have here different type of valleys. These valleys are here represented here at the end. So we have at the bottom of this landscape where terminally differentiated cells are, we having left and right rather high mountains and barriers where normally the cells are not climbing up. So of course, this is a model. This is not really a landscape in our cells. It is just saying there is a barrier that normally due to the epigenome, cells are behaving well. They are staying kind of here on the bottom of the valley and do not move. But what happens in cancer is that the epigenome is changing, and changing is a response of lifestyle changes, of kind of misbehaviors in case of cancers, eating the wrong things, and so on. Then we change the epigenome, and that in the model looks like as if we would have flattened the valleys, and suddenly the cells are able to move left and right and have in this way the chance to do some rather unusual things, and therefore are not behaving correctly. This is also what you can see here on the right side, a multi-step tumorigenesis from normal tissue via adenoma to carcinoma. Here 10 different cells are shown, and you see when the cells turn to cancer cells, the level of methylation is in this case drastically decreasing. In a more specific model, as a concrete example, in a normal cells, we have certain regions of our genome where we have heavy methylation. These regions, often in repetitive sequence, the so-called junk DNA of our genome, representing nearly 50% of our genome, is methylated so that it doesn't get activated, while important genes like P53, a tumor suppressor, should be activated in all of our cells. And what happens in cancer cells? What happens when the epigenome kind of is collapsing, the borders are collapsing? That means that the regions that normally should be not active are getting activated. The white heads here indicate no methylation, and the rate of methylation is drastically decreasing. So we have hypomethylation. And then regions are getting active that we don't want to have active, while on the other side, genes like P53 or the control regions, the promoter of P53, gets methylated, and the guardian angel P53 is then not accessible, it's not transcribed. So in this case, we don't have a mutation of P53, we just inactivate its expression. And that is, of course, leading to the contributing to the multi-step tumorigenesis. And now I want to link epigenetics with nutrigenomics. And what is nutrigenomics? The very simple type of definition is that from the diet that we're taking up every day, we have many molecules, nutritional molecules, who have the potential either directly activate a transcription factor or chromatin modifier, or do that after a metabolism in one or the other way. The molecule is changed a bit. For example, vitamin D is changed in 2 steps to 1,25-dihydroxyvitamin D. It's the active form of vitamin D, which is directly activating a transcription factor. All these nutritional compounds activate a single transduction cascade, and at the bottom of the single transduction cascade, there are again transcription factors or chromatin modifiers. So chromatin modifiers are those enzymes who are changing, for example, the methylation status of our DNA or of the proteins on which the DNA is wrapped around this histone proteins. And the net outcome are changes of physiological conditions, for example, the ability of growth. So we have nutritional compounds who may inhibit growth, that is expected, that there is no overgrowth in our body, or we may have also molecules who do the opposite and unfortunately stimulate growth. So there changes in the epigenome is supporting the cancer and providing extra hallmarks of cancer. So the proteins that are handling the chromatin, remember, chromatin is the complex of the genomic DNA, the brown line here wrapped around the protein. This is chromatin, and this chromatin is handled by proteins. These are the chromatin modifiers. And these chromatin modifiers, most of them are enzymes. And enzymes, you may know, can be modulated by small molecules. And I here have a couple of plant-based molecules coming from green tea, soy, grape, cocoa, and curcuma that are affecting the activity of these enzymes, and by that affecting directly our epigenome. So by, for example, using curcuma as a spice instead of salt, we not only get a lower blood pressure and provide any other problems that salt is causing our body, but the main point is higher blood pressure, but we are also getting a nice taste replacing the salt with curcuma, and have in parallel an effect on our epigenome, a beneficial effect, of course. So plant-based molecules are often having a beneficial effect on the epigenome. So here we have a list of do's and don'ts for cancer. So decreasing risk, definitely it's physical activity, then the fruits, vegetables, and so on, grains, whole grains, so fiber, and of course a number of compounds like vitamins. I'm working a lot on vitamin D, so I would like to highlight vitamin D. Definitely you should take care, and particularly now in the winter, on the vitamin D level. So, and a number of downs that you have on that side is overweight, obesity, processed meat, aflatoxin coming from fungi, and then salt as a driver, red meat. I guess all these are common knowledge, what is good and what is not good. So what should be prevented on this side and what should be recommended. And what I want to bring in here is that a number of these molecules are able to directly modulate the epigenome. So this is the mechanistic understanding of how the epigenome and how our lifestyle is affecting the epigenome and acting counter cancer. So one example I still want to give you, and that is the link of obesity and cancer. And I guess this is also something we will have to discuss later. A lean person has in its adipose tissue a limited number, a limited size of adipocytes, and also respective microenvironment of immune cells like macrophages of type 2, which are beneficial. This tissue is not inflamed, but an overweight or obese person has not only larger adipocytes and a higher amount of adipocytes, but the wrong microenvironment of macrophages of the type 2. And these macrophages of type 2 are pro-inflammatory. So the outcome is that a number of pro-inflammatory cytokines like tumor necrosis factor, interleukin-6 and others are then not only locally produced in this adipose tissue, but they're also distributing through the whole body and affecting other tissues. And this can drive cancer. So here on the right side, you see that a normal tissue in the multi-step of process going to aggressive tissue and effects from outside are inflammation and increased lipid levels, insulin signaling, fat mobilization. So effects that are normally just mentioned in the context of cardiovascular diseases, but they are also driving the tumorigenesis process, and therefore they are dangerous. So again, a very simple advice is lose weight, be normal weight, reduce the inflammation in the tissue so that this further driving process to carcinogenesis, the process is inhibited. So that brings me to one of my favorite slides and saying now on a broader perspective, not only in the perspective of cancer, but of course in the context of this speech and primarily in the context of cancer, that we have in all our cells an epigenome, which is influenced by many different aspects. And one of the influence is the lifestyle. Another influence is our immune system, which basically talks with all cells of our body. And that is also epigenetically programmed. It's an issue I would have to give an extra talk about. But basically, the immune system is programmed. And then we have the counterpart of what we're eating and the metabolism of these molecules and the inflammation, which is in many different tissues, or can be many different tissues of our body, in particular if we're overweight or obese. And also with normal aging, the level of inflammation is increasing. So this is affecting the epigenome of the individual cells. And if these are cancer cells, the cancer is pushed. But it has also an effect on a number of different diseases we are not discussing today, but you see this is a more global picture. So we have the triangle of some genetic predisposition, but this is maybe some 20% of all at max. We have lifestyle decisions which work via the epigenome or via the immune system and are contributing to the remaining 80% of the risk. So it really means what we are doing, what we are eating is affecting the risk of getting many diseases. Within one is cancer. So you may ask from where all these nice pictures came. Hopefully you like the pictures. They are coming from the different books that I have written on nutrigenomics, on cancer biology, on immunology, on epigenetics. And this would be recommended for reading. And I thank my team, which we started a couple of months ago here in Olsztyn, and of course the EU for funding of our Welcome to project. So that's my presentation, and I hope I stayed in time.
Yes, Karsten, thank you very much. And I wanted also to inform you that you can see only the moderating panel. So actually, there was over 200 people listening to your lecture.
Okay, I'm happy for that.
Yeah, thank you very much. That was
Can we have questions?
Really very interesting. If we have some questions from the audience, we should find out in a few moments, but quite recently, Mercedes would like also to ask you something.
So thank you very much, Professor Karlberg.
Just say Karsten, yeah. First name basis okay. I'm working on.
Thank you. You've been talking about how healthy habits, dietary and physical activity is good for health, not only for the prevention of cancer, but also for other preventable diseases. Still, people, we don't get this we don't attach to these good habits. How could we help them to vinculate to these habits and do the good choices in the everyday life?
So my logic is teaching. I think telling again and again the reasoning, how things are connected, not just saying like do's and don'ts, which you don't understand, explaining rule, like it is, you may explain children why it's important to stop at the red light and not pass in the street like that. Just given a point of the risk of getting rolled over by a car. And a number of other things where I personally also, as a citizen, I prefer to understand why it is not allowed to do the one or the other thing. If I see the clear reasoning for it, I'm prepared to follow a rule instead of just having been told, don't go there, if I don't know why I shouldn't do it. So in short, I think the answer is educating the people on all levels, starting with children, educating the children about right eating, and also telling them why it is good to eat more fruits and vegetables and less fast food or whatever. Give them a clear reasoning. Give them also maybe examples, let's say, look how grandpa or grandmother is suffering from the one or the other health problem. Do you really want to get them? What can we do on that? Mm-hmm. I mean, I remember as a child, I worked on my grandparents who were smoking, and every day was telling them, why do you do that? And so, it's the teaching from my point of view.
Yeah, I have yet another question, Carsten. Thank you for this lecture. I gave up smoking when I was 8. So, and the question is, are you aware about any kind of studies which would reveal average awareness of this, what you have been talking about?
That means a study where increased teaching had a benefit.
Yeah, the study which would show us that, for example, that 90% of people are aware and they don't want to behave the proper, or we are not aware at all, of very little awareness at the very, very low level, and that's the problem.
I think it is more and more awareness that one should not smoke, and it's less and less a problem in industrialized developed countries, and the majority of deaths to cancer by smoking comes from the developing countries, where it is not yet in the mind of people that they should not smoke. I mean, maybe they consider it cool, they consider it something what all the people around are doing. I remember from my childhood that also in Germany, nearly everyone was smoking, and so it was the minority of people who, like me as a child, saying, "Why are you all smoking?" You know? So it improved. Yeah. Or if, I mean, I don't have a direct cancer example, but I know I've been working long time in Finland, they had a public health initiative more than 50 years ago started for changing the diet, because in particular the males in Finland were dying pretty early, like still it's the case in Russia. Russia and Finland has about the same diet, but they were able within 50 years to convince the people in Finland, in particular the males, to eat something different, less saturated fat, anyway, less meat. And now the life expectancy of the males in Finland is 50 years higher than Russia, just around the corner, with basically the same type of habits.
So
this is what I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you. And this brings me to yet another question, because you mentioned in your presentation that in this nice slide about the causes of death, that it has been based on the US study, based on something more than 330 million population. But the question, it was US or North American population or global?
You mean
is it relevant globally, or this is relevant for?
This is global burden of that. This is worldwide.
Worldwide, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I suppose this is the time to also invite to our discussion the next panelist. We wanted also to invite Janusz Olejnik, the founder of Food Facty project, and Izabela Tańska, the legal counselor. And we wanted also to have this short discussion together with Professor Karlberg to briefly comment on what he presented and also what we can expect during today's session. So if it's possible to have our speakers also joining this session right now, it would be great. And in the meantime, also, we would like to address one question to our audience. We would like to find out what you do to prevent cancer or to lower the risk of becoming another oncological case. So please share your own experiences in chat, and perhaps we'll be able to comment on that.
Yeah, and also I wanted to ask, you gave a very good tip coming from metabolic roots, but for the daily application, that would be substituting the salt by curcumin. This change seems quite easy. Still, we don't do that often. Are there other tips or changes that we could easily implement that could have an impact on our health? Is
that directly to me, Mercedes?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. Yeah, okay, curcumin salt is just one example. I think we have to be aware of the composition of our diet. So therefore, if you go to the market and buy your food, you know what you buy there. This is not processed. But if you go to supermarket and you buy something packed, as I already said, you don't know how much salt and other ingredients are in there. So basically a shift to self-prepared meal is already something. Then the choice of bread. If you have a choice of high fiber bread, I personally love high fiber bread, and it's one of the good things I brought from Finland with me as an habit. Then you are clearly decreasing colon cancer. Plus physical activity, everything which lets your colon move. If it's the fiber in there which is touching the border of or the inner the border of the column, and let it kind of move and let your food process quicker is good. Physical activity is good. So these are aspects for the one or the other cancer that will, from my point of view, clearly decrease the numbers. Colon cancer cases, 90% of colon cancer cases are preventable. That is, again, what I'm fundamentally convinced about.
Do we have questions?
No, just one thing about alcohol, because that's something really controversial. In Italy, I believe also in Spain, there's a culture saying something like that the glass of wine they will keep doctor away. How about that?
You want to hear my honest opinion about it?
Honest opinion, yes.
1 or 2 glasses of red wine every day is good. Italian or Spanish red wine, if you want to ask me what type of wine I prefer. Now, I mean, being a little bit more serious, I think a moderation of wine, in particular red wine, where there is resveratrol, which is another beneficial agent, is good. I mean, probably you can't drink as much as wine to get a really high dose of resveratrol into your body, and in fact, grapes will do the same thing, but a limited level of alcohol is also increasing the flexibility of your arteries and kidney, for example. So therefore, after drinking wine, you may more often run to toilet for pee. This is from my point of view, beneficial, but really in moderation. Never ever get drunk. So some people may say, "Hey, avoid alcohol at all," but that is not what I'm promoting. I say a limited use of particular red wine is my personal recommendation.
Thank you very much. I'm satisfied now.
I could see that Mr. Olejnik is already with us. So I also wanted to ask him whether, since food is one of key factor for prevention the cancer, do actually we have data showing that? I know that Janusz Olejnik will have one of the presentations later on, but I wanted to briefly ask him whether the food we actually are offered is safe. What actually can we be sure about this aspect of being exposed to higher risk of getting cancer diseases?
Good morning to everybody. I hope you can hear me well.
Yes, we can.
Then I really would like to be able to answer this question, because I don't think I have all the data available, but and this problem is multi-dimensional. I think I will speak later on about some data coming from different monitoring system. But what I would say, what I believe, at least in Europe, the food is really safe. It's under many inspection control systems. What I will spend more attention and raise the awareness is other markets and some unlegal food on the market, and I will speak also quite a lot about food fraud, which is something which we intentionally or we will not control at all, because the intention of the food fraud is just to enter the food on the market which is illegal or is changed illegally, and this is I would say some of the risky point and the risky area of the consumer at all. And one thing more, because I think we pay more and more attention to different risks related to food, but we should remember that some of the risks we know or we detect now because of the development of analytical techniques, and many of these risks 10 years ago or 20 years ago was existing the same way, but nobody could test and could show us this risk. And that's why it's a little bit and we cover more and more potential risk, we communicate more and more potential risk, but it doesn't mean that the food compared to the time of 20 years ago it's more risky. We know more about this food, and this is actually I am less afraid about different kind of residues in food, because we control more and more, and this testing is cheaper and cheaper. What can be still quite a big issue is illegal food, and also the microbiology risk, which is something else, some other risk related more to the practices and hygiene in general, and also the way how the consumer use the food. And there is another risk growing is the functionality of the food. I mean, here is that the food is more and more attached with added functionality like vitamins, like some supplementary things, and people are not able to track the total consumption of these elements, and can happen then individual consumer can overdose some elements, and this can create for the long period of time also some kind of the risk.
Mm-hmm. So actually you are pointing at some possibility of misusing this special purpose food products. Are there any parts of food value chain which tend to be quite risky right now? That of course we are also during this session showing some business or research opportunities to be developed in the future. So, for instance, as you mentioned, fast detection methods are surely very welcomed at the market. But are there any areas or food production or processing which seems to be quite important and should be on our focus?
I would say definitely yes, because some of the raw materials are sourced from outside Europe. It's from countries like India, China, and other countries not covered by the so advanced quality system. And also these countries are much more open for the kind of the corruption procedures, and it is also can impact a lot. All the range of the different additives to the food production, which from definition they are allowed and they are legal, but they are sourced some very far from, I would say, our market. That this can also increase the risk, and also the growing issue is with mycotoxin, etc. Particularly because of the climate change, and this we can expect a growing issue because the rising temperature. Then this area should be really followed more carefully than other areas, I think. then you know, then I will really I will show you the data, but I will really pay attention to the food fraud. And Karsten mentioned the wine, the positive of wine, Spanish and Italian. I remember. But if you are more interested about the food fraud, you will know that recently. I think 4 million liters or more million liters was detected as a frauded wine on the market. Then nobody knows if it's Spain or Italian or what is it inside, or if it's another alcohol inside. Then this is quite critical issue, because we are not talking about 2 bottles or 1 batch. We are talking about more and more about millions of bottles, millions of lots, and out of the control at all. Then this is really, from my point of view, the most growing and most dangerous area.
But wouldn't you feel that you can taste it? If you would give me my favorite wine, but it's frauded, I would think I can taste it, that it's wrong. And maybe this applies also for other food products. If suddenly the food that you used to is tasting differently, then wouldn't be the natural selection, no, I don't buy this product anymore because it doesn't taste anymore as I'm used to.
I will not base on this kind of methodology, because not everybody is having so sophisticated apparatus of the testing.
Okay, wine is maybe special. For other products, we may not be so easy to distinguish the differences.
Thank you. Mr. Olegnik. I wanted to come back to the functional or interesting ingredients added to the food that you said that sometimes they were in over quantities, but I wanted to link it with, I don't know if it's with us, Isabella Taniska. I don't know if it's in the session with us.
Isabella, she is.
Yes, I'm here.
Hello. Thank you. Hi, good morning. Nice to see you.
Morning.
So we were listening that there were some interested ingredients that maybe food producers are interested in introducing in their foods and in their products. But is there any regulation related to cancer patients, or how could producers indicate that their products could contain these ingredients in a healthy proportions for this population? Is there any regulation around this?
Yes, once again, good morning, everyone. I see many familiar faces. So good morning, Warsaw, Krakow, Olsztyn, and wherever you are. Thank you for the nice discussion. I think there is a need to discuss the issues we actually are discussing, because there is a need to better organize the information that are reaching consumers and patients, because there is a lot of information in the public space regarding the impact of food and various types of diets and food and their impact on health. And research confirms that the beneficial effects on food, on health, attracts consumers and attracts their attention. So food producers and distributors are aware of this, and they very often use the claims to declare the benefits and they use it on the labels and in the advertising. So unfortunately, in many cases, health claims are illegal or do not have scientific substantiation. So now I'm answering your question regarding the law and the food categories and the aspects of labeling on the food information. So because of these reasons I told you about, I mean, this part of misinformation, food law lays down the rules for communicating health effects in labeling and advertising in different categories, because of course, yes, EU food law includes regulations which divide or which appoint certain food categories, which depend on their ingredients, their functionality, their target groups, etc. So regarding food for patients, there is a category which is called food for special medical purposes. And that's the only food category for patients, the only one, which should be dedicated to patients in terms of ingredients, in terms of information about this particular category, and what distinguishes this food category from the others, like food supplements or functional foods or enriched food. So this special category of food should be, so needs to be consumed under medical supervision. The EU regulations also refer to issue of borderline between the categories. For example, the borderline between food and medicinal products. So I think I will develop this aspect later on in my presentation, because this is actually the issue when we talk about the cancer, the prevention of cancer, etc. So so food law says that a product that meets the definition of a drug cannot be food. So this is a kind of burden for innovative products, innovative functional foodstuffs, which are claimed to be cure or prevention of cancer. Qualification is also the qualification of product to a certain category is also influenced by the presentation of the product and performance which is attributed to it. So food manufacturers need to be very careful when they declare the benefits of their products, because sometimes only by the functionality, declared functionality, they may be considered medicinal products. And in my opinion, consumers and patients are exposed to a lot of information about beneficial effects of food, and new information are coming soon, like green claims, front of the pack nutrition labeling, and so on. So the consumers are really exposed to a lot of information, which I don't think they are able to digest, to interpret in a correct way. So moreover, some information are sometimes mutually exclusive. Therefore, educating consumers, patients, but as well healthcare professionals is very important as an addition to the regulations and to the requirements which are set in a food law. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tańska. So actually, we also wanted to have this discussion as a kind of teaser for all of our viewers to see the full presentations of our speakers. I also wanted to ask Mercedes one question, because she will also just present you later on her project, whether there is a difference between nutrition which prevents cancer and nutrition which should be applied to patients during their recovery to prevent remission. So
yes, that's a nice question. So for the general citizen, let's say there are healthy guidelines that we can follow. And these guidelines are general for everyone, unless there is a health problem, that those guidelines are the ones that making physical activity and following eating healthy foods and as better as possible if they are homemade, let's say. But when we are under the process of cancer, maybe our dietary needs will be different. Sometimes the cancer treatment will change our capacities of eating, our flavor system, and we will sense food in a different way. And so we should adapt our diet to our body needs, with always thinking, trying to keep the best intake. So, however, not every patient will have problems during the treatments. It's not all the treatments generate these difficulties in the eating, and so for some patients, and the case could be the breast cancer patients, that not all of them are suffering these difficulties while eating, should not be recommended to keep on eating and not losing weight, since their situation sometimes is that they are overweight or obese in many cases. So these people should try to reduce weight. So there is not a correct answer for everyone. So the answer is very personalized depending on the needs of each person. But what about after the cancer, when the treatment is finished and the person is considered a survivor of the cancer? Then we can talk that we could go back to the general recommendations that will be especially good for these people, that following a healthy diet will be best for them, since they will not also avoid other preventable diseases like cardiovascular disease or diabetes, but also the coming back or the again a new prognosis or a new cancer diagnosis. And so these people will especially benefit from a healthy diet, since their risk is higher. But still, the dietary recommendations is to follow a healthy diet and a healthy lifestyle.
Okay, thank you. So as you could see, we just wanted to point out many different areas of possible activities for researchers or companies in biotech and food tech area. Last final question to all of our panelists today. Are there any areas you recognize right now that in future they will be quite important to developing novel solutions? Should innovation managers keep under radar some specific fields and be ready that between food and health solutions there is this area which would certainly be addressed when it comes to cancer problems? We used to have some, fashions like microbiome. Everyone was excited about how to, for instance, investigate how it works, what to apply to use these opportunities, and so on. We were talking quite recently about some superfoods. Do you recognize any areas which in future in prevention, in food production, processing, dietary habits should be focused when it comes to yes, Karsten?
So I think we should take into perspective that cancer is a rather recent disease, in the sense that it just with the aging population, the good point that we all worldwide getting older than 100, 200 years ago, unfortunately increased the number of cases. So cancer is clearly related to the aging process. So the better we keep the aging process, the healthy aging under control, the more we reduce the cancer. So the link of obesity, you think it's a point of cardiovascular diseases, but here it is also affecting cancer. So, and my point is, follow the example of nature. So basically natural products I gave you a few examples, curcumin, resveratrol, and others, and there are many other products that basically also in the knowledge of us, directly or indirectly. If you go to Amazonas, if you go to whatever old food habits, the things that one basically knows since hundreds or thousands of years, which are good, if one has the understanding what is the good thing in the one or the other food product. So in short, looking on history, looking on kind of experience we have, we as humans, we as culture societies have since hundreds and thousands of years, and don't think about designing a new fancy molecules, but go back into what we basically know since long time, but may not understand well enough.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. So I suppose this is a very nice conclusion of our discussion. Perhaps not just stop a while and also investigate on what already has been used, and then just think about progressing faster. Thank you very much. We will meet again with Janusz Olejnik and Izabela Tańska during our session. And right now, I would like to introduce you Dr. Katarzyna Świąder from Warsaw University of Life Sciences Faculty of Human Nutrition. Dr. Świąder is a specialist in functional food and sensory evaluation, and also she developed many different food products, and we actually invited her today to show us a bit more about functional food. I hope Kasiu, oh, good to see you. Hello.
Yes, hello. Hello, thank you so much, for your introduction. I was just following, your conversation, and it's really good idea if everybody will really follow, the natural way of eating and, eat with the requirements about the diet. But actually, people are in a hurry, they all the time have not sufficient time, to take care about themselves. That's why very often we're trying, to help them by creating for them some specific products that will fulfill, their requirements. That's why maybe I will try to make some introduction about this functional food products that can be adapted to the needs of a cancer patient. So if this is the time, maybe I will start with sharing my presentation.
Yes, please.
Yeah, okay. Can you see the presentation already?
Now we can. Now we can. Oh. Thank you.
Okay. So everything should be stayed here. So the topic is functional food adapts to the needs of a cancer patient. And at the beginning, I would like to make some introduction, to what to remind what we call functional food. So this is a food that, in addition to having an adequate nutritional effect, has also some beneficial effect on one or more function in the body, and significantly improving health and well-being or reducing the risk of diseases. And we have to also remember that it must remain food. It's not a pill or a capsule. And functional food can be in the form of whole food, fortified, enriched, enhanced, or altered food products, as you can see, with the example. But it can also include medical food for special dietary use. But products that we called functional food in the European Union must first of all comply with the requirements of Regulation 9024 from 2006 on nutrition and health claims in food. And additionally, when developing a new functional food product, we need to remember who we are designing it for and what needs it's supposed to meet. Yeah, so when we also looking for different kind of definition of innovation, we can say that they state that innovation is a use of knowledge, of new products, processes, services, or experiences that add value to the customer. Yes, and at the same time, technologically feasible and financially available for the company to enable its business growth. But we can see, yes, that the patient as a consumer in that case plays a major role in the innovation design process. So we have to still remember, for who we are designing our products. And in case also of the cancer patient, we must remember that they have particular nutritional needs, and this is the group also most at risk of malnutrition, and most cancer patients are already malnourished at the time of diagnosis. And another one fact is that malnutrition can occur in 80% of patients with oncological diseases. So, another one fact that I would like to also mention is that that inadequate nutritional status worsens the efficacy of anti-cancer treatment. Yes, and that may result in a higher incidence of adverse effects, prolonged recovery time, reduced quality of life of the patients, increased incidence of infection. It can also influence on the impaired wound healing and also in long term increased likelihood of death. But on the other hand, we have to also remember that proper nutrition can support the healing process of the patient. And oncologic patient at risk of malnutrition should follow nutritional recommendation that take into account their needs. And here in this presentation, I would like to refer to the latest recommendation of the Committee on Human Nutrition of the Polish Academy of Science, which were published a few weeks ago. And these are data recommendation in cancer for patients, but also, for their families and their caregivers. And based on this data recommendation, we can see that patient should eat properly, and it means that they have to have diversifying the menu, eating high quality and low processed food, eat regular and sufficiently frequent meals with a nutritional value that is adapted to the body's tolerance and needs. And we also know that during cancer treatment, patients eat smaller in smaller intervals, but more meals, like 4, 5, and even 8 times a day. That when they are eating more frequently, they will eat smaller portions. So those meals should be more concentrated. And especially if we are speaking about nutrients content, especially energy and protein, but also people with the reduced body weight indicating malnutrition should aim to increase their body weight, especially muscle mass, and they should control body weight and body composition. What is also very important that they should eat daily products that are a good source of high quality proteins, product that contains various enhancing substances, products containing biologically active substances. However, in case of the biologically active substances, we have to note that protective effect of the active substances, particularly antioxidants, may be directed at cancer cells also, and those reduce the effectiveness of the treatment. So we have to also remember about that kind of aspects. What is also important, you know, in case of the cancer patient, that they should drink a lot of beverages, and what is recommended is drinking non-carbonated mineral water or good quality tap water. And it's because the water will enable faster and more effective urinary excretion, among other things, residues of substances used in cancer therapy. Also, you know, the diet, you know, that is created, you know, for the patient with the cancer, it should be individualized. And also, this is something that also Mercedes mentioned, that we have, you know, so many cases, you know, and different situation among the cancer patient, that we have to really remember about needs of the patient, about needs of the body, and the patient preferences, yes, because there are still people with different preferences to the food products. And it depends on nutritional status of the patient, of type of the cancer, of I don't know, localization of the tumor, method of treatment, and severity of side effects, well-being and the general state of the patient, and also food preferences of the patient. And I can give you also some kind of examples in which we have to, you know, use different kind of diets, different kind of products. Like, for example, if we've got after gastrointestinal surgery, so easy digestible diets is implemented in that case. If we've got lymphoma and leukemia patients, in that case, fermented milk products, ripened cheeses are eliminated also from their diet. If we've got like some kind of tumors of the upper gastrointestinal tract, they may require changes in the consistency of the diet to more liquid one. And also, why tumors of the pancreas or liver, it should be also some kind of restriction of fat in the diet. But there are another one things that we have to also remember, you know, when we are creating, you know, the products for the patient, and we also, you know, create the menu, you know, for the patients, that chemo and radiotherapy, some suffer, you know, for example, from disorders of taste. So we have some changes, you know, in the taste, but also smell. We are like more sensitive, you know, for different kind of taste and smell. That can be also some lack of the appetite, inflammatory changes in the mucous membranes of the gastrointestinal tract. It can be also some problem with saliva production, with nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, pain in the gastrointestinal tract. Also, it can be some problem with swallowing. So all those things we have to take into consideration when we are, you know, creating products dedicated, you know, for this group of the people. And all of them, they can have like can have like specific needs. So it's really not so easy, you know, to create one universal product that will fulfill, you know, all the requirements of all the patient. And what is also, you know, recommended by the experts is that there are some kind of type of the products that should be also limited or even eliminated, you know, in the diet. Like, for example, products with added sugars, like animal fats, like saturated vegetable fats, like fried meats, grilled, smoked, preserved, and cooled meats, like smoked, renated, and moldy cheeses, like heavily salted and pickled products, like fast food and fast food, yes, and also strong tea, strong coffee, and of course alcohols. In this data recommendation, they put a lot of attention to these products because they contain some chemicals compound that can stimulate the tumor growth or accelerate tumor progression. But a part of that, it's very important also, to remember about the contact, with a doctor, with a specialist, with a nutritionist that are responsible for the patient treatment. And also when the patient wanted to use any alternative diets or use some dietary supplements, they should also consult it with a doctor or nutritionist. Also, like smoking of tobacco, according to the regulation, is also prohibited, the same like with the alcohol beverages. But also in this recommendation, we can find some advices about including in the patient's daily schedule a favorite form of physical activities, as well as contact with relatives that can help the patient to heal. But so these are, that kind of recommendation. But we also have to remember that the application of the principles of good nutrition in this patient group can be supported by the development of dedicated recipes and ready-to-use functional products to meet their needs. And functional product to support the diet of people with cancer should be small, concentrated meal portion. When I'm speaking about concentrated meal portion, I'm focusing on the energy value, nutrients content, and protein amount in this product. And also, they should have some suitable consistency, for those patients. They should be a good source of high quality protein with enhancing substances, with biologically active compounds, with an easily digestible ingredients, with no added sugar, with no animal fat, no saturated vegetable fats, tailored patient preferences, and to be sensory attractive. So that will be, the perfect situation that we can find, on the market, such a product, among different kind of product that we can choose. And as an example, I would like to point out a prototype product that we have developed, to combat malnutrition and elderly patients, which we hope can also help elderly people with cancer or follow the proper diet. It's not a food for special medical purpose. This is a functional product. It's a common food that is nourishing, high in protein, with no added sugar, based on natural ingredients. It's gluten-free, lactose-free, has neutral taste, and it's easy to consume. And can be consumed in different consistencies that can be helpful, for the people with dysphagia, and can be also consumed in different temperature because it can be consumed hot or cold. And I'm sure also that during this conference you will hear about many other interesting solutions, to support cancer patients, and that are common foods or food for special medical purposes. So thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Katarzyna. We are just a bit late, but I wanted to make a short question. So, as a food specialist and just showing us this food prototype, we know that the needs of the cancer patients are very specific, and we are talking of food products for specific needs of consumers, and also that the patient situation is temporary. So we know that it's very challenging to get a product for such small needs of people in the market, since the market is very small, let's say. So, for example, the solutions for directed to cancer patients and older people or elderly can be a possibility for the food producers, but maybe I was thinking which could be if there are other products in the market that have on the market that has passed this difficult barrier, if you know of them, and also thinking that maybe the future is in personalized services that will help these patients, helping them with their specific difficulties and helping them to choose among the already existing products in the market, to choose the most appropriate for them. I don't know if you have, you could put some light on this issue.
Yes, actually, here we are speaking, about the products that are dedicated, especially, for the cancer patient. But I think that even if we will speak about other consumers, it's something that I think, food producers sometimes, didn't remember very well that they create the product, especially, for the consumer needs. And even if we're creating something, that would be dedicated, I don't know, for the children, for teenagers, for the elderly people, for the people with different kind of illnesses, we have to remember and we have to listen, the customers. So very often we see that, from the customers, we have like the best feedback and we are able, to create something valuable for them. And based on that, of course, there is some kind of niche and producers, they want, to create something that will be suitable for everybody. Yes, but nowadays, I think that it's rather difficult because each of us is totally different, with different age, with different needs. And even, that we've got some kind of illnesses, it doesn't depend of the age, yes, because we can have different kind of illnesses, being a child, being the adult, being the elderly person. So I think that the most important thing, it's just, to listen to the customer and to try to really create something valuable for them. And here, I'm in this presentation, I also wanted to say that it's not so easy thing also, yes, because even when we are creating something, and we want to dedicate it for a specific group of the consumers, we see that among them, there are also some specific individuals that kind of product didn't suit them, okay? And I think that we have to have a look for the consumers. We have to have a look for the consumers' needs, and it's really important. But even when we create a product that fulfill, the patient requirements, it can be another problem, about the affordable price. If we are able, to create really the product that will fulfill the requirements of the patient, but at the same time will be affordable in case of the price. So this is something that, especially now, I think that it's another issue now that the food producers have to think about, and they have to make some decision now if this is possible, to put those aspects in one product together, or we have to resign, from some characteristic of the products, okay, just to fulfill also, the requirements about the affordable price. Yeah, so I think that it's really difficult time, I think it's a really difficult time, for the producer, but I think that, the first thing is that we have to focus on the consumer's needs. Yeah.
Thank you very much. This was really valuable. And I hope so for all of us who are listening to our conversation. If you are designing a new product, of course, just contact Faculty of Human Nutrition at Warsaw University of LifeScience and teams of Dr. Świąder in case you would like to consult different aspects of development of designing new products, taking into consideration those different criteria. And as it was mentioned at the end, for instance, price as well at the end of preparing formulas for some products. Thank you very much once again. Now Now we will get back to Janusz Olejnik, the founder of Food Fact project. We've been collaborating with Food Fact as CAT Food for quite a long time, and we find it very valuable and interesting for our partners. So I would like just to pass the mic to Janusz for his presentation on a risk of cancer caused by unsafe food.
Thanks all. First of all, for the invitation. It will be not me seeing so many people from Olsztyn to send regards to Olsztyn, the place where I was studying, and it's always a pleasure to see the people from there. And yes, I don't know, you will open my presentation, or I have to open my presentation? If you can open my presentation, it could be nice. Unless I will share. Okay, I will share my. Okay, no problem. Okay. You should.
I didn't know that you are actually food technologist and
Yes,
specialist in dairy products.
Exactly, I am. Exactly, I am. I will try this. You can see my screen?
Yes, we can see it, but not in full screen mode.
Okay, let's try like this.
Yes, right now it's perfect.
Yeah, so, okay, then yes, the idea of the project was generally, you know, to after so many years, almost 30 years working for different institutions around food industry, was to establish the project which will be first of all supporting different players on the market for easier communication and sending the information and communicating the important information to each other. But at the same time, the main activity and the main idea behind the project was to implement as much as possible the approach of horizon scanning. And actually, we are covering more and more items on the market where we collect the data, you know, which are not combined into the one database. We combine this data into our tools, and we transfer this you know, distributed information into this kind of management information, easy to use for players and producers. And we concentrate 3 areas: the legislation, where we are having quite advanced tools now to support operators, fraud risk, where we cover more than 100 countries and track the information about detected fraud on the market. And we also more and more focus on the different risks related to food safety. Let's start, and then today I will try to show you, you know, this negative aspect of the food related to the risk of cancer. It means that I will try to show if on the market we have the cases of the product with already detected, proved risk. And I will focus on the 2 sources of information. The first one is RAS system. It's a European system. Of course, it's not answering the all risk related. The operators can use much more database of this kind of information, but as it is open source and it's available for everybody, but quite difficult to use it, because it's the platform of RAS. It's more case-by-case database rather than to see the statistic. And what we are doing, we are transferring all the data to our multifunctional databases, and we are offering much easier way of making any kind of statistic. Then coming back to this carcinogenic risk, it is a little bit support. It's a lot of support coming from World Health Organization by proposing the methodology to classify this kind of risk, and we have categories, and actually what I will show, it's more answering to this categorization of proposed by WHO. Then we have I think it's most interesting to see the current data of the market. Then we focus on the data from the beginning of 2021. It means 20 months, last 20 months. And then what we could see is the products and risk related to more than 20 different substances identified by RAS system. It means that countries, European countries, inspections, different inspections. And the most common or the longest list of substances is assigned to category B2. I will show you later more details about this as well. And then let's start from the category one proposed by World Health Organization. And then you can see that I already mentioned this before during the panel. Aflatoxin is really rising, and really some category which everybody should pay more and more attention. What is, of course, supporting the control of aflatoxin is more and more very fast, reliable methods to apply even on the incoming of raw materials. But anyway, as the many raw materials are coming from the countries of high risk like Turkey, India, with quite high temperature and the climate which is supporting the growth of aflatoxins, then this is really something really important to control. Then this is the top, and then you can see also on the position 2, ethylene oxide, and I will also speak a little bit more, because this is I would say double issue. It's generally the safety issue coming from presence of this unauthorized pesticide into the product, but it is also kind of the indication of the food fraud as well. And then the rest of the list you can see on the table. Then the category, in the next category, category 2, you have another substances. It's much less, and this is kind of the good news, that there is a lot of acrylamide. It means that the process applied by the producer are not so under high level of control. And then you have already mentioned category B2, where you can see much more different substances, and what can be surprising is that even it was a huge scandal a couple of years ago, we still have a product on the market with melamine, and this is kind of the example where the methodology of the testing is applied and easy accessible now, but still you can find the product on the market with this kind of the risk associated. And also the lead, which also is quite common and with long history substance and risk, it's still kind of the frequently present on the market. Then you have another substances, which is other cases and kind of the prediction available on the market. And okay, it's not a lot of cases, but every case, the RAS is a little bit tricky to understand the statistic behind, because RAS is not collecting all the batches and all, is not really reflecting the number of the products. It's more reflecting the problem, and generally the RAS is not there is no multiplication of the cases, and very often the product can be, sending to many markets and with the high volume, and sometimes it can be one sample which is also detected and qualified as a risky one. That's why, it's not, I'm not showing this statistic to say that 31 is good and or 23 is good and 31 is bad. It's more to show that this is still detected on the market, and what is behind is, of course, it's another study and deeper analysis on the batches, on the sources, and on the distribution. And this is more to say this is the area of the interest of control which should be applied by the producer or traders. And then if we look more in details into aflatoxin statistics, then you can see that, okay, everybody could probably expect that nuts will be one of the most frequent products, but you can see also another products which are kind of the risk for aflatoxins as the largest group of carcinogens detected in RAS system. And then you can see that it's quite a huge number of cases. Then definitely what should be the recommendation is really to focus on the each batch control where the product is arriving to the production plant. Then mentioned already ethylene dioxide. This was the big scandal and the big crisis 2 years ago, starting from sesame. I will give you a little bit more information later. But anyway, you can see that this one substances, which is typically not allowed to be used in European Union, and it's, as you can see, is quite popular to be used to improve the quality of the raw materials by antibacterial impact, and it's used to kill mostly salmonella in some powder products on the markets like India or other third countries. It was detected and present in many different products because basically it was detected, it was present into the additives like different gums, different additives used for other production. That's why this problem was so widely distributed around Europe. Then just two examples, individual examples coming from RAS. It's not because it was enormously dangerous, but it's just to show you that can be very different products, very different raw materials, and then it's never, that's why it's very difficult from my point of view is really to predict new crisis based on the historical data, because the crisis, it's not really kind of the trend, it's more like a kind of the accident or kind of the intention to sell something. Then it's really, I can imagine that it's really big challenge for the producer to really cover properly the inspection of the raw materials, but anyway, it's possible. And another example, it's and another kind of the product which is not basically huge volume, but can be added to many products as additives or helps. Then you can see that this scale of the event was a little bit bigger, and this distribution to 5 countries. And what always I try to underline that we are touching the peak of the iceberg, by this kind of the safety monitoring, because we all only test samples of the total volume of the product on the market. And then let's go for a while to the food fraud, which is from, as I mentioned during the panel, I think this is the really future growing issue and most difficult area to be really sure what is inside. And to be honest, the same way is the producer are thinking. We did by Food Factory quite a large study asking people about the future problems, healthy, safety problems of the food, and majority of people answer that food fraud can be one of the top one, and definitely it was top one from the point of view of the producer. And I want to underline two, and this is the qualification, because to understand everything, it's very helping to have qualification methodology to look at the data, and what was proposed also by the quality system like GFSI, IFS, or BRC is kind of the very general qualification of categorization of the food frauds, and you can see 7 groups, and I want to underline or to raise your attention to 2 categories: illegal enrichment and gray zone, because these 2 categories generally includes the kind of the intentional activity of the producer or distributor to implement to the market the product in the first mentioned category, the product which quality was below the expectation, and by this illegal enrichment, this low quality was hid by for example, colorants or some other substances added to change the appearance of the product. And the gray zone, generally it is the product which is out of the legal food chain. Then you can expect whatever you want to, you can expect, because generally this product is not coming from the production facilities which are covered by the institutional control system, because it's a gray zone. Then these 2 categories are, from my point of view, are representing the highest health risk, safety risk, because the other categories of the food fraud, it's more related to, to play with the information, to change the specification, or it's replacing cheaper, more expensive product by cheaper product, but it's much more safety for the consumer. Then coming back to the looking at the data coming from the monitoring, we started this monitoring at the beginning of 2018. Today we have over 7,000 cases registered into our Probase 360. And then, okay, we are not really focusing on the safety of the health problem. We are more focusing on the on the classical definition of the food fraud, which is more economical character. But anyway, you can see that ethylene oxide is one of it's definitely the top, because it was related to many withdrawal in 2021 and followed much less because of the decision of the European Union to make a really strong decision to recall the product with these substances, potentially with these substances from the market, and much less in 2022. But still, still we have even only in our database we have 157 products registered. Then this problem started from sesame, as I said, in 2020, but then it was followed by many other products. Mostly it was ice cream, because ice cream, almost every ice cream consists different kind of gum, like guar or bean or whatever. And then typically these gums was treated by ethylene oxide by producer, but it is, as I said, not allowed in European Union. By the way, it is allowed in US, but with special treatment. Then this it is also showing different approach to the situation. Then, if you look again on this ethylene oxide, France was the most. It doesn't mean that France was generating kind of the risk, but France was most active to recall the product and solve the problem on the market. It means protect the consumer, and then France was definitely the most active testing and recalling the product from the market, followed by other countries. Poland was relatively, similar to other countries. Again, and then this is also interesting and showing that sometimes the risk is related to the product which intentionally purchased to support the health, like dietary supplements. And generally, I can say, I can prove today that dietary supplements is really growing category of the products with different cases of fraud. And this one with using the different components, including ethylene dioxide, is still one of the top. Then be careful buying some dietary supplements out of the legal system, because it can be much worse than good for your body. And then, of course, it's not only this. We can also detect another risk with titanium dioxide, but it was only 15 cases. Then, as I said, this database, it's not really to follow the risk associated to the health. But when we deep dive into the database, we could also find quite a lot of cases with different potential health risk, and particularly we focus on the cancer. Then you can see that can be fish, can be different coloring powders, can be diet supplements, can be even honey, and this is mostly related probably to pesticides or colorants or other additives to the. And two cases, and last case, which again proving that the fraud is really growing issue. This is and this is European, and this is not about importation unlegal pesticides. It's about producing unlegal pesticide in Europe. And the problem with unlegal pesticides is mostly related to the unlegal, not approved molecules in Europe, and this is really tricky, because if the molecules is outside the scope of the legal acceptance, the most of the labs are not focusing on this. They are not testing this. It means that we can simply don't know if these molecules exist, is present into the product, because nobody is testing this, because nobody is obliged by the law to test molecules which are not approved in Europe. And this is mostly the risk related to unlegal pesticide imported or produced in Europe, and not only in Europe. And this is also the risk related to the product sourced outside Europe, that it's not always, we cannot be sure that labs or inspection are really focusing on the unproved molecules in Europe. Then this is what I wanted to show. I would like to invite everybody interested to deep dive into the more specific information coming from the data we collected. What I said is it's quite easy navigate, and the process which can I would say take days using the official database, we can manage probably within a couple of minutes, because all the data are integrated, combined into the different functional files and databases. Then it's really easy to make very fast benefit for your organization.
Thank you.
I hope it was interesting, and I give my voice back to the organizer.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed, it was very interesting that you pointed out a few elements that might be also beneficial for our viewers. So first of all, like as you could see, many aspects of food production can be taken into consideration also to eliminate the risk of cancer. And on the other side, of course, there is this collaboration opportunity. So if you need some kind of support, database management, or just supporting your research or your development, please just contact Food Fact project. And right now we will have a small change in our program. Right now we will introduce the next speaker, but after that we will invite Jarosław Pawrzuchowski and Onko Dajec. Kazimierz wanted to say something.
Yes, I wanted to ask a question, or maybe two questions. First of all, thank you for this presentation. It seems, for me, it was kind of scary, actually, to listen to that. Because really we are not aware about a lot of dangers you have presented. But first question about possible collaboration: is that this kind of database is available for example, for startups to make use of this and create some kind of products which will help consumers to make better choices?
Janusz?
We don't hear you.
Okay.
We don't hear you.
Okay, yes, it should be okay now, because I was blocked. I had the blocked microphone. No, it's a commercial service. Everybody can contact us, and everybody can have access to the different databases. So of course, okay, this is our product, and that's why we are not open source information, completely open source information, but we are, for example, quite open to share the information from science people for different research. Then it depends from case to case. We can have a look, how to organize and how to optimize the access. But anyway, this is really some very cheap service for the producer, because we are basing on the monthly fee, which is really low. Then it shouldn't be any issue using for anybody.
So producers use your database for to make some kind of decisions for marketing purposes, or what?
Yeah, definitely. We have hundreds of customers using the data, our database, to support the risk assessment process inside the organization, and related to the food fraud, but also related to general risk. And they are just adjusting the yearly programs or monthly programs of the control system, answering the changes on the market. Okay. Because this is, first of all, kind of the obligation for the producer to really to be aware what is going on the present time. But I would say most of the good producer, they are doing much more than obligation. Then they are really using this kind of data to support the process.
Okay, Thank you very much.
Yet another comment. Yeah. I was really. I said this is scary because I was really surprised. For example, that nuts, which I thought this is kind of healthy food, is so high on the list of carcinogenic ingredients.
Yeah,
This
but
is
it's.
really
Yeah, but this is what I also try always to say that because it's tested also very often, and then if something is not tested, it doesn't mean it's more healthy. Then it's good, that the nuts are covered really widely of the control system. It means that we can be sure that the products available on the market are safe because there are a lot of controls. I would say I will be more afraid about the products which are not completely not covered by the control system because there are no evidence of the risk, but maybe the risk is present already, but nobody, like with sesame. The sesame was example that before 2020, nobody tested sesame against ethylene oxide, and one day somebody tested, and a big crisis started. With
So
thousands
I suppose this is another business or research opportunity. We are a bit out of schedule, so
Yes.
we would like to now change to Łódź, and then we will go to Gdańsk. But please,
Okay.
thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Janusz. I wanted to introduce now to Alexandra Tarasiuk. She obtained her PhD in experimental medicine from the University of Łódź, and now. Sorry,
Tarasiuk. We are right now inviting
Alexandra Tarasiuk. Yes, sorry.
Hello. Good morning.
She's there. Thank you, Alexandra.
I
just
couldn't
will
just hand in
with
the
my
microphone.
introduction. Sorry. And she obtained her PhD in the University of Łódź, where she is still working as a lecturer and also making research in anti-inflammatory drugs in the context of acute pancreatitis, but also in other mechanisms related to the treatment of gastrointestinal diseases. So please, her talk is titled Compounds and Preparation of Plants and Animal Origin in the Treatment of Acute Pancreatitis. And please, your time.
Good morning once again. First, I'd like to thank the organizers of the meeting for inviting me here today. So as you have already heard, I am pretty interested in these compounds and also in acute pancreatitis. And in this talk, I would like to concentrate on them. And I think that this talk is particularly relevant to those of you who are interested in phytochemicals and preparations of the animal origin in gastrointestinal diseases. I will begin with some numbers. The reported annual incidence of acute pancreatitis in Poland ranges from 15 to 42 per 100,000 population, and the incidence of acute pancreatitis is increasing worldwide due to increased rates of obesity and gallstones. And in Poland, the incidence rate is increasing by 2.7% annually. And unfortunately, my country has one of the highest incidence rates, which is 72.1 per 100,000 people. The pancreas is a small organ located behind the stomach that helps with the digestion, and acute pancreatitis is a condition where the pancreas becomes inflamed, let's call it swollen, over a short period of time. And most people with acute pancreatitis start to feel better within about a week and have no further problems. But some people with severe acute pancreatitis can go on to develop serious complications, like, for example, chronic pancreatitis, and even in the future, pancreatic cancer. And let's make it straight, acute pancreatitis is completely different to chronic pancreatitis, where the pancreas has become permanently damaged from the inflammation over many years.
Sorry, Alexandra. Sorry, I don't know if you have prepared any presentation. We are not able to see anything right now.
Yes, I have prepared.
So just let's try to...
once again. So maybe this way. Okay, can you see it?
No, not yet.
And now?
No.
So maybe you could just download it and upload, because I don't know what's going on. I can see that I can do it, but, and now?
Yeah, we are working.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
now, yes, we can.
Okay, now, and now this is the full screen. Can you see it?
Yes, now, perfect. Thank you very much.
Okay, sorry for that. I don't know what happened. Okay, so how it is treated. So treatment for acute pancreatitis aims mainly to help control the condition and manage any symptoms that appears. And this usually involves admission to hospital. So it's basic medical therapy that also include fluid therapy, pain relief, antibiotic therapy, and nutritional treatment. And another option when there are some other problems, so in more severe cases, it's surgical management. But nevertheless, the methods of treatment known so far are often insufficient, and therefore new sources and alternative therapeutic forms are sought, which has become the subject of my research. So alternative methods of treating acute pancreatitis involve the use of dietary supplements, probiotics, symbiotics, vitamins, enzymes, phytochemicals, which often provide proteolytic enzymes, and substances that stimulate the work of the pancreas. So they facilitate digestion of dietary protein, or additionally stimulate its exocrine function, which of course help to regenerate the pancreas. So berberine is the first compound that I was into, and it is an isoquinoline plant alkaloid derived from the amino acid tyrosine, and it occurs naturally in a variety of plants, including barberry, tree turmeric, Oregon grape, and many more. And the therapeutic use of this compound is known and can be dated back to 3000 BCE or even earlier. So it's very well known, and it has a bitter taste and is found in many systems of this traditional botanical medicine. And it has been proven that this berberine lowers blood sugar and reduces insulin resistance. It might also decrease inflammation and oxidative stress, has possible anti-cancer effects, and improves heart health, may also reduce cholesterol, lowers blood pressure, and improves gut health. Hence, I decided to investigate its effect on inflamed pancreas. And as you can see, the obtained results indicated that this anti-inflammatory effect of berberine is present, and berberine administered intravenously at a dose of 0.1 and 0.5 milligrams per kilogram body weight in the mouse model of acute pancreatitis is not limited only to the pancreas. So berberine lacked systematically. So it means that not only you can see the changes in the pancreas, but also in the whole system. And promising results for me indicate the need for larger randomized clinical trials to assess the long-term efficacy and side effects of this berberine therapy. Another phytochemical that I have become interested in is chlorogenic acid, and it is an important biologically active dietary polyphenol that is produced by certain plant seroces and is a major component of coffee, green coffee especially, and also, as you can see, it is present in apples, in plums, tomatoes, carrots, and many more. And reduction in the risk of a variety of diseases following chlorogenic acid consumption has been mentioned in recent basic and clinical research studies. The biological properties of chlorogenic acid, in addition to its antioxidant and anti-inflammatory effects, have recently been also reported, and it is postulated that chlorogenic acid is able to exert these pivotal roles on glucose and lipid metabolism, regulation and on the related disorders such as diabetes, cardiovascular disease, obesity, and cancer. And the wide range of potential health benefits of chlorogenic acid, including its anti-diabetic, anti-carcinogenic, anti-inflammatory, and anti-obesity impacts, may provide a non-pharmacological and non-invasive approach for treatment or prevention of some chronic diseases. And hence, once again, I decided also to establish its role in acute pancreatitis. So the obtained results confirmed once again that this anti-inflammatory effect may also have chlorogenic acid, and it was evidenced by the reduction of these two parameters. So the first one is myeloperoxidase and amylase activity, and both of them are markers of inflammation in acute pancreatitis. In addition, morphological evaluation on the right showed that this treatment with chlorogenic acid reduced some inflammatory infiltration, which can be seen on the B and E drawing. What is more, I think that in addition to clinical data, chlorogenic acids may become an effective and safe drug or supplement used in the prevention and treatment of acute pancreatitis. Another compound that I have investigated is ghee butter from bovine colostrum, which is commercially available. And it is made from a natural product of the mammary glands, I mean colostrum. And ghee butter from bovine colostrum is rich in saturated and unsaturated fatty acids, vitamins and minerals, immunoglobulins, lactoferrin, colostrinine, lysozyme, and lactose. And the biological role of this preparation in the pathophysiology of acute pancreatitis has never been verified before. But the properties of both clarified butter and colostrum may suggest that it might have an anti-inflammatory effect. So, as I mentioned before, I also tried to establish this effect in this mouse model of acute pancreatitis. And the obtained results indicated that the anti-inflammatory effect of ghee butter from bovine colostrum is dose dependent, and this was evidenced by the reduction of myeloperoxidase that I've mentioned before in the pancreas and lungs, and selected biochemical markers of acute pancreatitis such as, for example, amylase and lipase. And in addition, I also demonstrated the involvement of free fatty acid receptors in this effect. And on the right, as you can see, morphological analysis show that this compound may reduce the infiltration of inflammatory cells, which can be seen when you compare control to acute pancreatitis, so A and B, and also with C, you can see that there this is completely different, and even it looks more normal to the control than to acute pancreatitis. So I think that this ghee butter from bovine colostrum can be considered the first product in its class to meet the criteria on functional food. And unfortunately, this brings me to an end to my presentation, and I will briefly summarize the main issues. So berberine, chlorogenic acid, and ghee butter from bovine colostrum reduce inflammation in the pancreas. As I suggested, as ghee butter might be considered as functional food, I think that this therapy would be safe within a daily intake level, easily accessible and cost-effective. I didn't see any particular side effects, and also it might provide additional benefits and boost health due to the other ingredients. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions you'd like to ask, I'll be happy to answer them all. And also, if you'd like to perform some in vitro or in vivo studies and test some new potential treatment options, just let me know. Thank you very much once again.
Dr. Tarasiuk, thank you very much. That was really interesting, and I suppose that if there are any one in our audience who would like to collaborate and start some projects connected to this area, please contact Łódź Medical University and Dr. Tarasiuk teams. We would also have some questions, but since we are a bit out of time, we will just quickly switch to our next presentation provided by Jarosław Porzuchowski, Marcin Ekman, and Sergi Girnej from OncoDiets. Hello, Jarosław. Good to see you.
Hello. It's great. It's a great pleasure to be here today. So thank you. Thank you for inviting us. Greetings from Gdańsk, the city of solidarity. I'm very pleased that I can tell you about our project for supporting patients with cancer. My colleagues, Marcin and Sergey, because they are surgeons and right now they have their duties in the hospital. So I will do my best to present the OncoDiets. So maybe I will start with a question. Do you see my slides?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Yes, now in full screen mode.
Okay, so dear guests, today I would like to briefly present OncoDiets platform, a tool developed here in Gdańsk with a team consisting of doctors, oncologists, IT specialists, programmers. So 1 year ago we built a interdisciplinary team, and from that time we are trying to create a platform for healthy diets for cancer patients. Our idea is to create an online tool for patients, their families, also the medical facilities, for preparing diet sets, meal plans for people suffering with cancer. We have established a company called BioLife Technologies, and in that startup we are working on the platform for the end users. The idea of the project is very strictly connected with the big problem in today's world. Only in 2020 in Poland we had more than 192,000 new cancer cases. In Europe, more than 2 million, and worldwide, nearly 20 millions of new cancer cases. And what is very bad information is that the second leading cause of death in Poland is cancer, causing about 25% of male deaths and 23% of female deaths. So our platform will try to somehow help with this problem, but on the other hand, we see that patients with malnutrition, they provide some surgical complications. And in our opinion, more proper nutrition can reduce the risk of surgical complications up to 35%. On the right chart, you can see that the costs of of complications is very highly increasing for hospitals and medical facilities. So we see that proper nutrition can also reduce the costs for medical facilities. Our product, this is an online platform for patients, families, also some entities like hospitals, private medical clinics, house cares, hospice. So quite a wide range of end users. Right now, we are joining the AIT Jumpstarter program. We are one of the finalists in the Jumpstarter program, and we see a big boost for our project in the last 6 months. We prepared a business plan, a model of financing our project, and we see that in the next years we can earn money by selling this service or selling this access to the platform. What is the impact to the thematic field of today's meetings? Due to research, nearly 30% of cancer cause is diet, and the data from my colleagues from doctors is that about 30% of cancer deaths is somehow related to malnutrition. What is our competitive advantage? Through 2 last years, we prepared a repository of diet sets. Right now, we have the full repository for the stomach cancer. In this month, we launched the MVP version of our system. I will show you some demo in a moment. And as a team, we have some experience in IT projects. We are cooperating with the medical university, with doctors from the biggest hospitals here in Pomorskie, and we are very motivated to develop this solution. So thanks to the Jumpstarter program, we started cooperation with two developers, and here right now you can see some demo of the basic functionalities of the platform. Here is the first page of the portal. It's right now it's only in Polish because we are testing it with patients. Here you can learn more about the proper nutrition, about the diets, about the idea of the project, and here you can start the survey. First, you choose the type of cancer, then you can choose your data, your age, your weight, and also the period of time, if you are before the treatment, during the treatment, or after the treatment. Also, you are telling this in the survey about your other diseases, about your physical activity, about your body weight, some other neurological diseases, and due to this survey, you are receiving a free diet. You can choose this one, or you can buy the full monthly plan. And here you can see it's quite easy. You are receiving recipes in a PDF format. So right now maybe the system right now, it doesn't look as good as it should, because right now we are focusing on the algorithm and the repository and functionalities. But for the stomach cancer, I think we can say that the product is ready to launch. Also, we have a mechanism of red flags, because when the system is filled with data that are because this tool is maybe not for all. You can be if you have too big body weight loss, or you have some diseases that are some red flags for the system, it will guide you not to use those diets, but to go and consult with your doctor. Here this is an example of a survey that will end with a red flag, because we have some oh no, this is not the slide, sorry. So we have to go to
Jarosław, very nice MVP. I would say that I would also like to invite all of our viewers, if you would like to collaborate with Centrum Kliniczne in Gdańsk, Uniwersyteckie Centrum Kliniczne of Gdańsk Medical University, and specifically you would like to develop some projects connected to the stomach cancer, because that's what you mentioned, that you've been developing the repository of database for this kind of patients, please contact OncoDiets team. Could you? Yes. Oh, that's what I wanted to see.
Yes, this is our team. So I skipped the red flag, but it works. So there was a communicate to go to your and consult with your doctor. This is our team. Here we miss two of our programmers, but we are preparing a new version of the presentation. So we have on board two oncologists from the Central Hospital in Gdańsk, Sergiej Girny and Marcin Ekman. We have on board our technology officer, Sergiej Taborowski, two programmers, Marcin and Artur, that are developing the MVP. I am responsible for managing the project and trying to develop this solution for the next levels. But we see that the Jumpstarter program is a very interesting and inspiring program for us, because thanks to that, right now we have the working MVP, and we are still working on it. And I think in the beginning of the year, of the next year, we will be ready for commercialization of the project. So
Thank you.
Quite challenging time for us. If you have any questions, or if you are interested for cooperation, please contact us.
Yes, thank you very much. Another aspect of developing different solutions in food tech area, perhaps not very obvious to all of us, but as you can see, at least malnutrition can cause a lot of different complications, specifically for surgeons for this cancer treatment. I don't know, since we are a bit out of time, if Ms. Tańska is still with us and is able to if that's possible, so we could invite her for a few minutes of her presentation. If not, we will then switch to on-cohort protocol, but let's see if Mastańska. Hello. We are very sorry for the delay. I don't know whether you would like to take a few minutes to show us the most important things about legal issues.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, unfortunately, as I told you yesterday, that I have at least at 12 just leave the forum, so I really have 3 minutes to give you probably only the conclusions of my presentation. Can you see it?
Yes, we can right now. Not in full screen mode, but yeah. So of course we will provide you contacts to Mastańska, all of you who could, and of course the contact is available on the platform.
Okay. So can you see it right now, the presentation?
Yes.
Okay. So Dr. Świąder just mentioned the definition of functional foods, but I would like to focus on the food for special medical purposes as well, because these two categories are actually the subject of my presentation, and the legal aspects of the recommendation of this kind of foods, of food categories for cancer patients. So food for special medical purposes is one of food categories which is regulated by EU law. It's a very special food category because it's dedicated to patients. It's specially processed, formulated, and intended for the dietary management of patients. And it's used under the medical supervision. We have 3 subcategories of FSMPs, and in EU law you can find detailed regulations regarding the labeling, the ingredients, and the safety of these products. As for functional food, which are very common on the Polish market, on the EU markets, well, you probably know that it's more concept than food category. It has not been defined in the EU law. Its definition or common definition is evaluating, and now we have the new one. But I use the FUFO's project definition, according to which functional food is a food with certain beneficial effects on one or more target functions in the body beyond the basic nutritional effects, with a result the improved health state and well-being or reduction of risk of diseases. I think that verifying the definition and the concept of functional food, this kind of food is or food can be considered a functional food if there is any health claim about its health benefits. So it means that if we have functional food, the consumer should know what the health benefits are. And that's why I agree with Dr. Świąder that this kind of food should be compliant with the regulation 1924, which is the regulation on nutrition and health claims. But referring to the main point of our forum, we should keep in mind that there is one general rule in EU food law which applies to any food, to all food categories. And it states that food information shall not attribute to any food the property of preventing, treating, or curing a human disease, nor refer to such properties. Even food for special medical purposes cannot do that. So we cannot use the so-called medical claims in food labeling and advertisement. I would like to go to the to the conclusions, because I really have to go right now. The conclusion is, and this is based on my daily work as well, or I would like to refer on my daily work when we meet the companies, the food manufacturers, startups with great ideas on products, on their formulations, but they forgot about the compliance check at the very early stage of the formulation of the products. And it means that when we are at the moment, or where the companies are at the moment, they want to commercialize the product, the idea, they are faced with the legal requirements, especially the marketing strategies, or the health claims requirements, or sometimes they use in their formulations ingredients which are not allowed in foods, or in the doses. The ingredients are in the doses which are not allowed in foods, in foodstuffs. So it means that very often they just the company has to modify the formulation of the product, or change the strategy, the marketing strategy for the new product or the new idea. So the conclusion of the presentation is that please keep in mind that in case of food, we can use only health claims for food general, or for functional foods. Medical claims are prohibited. In case of food for special medical purposes, health claims and nutrition claims are prohibited as well, and medical claims are also prohibited. So there is a very well regulated issue at the regulated area, at the EU law. And my recommendation is to check the requirements at the very early stage of the development of the new product, new formulation, new idea in case of food, because it might determine the marketing strategy or the whole commercialization of the product. And this is what, unfortunately, many startups don't do at a very early stage. And and sometimes, as I said before, they have to postpone the deadlines or find another budget for the EU procedures, for the health claims authorizations, and so on. So this is what I prepared for you today, and the advisory of in case of the procedures, I mean the novel food procedure, the authorization of novel food ingredient, the authorization of health claims, the compliance check of the new ideas and new formulations. This is what food law advisors like me do on a daily basis. So if you have any questions, if you want to check whether your idea is compliant with the EU law, so please feel free to contact us. And thank you for listening. And it was a pleasure being here today. Thank you, and have a nice discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Tańska. I'm very sorry for all this inconvenience connected to this time pressure, but you managed actually to address the key issues connected to legal aspects of introducing new food. And of course, we invite all of our viewers to collaborate in this area, because this is quite important also at the very early stages of developing and designing new food solutions. Thank you very much. Right now we would like to invite Ms. Grace Pająk and Agnieszka Pająk for presentation. We are a bit out of schedule, but if this is possible, we would like to hear a bit about Onco Protocol powered by DGD Diet. So Good afternoon, actually. We cannot hear you right now.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know that we are out of schedule, so we'll try to briefly go through the protocol. I will share now our presentation. So I have some technical problem.
Okay.
Oh. Can you see our screen?
Yes, we can see it right now. Thank you.
So basically, I will start from who we are. So Dr. Grażyna Pająk has established her center in '92. So this year we are celebrating 30 years of the brand. Her background is in National Scientific Station, where she started to study environment and health. In 2017, she has received the Holistic Beauty Award from Paris for her onco-health protocol. Her protocol is based on 4 stages. Unfortunately, we do not have time to go through all of them, but it starts from detox, then it goes through regeneration, stabilization, and the last one is healthy lifestyle. Her rate of survival of cancer patients is 96%. She targeted with her protocol all types of cancer. There is no focus on one type of them. Unfortunately, the rates of cancer are increasing. So once she started in '92, she had only a few patients with cancer a year. Now, most of the patients that she's having are unfortunately those who deal with cancer challenge. So what we do, we work with B2C, B2B, and B2 government. In terms of B2C, we welcome private clients, patients, and we have all community of people exchanging experience and ideas. We run workshops. Last week, we finished 117th workshop on health, which is 8-day program, where people go through the diet, and as well they have chance to educate themselves as we do speeches and education program twice a day. We work with B2B in terms of joint ventures, partnership, and alliances. So we are happy to collaborate with companies which can support us with organic foods, supplements, and digital solutions which are more popular and which can be helpful for the patients. And in terms of B2 government, we assist governments to build policies, guidelines, and education programs for doctors, dietitians, and other people related to the field of cancer. In her treatment, she focused on food. So the program is eliminating all the processed food, the trans fat, acid, GMO foods, raw foods for the first 15 days. We focus as well on gluten and fast food. Often her patients do not have knowledge even on the basics. The last focus is unfortunately the plastic pollution, as more and more foods are consisting of plastic. So the last study is saying that we are eating 8 grams of plastic just with packaging of food and water and beverages that we are drinking. But apart of food, we focus as well on water, not only in terms of if water is chemically clean, but as well on the structure of water, as a molecular structure of water, which quantum physics studies confirm is basic to regeneration and creation of new healthy cells. As well, we focused on environment. So during her consultancy and treatment, we tried to eliminate as many factors as artificial materials that people use, artificial clothes which people wear, electromagnetic radiation, which is a daily problem during work, especially since lockdown and COVID times where most of people work remotely. So they are under constant influence of radiation from all the devices. What problems we solve? We are minimizing the growing number of factors. As I mentioned, her program eliminate chronic inflammation, which is leading to several diseases as well, like Crohn's disease and other heavy problems with health, which can result in the cancer later on. What we do, we personalize the diet and we select the supplements accordingly with every patient needs. We do education and awareness, we do consulting, and we do the diagnosis based on quantum physics, which detect all the problems that a customer or patient has. As well, we combine it with the medical results that patients often bring to the consultancy. At the moment, we are in the stage of building mobile application, OncoHelp protocol, where patients will have access to the list of foods which they can eat and use during the diet. They will have access to source this food, to have supplements. So we will put in one place all the solutions which are needed to recover and to stay healthy after the treatment. So we welcome everyone who would like to assist in this project, starting from the food producers who provide the organic and healthy food, up to IT companies and supplement producers which would like to cooperate with us. At the same time, we are building the health diary. So a part of diagnosis, we as well metabolic type of the customer. So the diet is customized based on the lifestyle and the state of only patient, but as well by identifying the metabolic type, we are able to reach a more sophisticated outcome. So everyone who would like to contact us is welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another presentation which opened many fields of possible discussions and questions. I suppose this is the end of our session at this moment. Kazimierz?
Yes, I think actually it's up to you if you want to end, but we decided to move Mercedes to the next session because of the delay in the time. So you will not lose our nice guest speaking. And now we will have a short break, 15 minutes, and we invite you again at 12:30 to in front of your computers, TV screens, whatever you are watching at. Thank you for being with us at this moment. See you later. Thank you.
Thank you.
In Kraków, a remarkable journey awaits you through time and culture. science and innovation. From the foundations of an ideal city, Nowa Huta, golden dream of socialism, to the medieval city center. Besides monuments entered on UNESCO Heritage List, Kraków has something else to offer. People. In Kraków every year, close to 200,000 people complete their higher education. This includes almost 6,000 foreigners. These are specialists in almost every field, from IT to biotechnology. No wonder that global players open their affiliates in Kraków. Kraków has become the center for modern services in Europe. Kraków is also a mecca for innovative business. From small catering units to internet startups, a few of them have become world-famous brand names. Our town is called the Polish Silicon Valley. By investing in infrastructure and transport systems, we draw closer to each other. Local public transport is considered to be the best in the country. The blue trams and buses carry 250,000 passengers each day. The map of the town shows that museums play a special role, especially those that have outstanding collections uncomparable with anything else in the world, as for instance the Museum of Aviation or the Wawel Royal Castle. Here you will find in this part of Europe the largest library with access to books that constitute not only Polish heritage but also that of all Europe. Old and modern architecture are the town's strong assets. In these interiors, not only are extraordinary concerts held, but also great sports and artistic events. One of these extraordinary places on the map of Kraków is the Malopolski Garden of Art, an area for the implementation of innovative art projects combining many fields of art. Kraków, due to its center of congress, has become one of the leading places in Europe where both cultural and trade events are organized. Kraków is increasingly associated with excellent cuisine. Its restaurants, offering both traditional Polish food dishes as well as those representing other, often distant lands, gain recognition amongst residents, tourists and culinary experts. Hidden in the medieval cellars or located in sophisticated townhouses, vibrant centers of social life may be found. Kraków is a town which is unique, intriguing and surprising. A unique mix of history and modernity inspires action. Experience Kraków.
Halo, dzień dobry. Słychać mnie? Rozmawiałam.
Hello, welcome to the second part of the food tech session. Today afternoon we have new guests and new leader and new guests in our studio. The leader is the company Intermark, and we have two nice guests from this company, Miss Marlena Grzanka and Miss
Nice to be
Roxana
here.
Rakocilelek. So ladies, I'll give you the voice.
All right. So right now we are going to have a presentation from our keynotes, Professor Tadeusz Czyszka and Dr. Michał Buda. The title of the presentation is a Functional Food and Biopreparats in Oncological Prevention and the Therapy. I hope our keynotes are ready and hear us.
Let's start. Okay. Hello. We have very great pleasure to introduce our presentation. The title is Functional Food and Biopreparations in Ecological Prevention and Therapy. We are three authors. I represented NutriBiomed Klaster and University of LifeScience in Wrocław Technology Park, and company Lower Silesian Green Valley. And Dr. Henryk Różański is the represent Carpathian State University Krosno, and Michael Buda represented NutriBiomed and Wrocław Technology Park. Could we have the next? Of course, the very important for us is civilization diseases, and the civilization diseases are a huge social problem which affects the economy, including absenteeism from work, cost of treatment, and convalescence. As we know, food effects is about 60% of our health. We can imagine how very important is food. Generally, in our society, we are focused on the treatment of already ill patients, and we do not pay attention to the prophylaxis and prevention of diseases through proper nutrition. I think it is very great problem in Polish medical system, and it costs a lot of money because prevention is very important. But civilization diseases are responsible for over 80% of premature death, and their treatment involves huge cost. And the most severe in the terms of negative psychological impact and high mortality are cancer. We are scared of cancer. We have a fear of cancer. This is the next. Therapeutic methods are constantly improved, as well as the use of new generation drugs and biomedical preparations of natural origin with high preventive and therapeutic activity. Most often, they are extracts of selected plants and substances from animal raw materials, as well as their various composition, including mineral and vitamin compounds. Here is very important the interaction between drugs and the bioactive substances from natural sources. Could I have the next? A significant cause of more than 30% of cancer cases in poor nutrition and unhealthy food. I think here about fast foods. Recently, a growing interest in complementary and alternative medicine has been observed among cancer patients. This should be explained by the lack of full effectiveness of conventional treatment. Please, the next. Sorry. Chemotherapy destroyed cancer cells, but unfortunately also healthy ones. Therefore, it is worth reaching for specialized food, which, thanks to the appropriate composition of ingredients, contains a lot of valuable nutrients in a very small volume, including functional food, nutraceuticals, biomedical preparation, can significantly accelerate the healing process. But all is connected with interaction between these substances by chemotherapy. In Japan, preparation that is a combination of protein and beta-glucan is produced and widely used in anti-cancer therapy after surgery and during radiotherapy. The terpenoids present in edible mushrooms are important compounds characterized by anti-tumor activity, causing replication to stop and consequently to death of the cancer cells. We can see that very interesting could be the biosubstances from mushrooms. Is the next. In the cancer process, the number of free radicals that damage cells membranes, DNA and enzyme protein, increases significantly. In this case, the free radicals is very not good for our health. And due to this fact, the patients need for antioxidant increases, especially for vitamin C, vitamin E, beta-carotene, zinc, selenium, coenzyme Q10, polyphenols, etc. And antioxidants supplied with food have the ability to block free radicals and neutralize the harmful effects. The greatest amount of natural antioxidants is found in fresh vegetables and fruits, as well as in egg yolk phospholipids, but not only egg yolk phospholipids, we have in egg a lot of substances, biosubstances, especially in egg white. I will show it in the next slide. Many clinical studies show that combining already existing oncological drugs with some substances of natural origin gives additional therapeutic effect. For example, tumors become less resistant to the applied therapy. Drugs acquire stronger cytostatic properties. We can see that how very important could be the cooperation, I can say, between drugs and bioactive substances interaction. And therefore, in addition to properly selected traditional food, it is recommended to use functional food enriched with important bio ingredients, as well as appropriate extracts, concentrates of biologically active substances like polyphenols, including flavonoids, anthocyans, phospholipids, biologically active substances, and polyunsaturated fatty acids, vitamins, minerals, etc. Is the next. And I can propose the bioactive substances, but I think it's very long list. Today I would like to propose a few plants, and one of this is Perukowiec Podolski Continuoskogria scopoli. It produces numerous secondary metabolites with high biological and pharmacological activity. The raw material is rich in gallic acid and its derivatives, flavonols, flavones. The extract inhibit oxidation and have strong antioxidant and anti-radical properties, is very important by cancer therapy. Also, Perukowiec is used in traditional herbal medicine, and many experience indicate its great anti-cancer properties. Please, the next. Paulownia tomentosa contains flavonoids, acids, phenolic, gallic, cinnamic, coumarin, glycoside, sesamines, and I would like to emphasize that sesamine shows in vitro anti-cancer properties. The next is aronia, chocoberry, a rich source of vitamins and nutrients, regulates blood pressure and strengthens the heart, strengthens immunity. It prevents cancerous disease, sources the effect of chemotherapy and radiotherapy. Hemp, cannabinol sativa, just now it is very, very popular plant. It contains many valuable pharmacological active substances like chlorophyll, cannabinoids, essential oils, vitamins. There's a huge number of fractions can be extracted from hemp, of course, cannabinoids, and the use of cannabinoids in medical has been known as an antiemetic during radio and chemotherapy by oncology. It's a very great problem. The cannabinoids inhibits the growth of cancer cells. And the next is alpha-alpha, a source of cytolithals, antioxidants, anti-cancer, anti-diabetic substances. Alpha-alpha leaves contains organic acids, malic, maleic, malonic, quinic, coumarins, isoflavones, saponins, citerpene, glycosides, etc. Alpha-alpha macerates provide easily digestible substances necessary for cell and tissue renewal processes. And now, animal origin products as egg preparations, ovophospholipids is interesting. We have anti-inflammatory and antioxidant, cardioprotective, and cell regeneration after oncotherapy, skin regeneration factor after radiotherapy, and also very important anti-stress factor, which is generally important in cancer therapy. And cystatin, I mentioned it earlier, cystatin concentrate and mixture of cystatin plus lysozyme is from chicken egg white, a very high biological activity. It is especially antimicrobial, fungi, bacteria, viruses, and also anti-cancer effects. From milk preparation, I chose lactoferrin. I think it's very interesting. Is a glycoprotein and a whey protein and iron binding protein is derivates increasing immunity, antibacterial, antifungal, antiviral properties, also by application in anti-cancer properties by prophylaxis. And the next, please. Is very important is the main indicator of changes in the body after oncology therapy are changes in endothelium. Endothelium is highly specialized, leaning from vessels formed from a single layer, and endothelium, in my opinion, and not only my from medical people, is the main part of our body responsible for our health. Therefore, it is important to assess the physiological state of the endothelium and the possibility of its rapid regeneration, taking into account the use of bioactive substances of natural origin. Extracts of selected plants and extract of egg and colostrum content will play an important role. And I would like to emphasize that endothelium is very important in all kinds of civilization diseases. Also, we have observed by therapy of oncology, after chemotherapy, after radiotherapy, we can observe the great changes in endothelium, special degeneration of endothelium. In this case, very important is renew and regenerate endothelium as soon as possible with use biopreparation I mentioned in this presentation. Endothelium, in this case, is just now is very interesting from medicine viewpoint and also from functional food, etc. And please the next. I would like to say about our production from NutriBioMod Klaster, a company of technology, produce OvoBioVita preparation. It's a line of OvoBioVita. This preparation is a mixture of ovophospholipids with vitamins, minerals, and plant extracts. On the basis of many observations and applications of OvoBioVita preparations on many cancer patients, it can be concluded that Advitam can be an excellent support in chemotherapy and radiotherapy, and whereas Initium can perfectly influence cell tissue regeneration and rapid biological renewal. Both of these preparations can be recommended in prevention of civilization diseases. I think it is all as we can discuss later about these preparations, about all kind of preparations connected with renewal, with rebuilding, especially endothelium. And thank you for this time, and I will ask Michael to continue this presentation.
Hello, everyone. My name is Michał Buda, and I'm supervisor of R&D department and experimental plant. In few words, I would like to introduce you our NutriBioMed Klaster and technological line. The NutriBioMed Klaster is a platform where brings many companies from the life science industry, like food industry, where supplementary diet belongs, but also a biotechnological company, for example, some companies from consulting, food law, laboratory analysis, research and development, or biomedical production. Members of our cluster have opportunity to start and cooperating together with many aspects of this industry. Like you see, our cluster is almost adult, and we have 116 companies in our cluster. Please next. In cluster we have technological line. Technological line is a very interesting tool for our members, cluster members. It contains a set of devices enabling to producing, for example, supplement dietary. The line allows you to carry out for example, synthesis reaction, extraction of plants, separation of compounds, or drying solution to the powder form. All with the help, of course, the experimented staff helping to optimize technology process. There we see some examples of technology that have been implemented on the technological line by our cluster members. Some of them are still produced on this line. And if you have any question about cluster or our technological line, please contact with me. I will answer. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for your really interesting presentation. I believe in the end of the session, in the discussion part, we are going to extend some subject which you already presented. Thank you very much again. I believe you are going to stay with us for the next steps. Right now, I want to introduce our next speaker. Our keynote as well. It's Miłosz Badura. The title of his subject is "What is the role of dietary recommendation in contemporary medicine, food and cancer?"
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Miłosz Badura. I'm a practicing physician for about 2 years, and as you can see, the title of my presentation is "What is the role of dietary recommendations in contemporary medicine?" I'd like to talk about some relations between food and cancer. This is the main topic of my presentation today. I'd like to begin with a joke. Patient comes to a doctor, and the doctor says, "I have 2 news for you, bad news and good news." The patient says, "What's the bad news?" The doctor says, "Well, you have a very serious and even potentially lethal disease." The patient says, "Oh my God, so what's the good news then?" And the doctor says, "You know, it can be cured with just some changes to your lifestyle." And the patient says, "Oh my God." With this simple joke, I tried to say that changes to lifestyle may seem simple, but they are not to most of the patients. Patients would like to just take some pill and be healthy thanks to that, but it's not so simple. Our environment and our physical activity, our diet have a huge impact on our health. For example, it's our decision whether to choose or to choose not smoking, to pick up healthy or unhealthy food, to exercise more or less, or to be obese or not. This is a very difficult topic because obesity is not originating only because of our dietary habits, also from our genetic factors, but the food plays one of the most important roles in it. I would like to focus on relations between food and cancer. But at first we have to talk about what is the cancer. At first, I'd like to talk about some epidemiological figures. The cancer is the 2nd cause of death overall, but it's the 1st cause of death if we are talking about people under 80 years old. These statistics apply only to developed countries. This is from United States of America, but this is safe to say that we can extrapolate this statistic to other developed countries. According to American Cancer Society, 1 in 7 deaths caused by cancer could be prevented by maintaining just healthy food habits and correct amount of exercise. But focusing just on a diet, unhealthy diet is directly responsible for about 5% of all the cancer cases. Now, I'd like to answer the question, what is cancer? This is also a very difficult question. This is just my personal definition. Please do not treat this as an official statement. But I would like to say that cancer is not just a single disease. It's a wide variety of different diseases with different causes, but they all have common features, such as uncontrolled growth, consuming all of the surrounding nutrients, and all cancers have tendency to kill its host in the long run. let's talk about what causes cancer. There's no single cause. It's a very multifactorial disease. But there are some of the causes. For example, we can divide the causes into biochemical ones and into physical ones. Some factors like radiation, trauma, heat, we can say about them that this is of the kind of physical causes. But in the type of biochemical causes, we can say about viruses, genetic factors, and chemical substances. I underlined chemical substances in this slide because when we talk about food, we essentially mean that we would like to talk about those chemical substances that food contains. Some chemical substances may cause cancer, other substances may protect against it, and most of them are without influence. They are neutral in respect to cancer. I'd like to talk about, in essence, how do we know which food is healthy and which is not? Of course, we know it thanks to scientific studies which are conducted worldwide by a wide variety of different scientists. But how do we know which studies are of high quality? Because there's a great number of various studies, and most of them show very often contradictory results. So how do we know which of them are reliable and which are not? We can say that there's a lot of scientific societies throughout the world. They specialize in assessing and in evaluating quality of those studies. Some of those organizations are well known, like American FDA, Food and Drug Administration, American Cancer Society, or Cochrane database. People who are involved in these organizations are responsible for correct interpretation of outcomes of scientific studies. And these societies shape the recommendations that we try to follow. I would like to sum up some general recommendations about food and health. And these recommendations that you see right now are applicable. We can apply them not only with respect to cancer, but to other diseases such as diabetes, such as hypertension, such as hyperthyroidism, such as obesity, etc., etc. So the main, the basis of our healthy diet are that we should eat foods that are high in nutrients, that we should eat a variety of vegetables, variety of fruits, and whole grains, whole grain products. But we should avoid red and processed meats, sugar-sweetened beverages. We should avoid highly processed food. We should avoid refined grain products, and also we should avoid alcohol. What do we mean by red meats? Because which meat is considered healthy in respect to cancer? We consider poultry healthy, and all other meat is considered unhealthy, like pork meat, veal, lamb, mutton, horse meat, or goat meat. But what is processed meats? What do we consider as processed? We consider grilled, fried, smoked, pre-prepared with added some chemical substances that role is to preserve this food, but we do not consider frozen meat or salted meat as processed in this particular manner. I'd like to cite, to bring a quote from American Cancer Society guidelines for diet and physical activity. For me personally, it's one of the most important sentences that sum up all those recommendations. I will read it right now. They say that one major change in cancer prevention guidelines over time, which reflects the current and evolving scientific evidence, has been a shift from a reductionist or nutrient-centric approach to a more holistic concept of diet that is characterized as dietary patterns. They mean that we should not focus just, for example, whether we ingest or we don't ingest, for example, microelements, fiber, fatty acids. We should rather focus on our whole diet as a thing. Another very important sentences that I took from these guidelines are as follows. A focus on dietary patterns in contrast to individual nutrients and bioactive compounds is more consistent with what and how people actually eat. People eat whole foods, not just nutrients, and in aggregate, it represents an overall dietary pattern wherein dietary components often contribute additively or synergistically to modify cancer risk. Now I'd like to talk about some specific recommendations and particular types of cancers. Now let's talk about breast cancer. We know for sure that if we, or if women, because this is the female cancer, if women eat lots of fruits and vegetables and they avoid animal products and refined sugars, they can lower the risk of breast cancer. And this relation is almost sure. We are almost certain that this is true. And that's why I underlined this text, and it's in bolded font. But below that, we can see that also in the green font that when women eat non-legumes, non-starchy vegetables, I mean, and if they ingest high amounts of dairy products and calcium, they might lower the risk of breast cancer, but we are not sure of that because there are contradictory results of scientific studies. And on the other hand, we have a certain knowledge that obesity and alcohol drastically increase the risk of breast cancer. We are sure about that. When we talk about colorectal cancer, cancer of the large intestine, it's about if I remember correctly, is the third most deadly cancer in developed countries right now, just after breast cancer and lung cancer. So what do we know about colorectal cancer? We know that whole grains, lots of fiber, low-carb diet, fruits, vegetables, calcium, dairy products, and supplementation vitamin D, they may lower the risk, but we are not sure of that. On the other hand, we are not sure that red meat or obesity or alcohol that induce the cancer, but we are sure that processed meat increases the cancer. And this is the most important. We should avoid eating processed meat in respect to colorectal cancer. We are sure about that. Talking about endometrial cancer, another female-specific disease. We know that obesity is the only factor that we know of for sure that induces this type of cancer. But when we talk about methods to lower the risk, we can talk about low-carb diet, about products with low glycemic index, but we are not sure whether it really truly lowers the risk. When we talk about kidney cancer, we know for sure just about obesity. Obesity is the only known and proved factor that increases the risk of kidney cancer. When we talk about liver cancer, we are sure that obesity and alcohol drastically increase the risk. There are some assumptions that scientists are not sure. They suspect that eating lots of fish may lower the risk, but also it's not a sure relation. When we talk about lung cancer, I'm not talking about smoking cigarettes because it's obvious. My presentation is not about smoking, it's about food. So that's why I'm not talking about smoking that induces lung cancer, but it's the most important factor in respect to this disease. But what about our diet? Supposedly, eating plant-based products and supplementation of vitamin C may lower the risk of developing lung cancer. On the other hand, eating red and processed meat may make this risk greater. But we are sure, and this is quite interesting, that active smokers who eat lots of beta-carotene, for example, they eat a lot of carrots, they have a greatly higher risk of developing lung cancer. We are not sure what is the exact what is the exact cellular mechanism of this relation, but we know from scientific epidemiological studies that active smokers eating carrots develop lung cancer more often. About ovarian cancer, we are not for sure. Probably obesity makes the risk greater. About pancreatic cancer, obesity again makes the risk greater, and probably also red and processed meat and sugar-sweetened beverages. About prostate cancer, we know for sure that obesity makes the risk greater, but we are not sure whether dairy products and calcium make the risk greater. And I'd like to talk about this because it may seem interesting. We generally consider dairy products and calcium as healthy ones, but a few studies showed that men who ingested lots of those stuff, they developed prostate cancer more often. We are not sure. It seems weird for us, but this is just an outcome of some epidemiological studies. When we talk about thyroid cancer, it's probable that obesity makes the risk greater. When we talk about stomach cancer, we know for sure only that processed, grilled, and fried meat and also obesity induce the risk. Alcohol, probably, but about lowering the risk, we may talk about plant-based diet, but we are not sure of that. Esophageal cancer, alcohol, obesity, and hot beverages, they induce this type of disease. When we talk about other cancer, obesity and alcohol, in respect to myeloma, meningiomas, gallbladder cancer, oral cavity, throat, larynx, it's generally upper airways cancers. So that's generally all about influence of food on certain types of cancers. I'd like to talk more about some specific other topics which are directly related to food, to diet, to dietary patterns, and with respect to cancer. American Cancer Society enlists this group of topics, and I'd like to talk about them. For example, acrylamide. Acrylamide is a byproduct of frying, cooking in very high temperatures. And this is interesting because we know from laboratory studies that acrylamide is a carcinogenic substance. But we don't know whether ingesting acrylamide in small amounts with food increases the risk. The relation is not certain. So ACS, American Cancer Society, sums this up to recommend. They don't recommend, or they not recommend ingesting acrylamide. We just know that it's carcinogenic on a molecular effect, on molecular basis, but we are not sure whether eating it is also cancerogenic. Antioxidants, another very interesting topic. Generally, it's well known. People assume that antioxidants are beneficial for our health, that they reduce the risk of cancer, but also we are not sure. When we talk about epidemiological studies, when we compare so-called control groups of patients to the groups who ingested antioxidants in greater values, and the scientists compared those two groups, those who ate antioxidants in great amounts to those who ingested them just in normal amounts, the outcome was that there is no difference between those two groups. So we assume that antioxidants may not, in fact, influence cancer as greatly as it is generally believed. Arsenic. Arsenic is a chemical element that is abundant everywhere. We can ingest arsenic through drinking water. We can ingest arsenic through different types of foods. It's unavoidable, in fact. And we know that arsenic is cancerogenic, and we know that ingesting it is also cancerogenic. But the problem is that we cannot eliminate it. So we have to say we should eliminate arsenic as If it's possible, it should be eliminated, but it cannot be eliminated at all in all the amounts that are in food. Talking about coffee. Coffee, sometimes considered cancerogenic, sometimes considered protective against cancer. Conclusions are contradictory. Genetically modified organisms are generally considered safe, but they are neither they make the risk greater nor they lesser the risk. There were also studies about garlic in respect to cancer, and the outcome was that it has no effect on cancer. The same was in respect to gluten-free products, but I have to add one more thing. Gluten-free products are beneficial in respect to cancer, but only in people with celiac disease. Those patients should really avoid gluten products because they induce cancer of intestines, so-called. This is the so-called lymphoma of small intestine. But general population, those people who have not celiac disease, they should not avoid gluten products. Talking about irradiated food, this is a very popular process in preparing food. Lots of food, lots of meat is irradiated to improve its longevity. We know that this is a safe process and it's neither cancerogenic nor protective against cancer. Detox diets are also neutral in this respect. We also know that microwave ovens are generally safe. We know that Teflon-coated pans may be harmful, but we are not sure of that. We also know that sweeteners are generally safe. And this is, some people believe that they are carcinogenic, but large studies showed us that sweeteners are generally safe in respect to cancer. Pesticides. Pesticides are carcinogenic, but we cannot omit eating them. They are abundant. And the best advice would be to just wash our vegetables, wash our fruits to lower the amount of pesticides on vegetables and fruits. When we talk about soy products, we know that they are neutral in respect to cancer. When we talk about sugar, it is also neutral in respect to cancer. But I have to add that sugar induces obesity. And as you've seen previously, obesity induces cancer. So we can say that sugar is not directly responsible for cancer, but it's indirectly responsible via inducing obesity. And the last one, I'd like to talk about vegetarian and vegan diets because they are protective against cancer in this respect that they eliminate all the red and processed meat. And this is the very important thing because in respect to cancer, we should recommend vegetarian and vegan diets. We should also not forget that people who are on these types of diets should also supplement vitamins like B1, B6, B12 because they are not in large quantities in plant-based products. That would be to sum up about relations between food and preventing cancer, but there's this remaining question whether we can use food to treat cancer. It would be safe to say that, as Professor Trzyszka said previously, food is not the main method of trying to treat cancer. We treat cancer by radiotherapy, we treat it by chemotherapy or by immunotherapy, which is a very prolific emergent method of oncologic treatment. But food rather plays a role of a supplement. We recommend eating healthy products to keep our patients in a healthy manner, but they are not used to treat particular cancers. If we look through different books talking about cancer, we cannot find any recommendations that support eating certain food just to treat cancer. This treatment is not considered as a first-line treatment. These are the sources that I took the knowledge from. And that will be all for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Miłosz Badura, for his really, really interesting presentation and his point of view as a doctor and a medical doctor. So he faced probably many times with the patient and all of this. Some consequences and health issues after improper habits, which he mentioned here in his presentation. I believe in the end of this session, on the discussion part, we are going to come back and ask some questions. Then we will get to know more about some interested information which we got after that presentation. Thank you very much.
Yes, so right now we like to invite another speaker, Dr. Mercedes. The title of presentation is Precision Nutrition for Breast Cancer Survivors According to Molecular Tools, Lipidomics, Nutrigenetics, and Gut Microbiota.
Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you very much for inviting me to this event. I wanted to talk about precision nutrition, as I was said. I'm a researcher from ASTI and from the Food and Health Department. As we have been talking, cancer is an illness that is being widely and increase every year. And the breast cancer is, well, not special, but is the most frequent cancer. And so since thanks to the science and the progress in science and in medicine, more and more people is surviving. Nowadays, there are many, many women who are survivors of cancers, and these women can be considered healthy, but however, since they have gone through a treatment and hormonal therapy, they have gained some more weight than would suit other women from the population. And so we found that the 50 and 60% of these women are overweight and obese. We know, as we have just listened now, that there are many nutritional recommendations that we should follow to prevent the appearance of cancer. And also, there are some very precise recommendations based in science and in different meta-analyses done, which should be the recommendations during the treatment of cancer, depending on the necessities of each patient. But what happens with survivors? I mean, they are not patients anymore. And what we can see from cohort studies, I mean observational studies, we can know that when people follow a healthy diet compared to an unhealthy diet, to not healthy, sorry, we can see that there is a 23% reduction of mortality from all causes. And so we know that this population also benefits from healthy diets. But sometimes the studies, as we could listen before, studies sometimes are contradictory. And especially when we try to implement healthy diets within this population with an intervention studies, by randomized studies, but these studies are not as successful as we wanted regarding the reduction of risk or improvement in health results. We believe that there is this heterogeneity among the population. Not every person is the same. We are singular individuals, and so not general recommendations are the same for everyone. Each person responds differently to different parameters, and so on. We find different difficulties in obtaining clear conclusions, and so it would be very interesting when we do clinical trials, for example, to separate individuals according to their singular characteristics. This we could call personalized nutrition. That is based in that current nutritional guidelines are very general, and personalized nutrition is based on the concept that individualized nutritional advice, products or services will be more effective than more traditional generic approaches. How can we approach this personalized nutrition with science? We have nowadays different tools like omics that allow us the nutrigenetics, the epigenetics, the metabolomics, lipidomics, and microbiomics that allow us to have a precise picture of the genotype and metabotype of the individuals, but also other aspects of each individual have to be taken into consideration, like the phenotype or the general health status, and also the surrounding environment or characteristics of this individual, like the sleep, physical activity, and so on, but also the behavior of that person that involves the preferences, motivation, and ethics. And when we take all these values into consideration, we can provide a dietary recommendation based on precision nutrition for individual level, but also for group level, since certain group of people share certain characteristics, like cancer patients or obese people or sport professionals, for example. And also we can work also in the prevention for better health. So, which is our base for this precision nutrition? In our case, we work with lipidomics of the membranes in erythrocytes. We know fats are very relevant in diet, since diets low in essential fatty acids, not all fatty acids are the same, and diet low in essential fatty acids are responsible for thousands of thousand deaths worldwide every year. But also, fatty acids are a good indicator of general health, like, for example, omega-3 index from blood is the sum up of EPA and DHA, the fatty acid that we intake from fish, and low levels of these fatty acids are related to higher cardiovascular risk compared to higher levels. So how does it work? So first we take a blood sample from the patient or the individual, and we look for the red blood cells. In these cells, we look to their membrane. The membrane, every cell has a membrane, but these cells we can take without any damage to the person, and we look to the fatty acid that compose this membrane. So the membrane is a barrier that allows will block some substances to come into the cells, but allow others to go inside the cells. It's a selective barrier. And also there are different molecules and proteins in this membrane that take care of this processing of molecules and signaling. But also the membrane is composed of these phospholipids that has in the composition the fatty acids. This fatty acid provides different properties, let's say. So a membrane that is full of saturated fatty acid has a different structure than one that is composed of unsaturated fatty acids. Also, this fatty acid, singular fatty acid, can start the different signaling pathways. And this morning we will listen in how obesity is related to inflammation in the tissues and how inflammation has a very bad impact on in general health in all along the body in different organs. And we can see that certain fatty acid that we take from our diet, like AA means arachidonic fatty acid, is initiates a cascade of pro-inflammatory signalings, while fatty acid that comes from fish, like EPA and DHA, they start signaling related with pro-resolution of inflammatory diseases. So what wheat incorporate directly in our membranes and can have a very significant impact on how we respond to the different situation. So I just wanted to talk how we are applying this personalized nutrition in breast cancer. We are running now a clinical trial, a randomized clinical trial, financed by the Spanish Association Against Cancer, and running an oncological hospital. And although the study will take for 12 months, we took some data, relative data, not final data from the study. From our study at the beginning, 2/3 of the participants are overweight and obese, so what we would expect it, and none of them were underweight. Also, we could find very high levels of arachidonic acid in this population. So let's say that the optimal range of this fatty acid is 17% of the fatty acid of the membrane. But in this population, most of the participants were over these values, reflecting that they were in a pro-inflammatory state. So what have we seen after 6 months of intervention? We can see that we have in the intervention group an increased reduction, a bigger reduction of weight loss, and also a higher reduction in body fat. And also when we look to the different markers, like the omega-3 index, that before we were speaking that it was a marker of cardiovascular risk, we could see that increase from 7.1 to 7.8. Closer to this low to the lowest cardiovascular risk. And also we could see that we found a reduction in the inflammation. So in average, they reduced from 19 to 17.9, but closer to that maximum of the optimal range in 17. And these changes are bigger always in the intervention group, although this is a randomized and patients do not know if they are in the personalized group or in the control group. So I just wanted to finish saying that taking a precision nutrition approach when we look to membrane lipidomic, but also to nutrigenetic characteristic of each individual, and we are also studying the microbiota and epigenetics to understand other factors and other systems involved, we can have a better adherence to the healthy dietary recommendations. And also we found a greater weight loss and improved metabolic parameters. And from here I wanted to drop also things for the future and for discussion, for later discussion probably. That is that we have identified things that we would love to improve, like the food registers, for example, is something that for research in dietary research is very relevant. Like nowadays are based in questionnaires, food frequency questionnaire, 24 hours questionnaires, but still those questionnaires are difficult to understand for patients. They are not, if they are very specific, they are very long to fill. If they are short, they do not provide enough information. So other things should appear, like maybe food recognition, and that patients could only take a picture of the dish and we could record what this person is eating, and so on. So here there is still a big field of improvement that would benefit so much the intervention studies. And also other tools that could benefit these studies could be the health monitoring devices. So nowadays we have different devices like smart bands and so on, but some are maybe cheap, accessible, but it's difficult to obtain the data for the scientists to do all the analysis and so on, but other parameters could be measured apart from heart rate or sweating and so on. So the development of new health monitoring device could help so much these interventions and this study and the knowledge of what is going on each individual. And with that, I just wanted to say thank you to everyone, and this is my team, and here you have my contact, so please feel free to get in contact with us to any collaboration or suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. presentation and interesting research. Now I would like to invite next speaker, Doctor of Agriculture Sciences, Marlena Grzanka. And the title of presentation is Biofortification of Crops with Iodine and Selenium as a way to prevent cancer.
Welcome everyone again. Right now I'm going to be a speaker for this presentation. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. So the topic of my presentation, the title is a biofortification of crops with iodine and selenium as a way to prevent the cancer. A little bit the question mark. Maybe it's like as before Dr. Miłosz mentioned about it could be the prevent way. So we are going to discuss on the later the panels why iodine and why selenium, the importance of these two microelements in a human health. The iodine is really essential micronutrients. It's required in a trace quantities, which is vital for the synthesis of the thyroid hormones, especially triiodothyronine and the thyroxine. The thyroid hormones are responsible for the regulation of the metabolism, growth, and neurological development. Selenium as well in a small quantities are really important elements, trace elements, for a manifold aspect for a human health, including optimal immune response, proper thyroid hormones metabolism. It's correlated with iodine content in a human body and responsible for a proper function of the thyroid gland. As well cardiovascular health and prevention of neurodegradation, and as well cancer, thanks to his antioxidant properties as well, during the conversion of the thyroxine to triiodothyronine. The quantities which is important for the human health, it's changing depending on the human growth and development. For a children is between 90 to 92 micrograms iodine, and lower dose 20 to 40 micrograms of selenium. Adult person and daily recommended iodine is 140 micrograms iodine and 52 micrograms selenium. Special groups are pregnant women and nursing women. And their daily requirements for these microelements for the iodine is much higher than adult people. Is 220, 290 micrograms iodine and 60 to 70 microgram and selenium. So it's a special group with the special recommendation according to this two micro elements. The consequences of iodine deficiency in a diet. It's infertility, miscarriage, neurological disorder of the fetus, endemic goiter, which is the most visible symptoms and consequences of the iodine deficiency, but as well, maybe I'm not a medical doctor to go too deep in this subject, but as well, it could be some excessive iodine content in the human body also could have a similar symptoms, but we have to divide it right now just only to the consequences of deficiency. Higher risk of developing stomach cancer and as well thyroid cancer, as the iodine the most important element for this gland. Consequences of the selenium deficiency in a diet. The Cushion-Beck disease is a disorder of the bones and joints. Cushion disease, dilated cardiomyopathy. And the next one is a grave Basudov disease, autoimmune disease that affect the thyroid, enlarging the thyroid. So the same effect of the deficiency as we can see in the iodine. Higher risk of developing colon, prostate, and stomach cancer. So improving and increasing the content of these microelements in a food, it could be the way to prevent some of the cancers. Biofortification, this term could be known from some of us, but I would like to remind what exactly it is and which method for the biofortification we can use. Biofortification is a process of enriching mainly plants, steppe crops, vegetables for the essential macro elements, vitamin, other compounds which are called like a nutraceutical, with a higher bioavailability to the plants. So we can enrich some of these components, these microelements, by three of the method. Conventional breeding, we can increase the content of the macro elements, vitamin or nutraceutical, genetical modification, or agrochemical methods. In my work and my previous research when I was on a PhD, I mostly take care of the agrochemical method to improve iodine and selenium density in plants, mainly in vegetables. Right now in our work, also we focus on this type of the method, and we can achieve this way, we can achieve this process and increasing iodine content and selenium content by agrochemical method, by foliar application, using the fertilizer of biofortification of the plants. It's a mineral fertilizer and allows to produce food, and also, which I haven't mentioned yet, the feed that has been additional positive effect for the health people and as well animal, because we can also we cannot forget about the animal, because they are also incorporated in a food chain. Effectively biofortified plants into iodine and selenium, which was proved by many research on various vegetables and staple crops. So here the next step is the results and confirmation of this effect of Josek and enrichment of these crops with selenium and iodine. Iodine content in tomato after the foliar spraying of Josek increased 4 times comparing to the control, so typical tomato which we can find in the supermarket, 10 times higher selenium content than in a control treatment. The next one is so popular lettuce. So as it's like creating a diet, creating the sandwich with the lettuce, tomato, and the following next one, vegetables we can daily use. And this doses, as we can see, according to the daily recommendation, is fully safe for the human. So 8 times higher iodine content in lettuce comparing to the control, as we can see, is a 36.72 micrograms per 100 grams of fresh weight. Selenium content in the lettuce was even 13 times higher comparing to the control treatment. The next one, by foliar application, we were able to increase iodine content in the roots of the carrot, also 10 times, 8 times selenium, and also as well we are able to increase this content, but the basis of this previous presentation, my speaker, we should be careful with eating too much carrot, especially when we are smoking cigarettes. The next one is strawberry. Strawberry here, I should add, it's not mentioned here, but it's not only for a foliar application, I haven't mentioned before, but as well we can, in a different system of contributing the cultivating the plants, cultivating the plants, we can add our product in a hydroponic system, and the strawberry was cultivated in this hydroponic systems. And here, as we can see, 33 times higher content in the iodine comparing to the control treatment, 19 selenium. Also, the safe dose, it's everything is per 100 gram fresh weight. Apple, as well, 33 times higher after foliar application in the orchard, as well as I will mention the next steps. Everything depends. These doses, quantities also we can manage by time of a dose of application and how many times of application, but it's for another one subject. Radish, 19 times, selenium, 13 times, comparing to the control treatment. Really important staple crop like wheat. It's really common in a whole world, and the production of the wheat is really important. So it's like a biofortification program which we are able to incorporate and fully sufficient, and for these micro elements we can improve. Because we also need to know, and I haven't mentioned that before, that the iodine deficiency and iodine deficiency disorder are not only common for undeveloped countries. Maybe some of you can think that way, but the iodine deficiency, selenium deficiency are really common in really developed countries, Europe countries like, for example, Germany, but they made some steps to not only use the iodization salt in their diet, and the way how they are fight with this iodine deficiency, but only by enriching the plants. Another one country as well, it's a Great Britain and Finland, which are also facing and fighting with this problem, and some states of USA. So we cannot just focus on this undeveloped countries, but also as well it's common in Europe. And the way how in Germany they fight with the selenium deficiency, already in the supermarkets we are able to see biofortified apple, Cellstar. Also, looks really marketing, because they are in the name, it's included this really important micro elements. In New Zealand and Finland, also since 1984 also by law it was recommended that each typical fertilizer should be, to this fertilizer should be added the selenium to fight with this selenium deficiency. And really important as well is enriching the pastures by these fertilizers, and it's happened in the New Zealand. I mainly, before I focused more on these vegetables and the food and diet for people, but as well in this food chain, we also have a animal. Therefore, we also, as a company, we checked and we prepared and made a research on our product in different doses after the spraying of the corn, and then preparing the corn silage. And after the 6 months, we measured the iodine and selenium content. With the higher dose, as we can see with iodine, is a 10 times higher iodine content comparing to the control, and as well the same visible increasing and enrichment and increasing the density of these microelements is visible with the selenium. And right now we are facing with we want to build more awareness for the farmers, because this product works. Designated for mainly for the biofortification, so enriching and increasing the value and more nutritional product, right? So we also, I believe, to face and to see like that apple, like that strawberry, or any different lettuce or tomato, which we are able to daily put on our sandwich. We need to some creation of the farmer awareness to convince them that it's really important to produce more nutritional food, and also the consumer. So maybe some survey or questionnaire it's like for the discussion. They would be able to pay more for more value vegetables, to more value strawberry, lettuce, or apple, as it is in Germany. So some way to really incorporate like that vegetables in our markets and then in our diet, which will be so beneficial for our health. So thank you very much for your attention and time, and allowing me to present this really important issue.
Thank you very much, Dr. Marlena. I would like to say just like said Marlena, biofortification of food is a very important process, because biofortified food is could be natural way to increase of trace microelement like iodine, selenium, but also iron and zinc in human diet. And our company, Intermac, for a few years built awareness with farmers and consumers that fertilizers can have huge impact on human health. And we can say also that Intermac and IOSEC are a precursor of biofortification using the agronomical method in Poland. Okay, so I'd like to invite another speaker, Ms. Celestina Ojo. And the presentation title is Antioxidant Properties of Fruit and Green Part of Different Varieties of Strawberry.
Hello, can you see my screen? Hello.
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay, thank you.
But it's not full screen, it's just
okay,
PowerPoint. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. My name is Celestina Ojo. I'm a PhD student from the University of Agriculture, and I'll be speaking on the antioxidant properties of strawberries, especially the green part of it. Actually, as we all know, and it has been established from most of our presenters today, that consumption of fruit and vegetables has shown to be effective in prevention of chronic disease, and has also been attributed to have high content of antioxidants, so most fresh fruits and vegetables. And due to this, their antioxidant properties, anthocyanins attached to it plays a vital role in the prevention of some diseases. Though today I heard from a doctor that it might not prevent cancer, but from other researches that I've seen, It actually claims to have a way of preventing cancer and diabetes. I'm not a doctor, so I can't really go so much into that. But as we know, antioxidants is very important and is very, in a way, beneficiary to our health, especially when it comes to anti-aging process. And what is this antioxidants and what does it do? Actually, antioxidants simply just attacks free radicals from affecting our healthy cells. Most of the time, it could be naturally produced from our body, and sometimes it could be from what we eat. And obviously, it has also been chemically synthesized this years because of the high demand of antioxidant products from people. So some companies has gone ahead to chemically synthesize antioxidant so that they could have some products with enough antioxidants in it. This is one, very costly. Secondly, it has a hazardous effect on health, and because of the chemical involved, it's actually has some hazardous effects on our environment, and that is where this research comes in order to look for some waste products that we do not make use of, and we obviously throw them away to see if we could get antioxidant properties or anthocyanin properties in them to reduce the cost of the production and at the same time to reduce waste. So this research actually, we used 6 varieties of strawberries, both the fruit and the green parts, which we usually throw away as waste. Then these samples were gotten actually from Poland, from a market in Poland, and also we got them. They were subjected to cleaning, washing, freeze drying, grinding, and a methanol extract was made in order to use in getting the analysis of ABTS, DPPH, FRAP, and polyphenol out of it. And going down to the result that we actually got from the analysis, especially in polyphenol, we realized that the green part of the strawberry itself has a very, very high polyphenol content. This research had gone into 2 years set of research. We have the first year's fruit and we analyzed it, the same kind of fruit again, second year, to compare, to actually see where the antioxidants really could be and the polyphenol content. And from our research over the 2 years, we realized that the green part of the strawberry itself has a very, very high content of polyphenol, though the fruit also has a good content of polyphenol that could really be sufficient to use, but the green part has a very high content of polyphenol, and in all the varieties shows a very significant high level of polyphenol. And also going down to the ABTS check, it also shows all the varieties also shows a very high level of polyphenol, though some are higher than others. As we can see, like the Florenza fruit has, and both the fruit and the green part has a very high content of antioxidant properties. Also, the same thing goes to Grand Rosal fruit. But with the results gotten, we could easily say for the period of 2 years that both the green part and the fruit of all varieties has a very, very good output of antioxidant properties using ABTS to check for it. Also, the same thing goes for DPPH. Looking at it the same way, we have a very good content of antioxidant properties both in the fruit and the green parts, which we usually throw away as a waste product. Looking at it again, Grand Rosa also has a very high content in fruit of antioxidant properties, and it also shows a very good high antioxidant properties in also Florenza fruit. But we can easily say with this result over the 2 years that it's also both the green part and the fruit has good antioxidant properties in them. At the same time, we went for FRAP. We have the same kind of result from it, though some are higher than others. But for the green part also shows the high, very, very high content of antioxidant properties compared to the fruit. In the space of 2 years, so we can easily say, instead of throwing away the green parts, we can easily extract antioxidants from the green parts and use in place of synthetic antioxidants. My conclusion, from this research, this study reveals that both the fruit and the green parts of the strawberries of every variety shows a good source of natural antioxidants. And among the plants, the fruit and plants analyzed for polyphenol and FRAP, we can easily see that the green part shows a very high level of polyphenol and antioxidant properties using FRAP arrays. Also, the species of strawberries also analyzed shows high antioxidant properties in both areas. It exhibits excellent antioxidant activities and contains pharmaceutical and medicinal valuable compound. This can easily mean that we can, when it comes to pharmaceutical industry, they can easily use most of this wasted part of the strawberries that goes waste every year as a source of antioxidants. It's going to reduce cost for them. It's going to be safer for environment, and at the same time, it's going to be easily accessible and cheap. So it's from this research, you can easily say that the both parts can be used as antioxidants in place of synthetic antioxidants in food and pharmaceutical industry. I hope this, actually this research is still going on. We are still looking into a way where we can easily work on it and create biomaterials that could easily be used for pharmaceutical and cosmetic industries, and see how much of the antioxidants we can get even after working with them with creation of biomaterials with them. But with the stage at which we are now, we can confidently say that the strawberries, both the fruits and the green part, especially that we waste off, is a very, very good source of antioxidants. Thank you very much. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Thank you, Sesna. Waiting for the connection with the studio.
Okay.
Yes, we are connected. Thank you very much, Ms. Celestina, for your presentation. It was a very interesting presentation. And now I would like to invite for the last presentation Magdalena Jopek, and presentation antioxidant properties of fruit and health food, healthy man. Fight with cancer begins on microbial level.
Hello, everyone. Can we see the presentation?
Yes, we can see.
Yes, I can see.
So welcome, everyone. I will add slightly. Excuse me. I'm sorry, I don't hear you. Is something wrong?
No. Everything is it's okay. Maybe a little bit could be some problem on internet by your side and cutting sometimes your voice. But please go on, and I believe everything will clarified following time. Stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you again. So maybe I will repeat. I would like to say something about the healthy food, but from the point of view that after we change our habits and we try to change our diet for more healthy, choosing more vegetables and fruits instead of meat. Another issue is to have the possibility for food which is healthy itself. So I would like to talk about the importance of finding the appropriate approach of crop fertilization in context of human health. Ongoing increase of people on the earth directly causes the growing demand for food. There are two ways of dealing with this problem. One is to extend the agriculture area, which often includes deforestation, which of course are unacceptable. The second one is to increase the amount of the growing application of fertilizers causes increased amount of ingredients to be washed out from the soil to both underground and surface water. This leads to dangerous application of water bodies, so-called algal blooms, which we saw in Odra river at the beginning of the summer. It blocks the sun from to the other organisms, causing the depletion of oxygen levels in the water, and also often these blooms secrete toxin into the water, which die off. Such fertilizers cause loss of crop also, or crop low quality. The important aspect of wrongly used fertilizers can, in consequence, influence the human health. As our keynotes also underlined that about 60% of diseases known to man are caused by cheap and poor quality of food. We can sum up that you are what you eat. But on the other hand, in France, prostate cancer has been recognized as a possible occupational disease of farmers and farm workers who have a direct contact with fertilizers and other agrochemicals. For example, nitrogen fertilizers are a source of nitrate and nitrate, which are precursors of chemical. It is also introduced into the environment with phosphorus fertilizers, which the cadmium is a cancerogenic compound causing the prostate and testicular cancer. Many studies show also that there is a positive association between pesticides and leukemia, solid tumors, and the most consistent association were found for brain and prostate cancer. The alternative for these dangerous agrochemicals are biofertilizers. These are preparations which contains living microorganisms. When they are applied to the when applied to crops, microbes colonize or the rhizosphere or the interior of the plant, so-called endophytic bacteria, and they promote the growth directly by increasing the supply or availability of primary nutrients, or indirectly by increasing the abiotic stress, the barrier of abiotic stress. The purpose of the project proceeding Intermag is to develop the implement into agricultural practice a new generation of biological preparations. They are designed to increase the crops while reducing application of agricultural chemicals, which we already know are harmful to health and environment. The current project range of are following: the legume inoculants, the seed dressing for cereals, biostimulators for application mainly in the soil before sowing of crops, or by watering the plants, and microbiological compounds of liquid and granular mineral fertilizers. These different types of preparation can contain different kind of bacteria. One and depends on what bacteria are in the preparations, we can different features of the preparation. For example, assimilation of nitrogen, which is one of the most important particle for plant, can be provided to the plant by free living bacteria, so Azotobacter or Azospirillum, which assimilate, this bacteria assimilates nitrogen, reduce it to the particles which are available for plant, and in this way plant has more nitrogen to use. And another bacteria which also can assimilate the nitrogen is Rhizobia. There are species-specific bacteria which form the symbiosis with leguminous crops. While they are in root of legume, they can assimilate nitrogen and indirectly provide the nitrogen to the plant. More in general way, biostimulators benefits in stressful condition where the plant fight the stress and does not produce the yield or nutritional value. Microbes can improve the transport of micro and microelements in the plant. Biostimulators also reduce the effect of stress, provide the better seed germination and root development, also influence the crop yield and provide the nutrition value. But how it works? Mostly, as I said, it depends what kind of bacteria are in the preparates, but they mainly solubilize the phosphorus, calcium, zinc, or silicon, make these elements more available for plants. Also, changing the environment directly in rhizosphere, the plants even fertilized with the mineral chemicals can have better use of the chemicals. In that way, the chemicals aren't washed away from the soil because it is used by the plant. Also, one of the important and common feature of bacteria is the activity of cellulotic and ligninotic, their activity in this way. It provides more carbon reduced from the plant, reduced from the rest of biomass left on the field to the carbon which is also available for plant. To sum up, healthy microflora in soil, it's a healthy plant which make the healthy person. We have to be aware of the threats awaiting for us in the food industry. The ecological agriculture is more popular, but still very expensive and not available for everyone. But biofertilizers can accelerate the extension of the healthy and ecological food market. It also is consistent with the European Commission, with Green Deal and especially Farm to Fork strategy, which is focusing on reducing the toxic chemistry in our agriculture. And this would be all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Magda, for your, the title was really enigmatic, so I was really interested in what will happen next. Thank you very much. It was really interesting presentation. And if somebody will think that the fertilizer and the company which producing fertilizer is not involved in our healthy, for sure we know it has a huge impact because it's a first step for our food chain. So it was really interesting how you showed, and another one possible way how we can reduce the fertilizer, how we can reduce the consequences after use it. Thank you very much again, Magda. Thank you for your presentation and being here with us. And we will have like a 3 minutes break, and we will come back to our discussion with our participants in a few minutes.
In Kraków, a remarkable journey awaits you through time and culture, science and innovation, From the foundations of an ideal city, Nowa Huta, golden dream of socialism, to the medieval city center. Besides monuments entered on UNESCO Heritage List, Kraków has something else to offer. People. In Kraków every year, close to 200,000 people complete their higher education. This includes almost 6,000 foreigners. These are specialists in almost every field, from IT to biotechnology. No wonder that global players open their affiliates in Kraków. Kraków has become the center for modern services in Europe. Kraków is also a mecca for innovative business. From small catering units to internet startups, a few of them have become world-famous brand names. Our town is called the Polish Silicon Valley. By investing in infrastructure and transport systems, we draw closer to each other. Local public transport is considered to be the best in the country. The blue trams and buses carry 250,000 passengers each day. The map of the town shows that museums play a special role, especially those that have outstanding collections uncomparable with anything else in the world, as for instance the Museum of Aviation or the Wawel Royal Castle. Here you will find in this part of Europe the largest library with access to books that constitute not only Polish heritage but also that of all Europe. Old and modern architecture are the town's strong assets. In these interiors, not only are extraordinary concerts held, but also great sports and artistic events. One of these extraordinary places on the map of Kraków is the Malopolski Garden of Art, an area for the implementation of innovative art projects combining many fields of art. Kraków, due to its center of congress, has become one of the leading places in Europe where both cultural and trade events are organized. Kraków is increasingly associated with excellent cuisine. Its restaurants, offering both traditional Polish food dishes as well as those representing other, often distant lands, gain recognition amongst residents, tourists and culinary experts. Hidden in the medieval cellars or located in sophisticated townhouses, vibrant centers of social life may be found. Kraków is a town which is unique, intriguing and surprising. A unique mix of history and modernity inspires action. Experience Kraków.
Okay, so we came back after a little bit break. We are going to right now discuss, after all what we already heard from Professor Trzyszka and his really interesting presentation, but right now he's not with us. And Dr. Miłosz as well, and connecting with some of my topic like biofortification and all of the diets. So I would like to ask and to get to know about the impact of the diet. So to the question to Dr. Miłosz, could you tell me why it's so hard to scientifically explain how different diets affect the human health?
Okay. Do you hear me? Yeah. Okay, so to answer that question, the question is not simple. It's quite difficult because it's hard to prepare properly conducted study. Studies differ in their quality, as I've mentioned earlier. Studies differ in respect to how many subjects are in the study, how many patients are evaluated. The patients very often differ with respect to their diet, to their alcohol consumption, whether they do or do not smoke. We cannot fully assess all the effects of their diet. We cannot even assess influence of one particular factor because our life is multifactorial. Our environment consists of a lot of different factors, and it is hard to specifically focus on just one of them because we have to know that contradictory to general belief, it's not that scientists it's not like that scientists take, for example, an apple into a laboratory, they cut it in half, they put it under a microscope, and they see, for example, there's a lot of sugar in this apple, then they extract the sugar, they put it in a micropipette, then they, for example, feed mouses or rabbits with those sugar, and then they observe the effects on those mouses and on mice and rabbits. It's not like that. And when we try to focus on experiments on humans, we cannot extrapolate raw data from experiments on animals. For example, if we were to examine effects, whether chocolate is healthy, safe, and beneficial for us, if we studied chocolate just on cats and dogs, we would assume wrongly that chocolate is highly toxic. Whereas, in fact, when we conduct those same experiments on humans, we know that we like chocolate, the chocolate is even beneficial, and it's not as harmful as it would seem according to data based just on some animals. So I mean that this is one of the problems. We are not sure whether data obtained from animals can be extrapolated to humans, because those outcomes can be very different. Another topic worth mentioning is that some studies might be falsified. It all depends on who is funding particular experiments. It's very easy to falsify outcomes because, for example, so-called scientists may just sit in front of his or her computer and just make up some numbers and put them into tables and then place those numbers into the computer program, and the program will falsely generate outcomes that are not true. There are a lot of problems like that. I mean that I would like you to understand that it is a very huge problem in modern science to conduct properly prepared scientific study. Excuse me again?
How about populational studies?
Populational study?
Federated studies, because with the use of new technologies, especially digital technologies, we may democratize the studies and collect data from many sources and try to combine them into some kind of cohorted data, which will provide us with the pretty accurate information, providing those data will be collected in proper way from different types of studies and different locations. I mean, the doctors are every day collecting a lot of data. Yeah, and we don't have to design the study from the very beginning. Maybe that's enough to collect and organize some kind of study which will base on existing data of people behaviors, of people's customs, how the people behave, like chocolate. It's enough to add additional question to the regular studies which are going all over the world, asking how many chocolate do you eat, and then having a few hundreds of millions answers, we may conclude from that, especially using the artificial intelligence.
Yes, of course. This is correct, but we have to also remember that sometimes there's a difference between so-called retrospective studies and prospective studies. The retrospective studies are these that collect the data from the past, but prospective studies are those that are aiming at collecting data which will occur in the future. We know now that prospective studies are of higher quality because there are a lot of statistical nuances that that all of them plays a role in this meaning. So it's very hard to understand. It's even hard to explain why this effect is like this. So yeah, it's very difficult to conduct a proper study and to collect all the data from different studies to make meta-analysis, to make so-called systematic reviews. There are societies that do these reviews, as I mentioned earlier, like Cochrane database or like Food and Drug Administration, and we just take the recommendations that they make for us based on those studies. That would be it for now.
Yeah, I agree that scientifically it's very difficult to prove something in this case because the people, it's actually related to people's styles actually. So which is so many things, very tiny differences between behaviors and customs that it will be difficult. But I still believe that new technologies may help in that.
But also, it could be in the future, yeah. Like
if we didn't have, we may plans for something like that. Mercedes, what do you think?
I trust the scientists.
Okay.
Trust. But
Mercedes said that she trusts scientists.
But when we discussed before, to make a clear statement about impact on. Like we talk about the obesity and losing the weight, it's like just the many years, yeah, like after 10 years of the study, we will be certain to say that yes, it has an impact, yeah. And about the diet, I also thought about the different diets, different type of diets, and when we look all over the world, I thought about different type of the diets depending of the region, yeah, like when we try to make some changes or some impact to check how it's improved. For example, in Japan, comparing to the people how they are eating in United States, yes. So maybe here also could be the different impact on some factors which we implement to them, yeah, because it's a different style, different, as we mentioned, the amount of the sugar, amount of the food which are processed, and also here is also so important when we collecting data for all over the world, yeah. So it could be some differences depending on where we are living. I also think about the fact of the iodine deficiency is like more visible in the like here in the south of Poland in the mountain area comparing to the living in the Baltic Sea, yeah, because this cold sea. So here we are not facing with this problem, but in like that region we can also like that this problem is as well in Turkey. Even it's near the sea, some of the parts, it's a Mediterranean Sea, but it's a warm type of the water, yeah, when this volatilization of the iodine is low, so that the collecting population data has, as Dr. Miłosz mentioned, like many factors. Yeah. So
yes,
except I mentioned here, except the human habits and like that. So, but where we are living as well.
Yeah, not only habits, but also yeah. This is something like we may call habits, but sometimes those habits are actually enforced because continuing my thought, we may have access to a lot of different interesting data. I think nobody, I'm not sure about that, but I think nobody has taken this effort to compare this type of data. For example, we know that in Japan there is a region where there is a lot of millennials.
Millennials?
centennials,
Okay,
centennials, so people over 100, and the long-living people because of the diet, mostly because of the diet and the climate they live in. The same happens in Sardinia, in Europe. So there are places which may be studied very deeply regarding the diet, the styles, everything what's important, and these studies can be compared with others ones. So I still believe
really
we may conclude from this type of studies what are the influence, what is the influence of different types of customs, diets, environmental. Today morning we heard about this causes of cancer, and I counted that on the 4th place was the air we breathe. So, despite of the diet of different types of reasons which create cancer, the pollution is very, very high. So again, it has to be combined with the diet, what we drink, etc. So I still believe that I still believe in science that it is possible, but it requires probably different approach, maybe different mindset to find out what's going on.
All right, and I'm really curious when we invited to our discussion and our session, the medical doctor, and when for around 7 years I've been studying on and get to know more information about the biofortification. So I live in that. So I'm really curious. This term, this concept was for Dr. Miłosz known, like the subject of biofortification food, or you faced with some article based on this, or in your career, in your study time, did you have like the patient with some of the symptoms when I mentioned in the presentation, like deficiency of this microelements or something like this? Or in your opinion, when I based on my study, like a salt iodization, it's not enough? Many studies say like that, mostly studies which are based on biofortification, and as well too much salt, it's unhealthy for a pregnant woman, but iodine is really important in for this group of the population. So what do you think like about this term?
Okay, so in my practice, I very often meet patients who exhibit symptoms of, for example, iodine deficiency. I have very often patients with hypothyroidism. I have very often patients with goiter, with so-called Hashimoto disease. I have very often patients with some different type of deficiencies, nutritional deficiencies, but in Poland there's this one big problem. The primary care doctors do not have this ability to measure, for example, those microelements in the blood, because these types of tests are not refunded by our National Health Service, which is called NFZ in Polish. We do not have funds, we do not have money to do those types of tests, you know. For example, I can make, for example, some tests like complete blood count, erythrocytes, sedimentation rate, creatinine in serum, urea in serum, etc., etc., potassium, natrium, but I cannot measure iodine in blood. I cannot measure selenium in blood. So there may be a lot of patients with those deficiencies, but I will never be able to diagnose them. So this is the main problem.
Do you know why this is happening? Why we don't measure this?
We do not measure this because our National Health Service decided that those kinds of tests are not important to be included in the general package of all the tests that primary care doctors can order for their patients. Those tests are available. Our laboratories can do those, can perform those tests, but those tests are not refunded. public funds. If the patient wants to measure, for example, his or her selenium or iodine level in the blood, he or she must pay for this particular test. So that's why we do not order those tests, and we are not, we cannot know whether those patients have those deficiencies or not. But on the other hand, for example, when a patient has hypothyroidism, we do not treat iodine deficiency. We just prescribe thyroid hormones, like thyroxine, like 3-iodothyronine, and this is just it. We then measure the hormone called thyrotropin, TSH, every 3 to 6 months, and whether this hormone is in the reference ranges, we just treat the patients accordingly to the level of this hormone. We do not measure. We do not have. We don't have to measure the iodine in the blood.
What would have changed if we measured?
Probably nothing, because worldwide international recommendations in internal medicine, generally the recommendations do not include assessment of iodine level. So I mean, maybe measuring iodine levels in blood is not really necessary for us doctors to properly treat those patients. This also might seem strange, but this is how it is.
Yeah, I mean, and therefore I would like to know that, because it's like a more practical way, yeah. Because I'm not a doctor, so I want to know how you, like a doctor, when you face with these issues, how you treat like that patients which has a disease connected with these microelements. Yeah, it's completely different approach as far as I see. Yeah?
Yes.
But also, when you, sorry for interrupting, but I'm afraid I will lose my my thought. If you are treating with this 3-iodothyronine or thyroxine, it's like a positive effect for a long time, and this patient could be sure that after 3 months treatment, for sure everything will be okay?
It's generally, when we talk about hypothyroidism, generally the patient has to be treated long life, because it's not curable disease. Hashimoto, for example, is a type of inflammation that the patient may not expect to be cured of. But it's not lethal disease. It's lower the quality of life, yeah, but it's not a lethal disease. What I would like to say, because those are just hypotheses that, for example, iodine deficiency induces some kind of disease. We are not sure of that, because a lot of diseases are, as I said earlier, like cancers. A lot of diseases are multifactorial. In origin, there are a lot of causes. We cannot blame just iodine deficiency, for example, for hypothyroidism, for thyroid nodes, tumors, etc., etc. The causes are much more difficult to grasp.
But what about the endemic goiter?
Okay. Okay, this is true. Endemic goiter is the perfect example of the disease which is caused just specifically by iodine deficiency. I agree with that.
When the doctor will see somebody who's endemic goiter, what doctor will do? Could you tell me?
What doctor will do? He or she will order to assess levels of TSH hormone and free thyroxine in serum. Then he will order ultrasound of thyroid and thyroid gland, and then he will refer to a specialist, endocrine specialist, based on those based on levels of those tests that he ordered. But I have to say, I have never seen a patient with endemic goiter in Krakow, at least, because it's not as it's a rare disease these days.
Okay, it's
partly thanks to this iodine supplementation in kitchen salt.
So you think it's enough when we just?
I cannot say that that it is enough because I don't have data to be.
No, it was a tricky question.
But yeah, it's a rare disease, and I think that it will become more and more rare as the time goes by.
Okay, thank you very much for this really interesting conversation and a different point of view, like a specialist in this area. Okay, so
we are coming to the end of the session.
Yes, I think it's gonna be like that.
Okay, so thank you very much. This was the second part of the food tech session today, kindly hosted by girls from Intermag, with our guests from country and abroad. Thank you very much, and I invite you at 3:30 to the session, startup session today. This session will be devoted by accident, I would say, to women entrepreneurs, and we'll meet a lot of fantastic and brave women speaking about how they perform and what is the driver in their life. Hopefully, food. We'll find it later. Thank you very much for this. Tomorrow morning, I will also try to summarize this day and show you some kind of results of this session. If you want to repeat the session, you may go. We may come back to the platform and watch it again, watch it many times on the platform, especially those parts which were mostly interested for you. So thank you very much, and see you afternoon, 3:30.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In Krakow, a remarkable journey awaits you through time and culture, science and innovation. From the foundations of an ideal city, Nowa Huta, golden dream of socialism, to the medieval city centre. Besides monuments entered on UNESCO Heritage List, Krakow has something else to offer. People. In Krakow every year, close to 200,000 people complete their higher education. This includes almost 6,000 foreigners. These are specialists in almost every field, from IT to biotechnology. No wonder that global players open their affiliates in Krakow. Krakow has become the center for modern services in Europe. Krakow is also a mecca for innovative business. From small catering units to internet startups, a few of them have become world-famous brand names. Our town is called the Polish Silicon Valley. By investing in infrastructure and transport systems, we draw closer to each other. Local public transport is considered to be the best in the country. The blue trams and buses carry 250,000 passengers each day. The map of the town shows that museums play a special role, especially those that have outstanding collections uncomparable with anything else in the world, as for instance the Museum of Aviation or the Wawel Royal Castle. Here you will find in this part of Europe the largest library with access to books that constitute not only Polish heritage but also that of all Europe. Old and modern architecture are the town's strong assets. In these interiors, not only are extraordinary concerts held, but also great sports and artistic events. One of these extraordinary places on the map of Krakow is the Malopolski Garden of Art, an area for the implementation of innovative art projects combining many fields of art. Kraków, due to its center of congress, has become one of the leading places in Europe where both cultural and trade events are organized. Kraków is increasingly associated with excellent cuisine. Its restaurants offering both traditional Polish food dishes as well as those representing other, often distant lands, gain recognition amongst residents, tourists and culinary experts. Hidden in the medieval cellars or located in sophisticated townhouses, vibrant centers of social life may be found. Kraków is a town which is unique, intriguing and surprising. A unique mix of history and modernity inspires action. Experience Kraków. In Kraków, a remarkable journey awaits you through time and culture, science and innovation. From the foundations of an ideal city, Nowa Huta, golden dream of socialism, to the medieval city center. Besides monuments entered on UNESCO Heritage List, Kraków has something else to offer. People. In Kraków every year, close to 200,000 people complete their higher education. This includes almost 6,000 foreigners. These are specialists in almost every field, from IT to biotechnology. No wonder that global players open their affiliates in Kraków. Kraków has become the center for modern services in Europe. Kraków is also a mecca for innovative business. From small catering units to internet startups, a few of them have become world-famous brand names. Our town is called the Polish Silicon Valley. By investing in infrastructure and transport systems, we draw closer to each other. Local public transport is considered to be the best in the country. The blue trams and buses carry 250,000 passengers each day. The map of the town shows that museums play a special role, especially those that have outstanding collections uncomparable with anything else in the world, as for instance the Museum of Aviation or the Wawel Royal Castle. Here you will find in this part of Europe the largest library with access to books that constitute not only Polish heritage but also that of all Europe. Old and modern architecture are the town's strong assets. In these interiors, not only are extraordinary concerts held, but also great sports and artistic events. One of these extraordinary places on the map of Kraków is the Malopolski Garden of Art, an area for the implementation of innovative art projects combining many fields of art. Kraków, due to its center of congress, has become one of the leading places in Europe where both cultural and trade events are organized. Kraków is increasingly associated with excellent cuisine. Its restaurants offering both traditional Polish food dishes as well as those representing other, often distant lands, gain recognition amongst residents, tourists and culinary experts. Hidden in the medieval cellars or located in sophisticated townhouses, vibrant centers of social life may be found. Krakow is a town which is unique, intriguing and surprising. A unique mix of history and modernity inspires action. Experience Krakow.
Hello again, afternoon, on the session devoted to brave ones, as I called it, startups. We are in the LifeScience Park, in our studio of LifeScience Open Space, the Open Innovation Forum 2022. With me in the studio is Joanna Szudek from Neo Hospital, who will be presenting something interesting and discussing with me also about interesting issues related to the basic subject. And the subject is occurred during the preparation of this session, because we noticed by accident that majority, all of them participating in this session, all participants in these sessions are women. Then it happens that there will have one man, but it doesn't change the notion of the session, that we will speak mostly with women, brave women, and they're all, which means the discussion will be around the startups. It will be around starting the business, running the business, changing the reality all around. But still, those changes, those starts, those endeavors are triggered, are started, are managed by women, which is very interesting. Especially today. I know that the session is very difficult in terms of dividing the attention between being here and watching the match, Poland-Mexico later on. But I can promise you here will be much more exciting. And win-win situation we'll try to achieve. So we will start with 3 presentations. And then we will skip to move to presentations of startups, and get back to discussion, the panel discussion with fantastic women. So this session is sponsored, is led by EIT Health Hub Poland here in Kraków. We represent this hub since May this year, and we are happy to develop the programs devoted to startups, to support program developed for startups this year, and also this will happen next year. So, okay, without any further delay, I'll welcome Agnieszka Majka. Hello, Agnieszka. Nice to have you here, and we would like to hear you as well. We don't hear you still. You are muted, probably. Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Now we can hear you.
Perfect. So good afternoon again. Thank you so much.
Okay, so Agnieszka Majka is from NGL Legal, and we'll talk about checking the boxes for health tech startups, legal landscape before the takeoff. So we will hear some kind of advice for making the startups. Quick question before you start: this will be directed to all startups or women startups?
My presentation was supposed to be directed to all startups, but because I am myself a partner who has been responsible for setting up my legal practice within our also quite a young law firm. So I also feel myself as a startupper, a female startupper. So if you prefer that my presentation is directed to women, I'm really happy to help, because a large part of my clients are also female managers, CEOs. So
you have this experience of being women starting the business and advising women starting the business.
True.
Great.
Absolutely.
So please, the screen is yours.
Thank you so much. I'll be sharing my presentation. If you would be so kind to confirm whether you can see the presentation, then
yes. Yes, we can see, but not in presentation
mode. Not the full.
Okay.
It should be there. Okay. So what I wanted to talk about today was how to check the boxes for the health tech startups. So in fact, what the legal framework for medical apps and software that aspire to be medical devices is in Poland. It is often a discussion that the startup ideas are great, but what is missing in the discussions among the startups and the entities that are asked to finance such startups is the awareness among the startups of what the legal landscape for what the general legal framework is for startups. And because it is a very modern trend for medical apps and software to be medical devices, so I believe this is a very important question that should be asked at the very beginning before the idea is developed. Why? Because this has a huge impact on what the regulatory requirements needs to be fulfilled before the idea can be marketed. How we should deal with data safety that is usually the subject of such startups of such medical apps and software, how the liability of the software developers or the manufacturers or the owners looks like, how we can face cybersecurity, how we deal with AI, which is a very common idea nowadays. And last but not least, how we should or can advertise such medical devices. Why should we at all define whether we want to have a medical device or not? We need to do this before we analyze the regulatory framework. So a medical device, by the definition of the medical devices regulation that is in force since 2021, and this is the most important act for medical devices. A medical device is any instrument, apparatus, device, including a software that is intended by the manufacturer to be used for human beings for one or more of the following medical purposes. The medical purposes notion is very important. This defines whether we can qualify a device as a medical device, whether we can qualify software or a medical app as a medical device. So the medical purposes are listed here. There are quite a few of them. So including prevention of disease, prediction or prognosis of a disease, diagnosis, monitoring, compensation for an injury or disability, treatment of a disease or injury, investigation, including the investigation of the anatomy or pathological process, or controlling or supporting conception. And in terms of the medical device software, we always need to define whether the software will at all be able to qualify as a medical device. It can be qualified as a medical device, first of all, if it performs processes or actions on data other than storage, archiving, or communication or a simple search. And the software must be used for the benefit of an individual patient. And of course, it must fulfill the definition of a medical device. So there are three requirements for software to be qualified as a medical device. And once we have identified whether this is a medical device, in fact, so whether it performs a medical purpose, we then need to fulfill a lot of regulatory requirements, both at the stage before placing the medical device on the market and after. So once we have determined the intended purpose, and this is usually the purpose that is designed by the manufacturer or the developer, then we need to determine what risk class of the device that this is going to be. We have 4 classes, depending on the risk that the medical device poses. We need to have a clinical evaluation of such medical device. We need to provide all the technical documentation. The manufacturer has to have a system for risk management and quality management system. It needs to perform conformity assessment. And after this is done, it can produce an EU declaration of conformity. As you certainly know, any medical device needs to have a CE marking of conformity. And after this all is fulfilled, and after a specific code, it's called UDI, a number is assigned to the medical device, it can then be registered in the European Register of Medical Devices. As you may possibly know, so far the register is not fully functional, so we only have a part of it that functions. So we still need to notify the local Polish authorities about the intention to market the device in the Polish market. But in some time, probably in a year or so, we will need to, the developers, the manufacturers will need to introduce the medical device to the European register. So these are the requirements for the products, for the medical devices before they are marketed. And unlike in the previous regime, where only the pre-marketing regulatory requirements were available, since the MDR is in place, we also have to fulfill several conditions after placing the device on the market. This includes the post-market surveillance. So this is the whole observation that we run on the medical device, whether it's safe and how this functions as such on the market. There needs to be the manufacturer's vigilance over the medical device. The manufacturer also needs to, or the developer needs to perform clinical evaluation of the device after placing it on the market. This is done periodically. So this is the whole system of observing how the product performs in terms of safety, in terms of serious incidents that the device may cause. What is interesting is that under the MDR, the manufacturer needs to provide financial coverage in respect of potential liability. So if an incident occurs, it needs to have a specific portion of money to provide to secure damages if they occur. And of course, the medical device is being controlled by means of market surveillance by the competent authorities. So even if the startup is going to invest in a medical app or software, which is not by itself a complicated a device such as other devices that you may imagine that are medical devices, it still needs to fulfill all these requirements. And of course, a very desired part of the medical devices are the AI systems. As you certainly know, so far, there is no specific regulatory framework for artificial intelligence. We only have some attempts to regulate this, both on the level of safety as well as on the level of liability, who in fact, or what in fact is taking the liability for the operations of medical devices based on AI, whether this is going to be the developer, the owner of the device, or maybe still the physician, the HCP, who is using the device to, for example, diagnose a disease. In terms of the opportunities and challenges, we all know the opportunities that are connected with introducing new technologies, new medical devices on the market. They are supposed to support the HCPs in treatments, in diagnosis of specific states. They are supposed to minimize errors caused by the humans. They are supposed to detect and diagnose earlier than a human can do. But there are also some challenges, and these include exactly the data, how we're going to gather, how we're going to protect the data that we want to use for the medical device and especially for the AI systems. How are we supposed to provide the cybersecurity of such data? How are we going to face the challenges regarding the AI in terms of regulatory challenges? There's also a discussion about who is going to finance or reimburse the use of such medical devices. We truly need them, but the process of accepting them for financing, for the financing by the state is pretty long. And the question is always, can we finally achieve this so that we can follow the pace in which the medical devices, the new technologies develop on the market? And of course, there is the issue of liability. Who takes on the liability for medical devices? There's currently a very important issue as well, the issue of advertising. The new regulations related to medical devices have changed the way we will be able to advertise medical devices starting from January 2023 to a very large extent. In very short words, the medical devices that are aimed to be used by the physicians will not be able to be advertised freely on the market. So the question is, how are we supposed to publish information about the new technologies, about the medical devices in the future? Last but not least, I'd like to introduce to you my team. We are, as you can see, a purely female team in our legal world, which is something that is extraordinary. And now you can imagine how well we can understand ourselves with female entrepreneurs, both in the startups and in other companies that we work with. We represent and advise companies from the life sciences sector, including pharmaceutical companies, medical devices companies, and new technologies in healthcare, on anything that is related to healthcare and medicine. We are a team that is recognized by the international legal rankings, we're trying to understand the business well in order to provide tailor-made advice and be the trusted advisors. I believe we understand the market quite well, and we're happy to help if we only can. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I will not. Okay. Can I? Okay, sorry for that. I think I will not exaggerate if I say this is a beautiful company. Can I have a questions now? Do you have questions? No, if you would like to ask. I have a questions. Maybe if I have time, 3. First, on the medical purposes, the list of medical purposes. You mentioned several items. There was no prehabilitation. Do you know the term prehabilitation? This is something
yes, sure, in
new.
Polish, yes, absolutely.
Yeah, and prehabilitacja in Polish, yes. And this is something actually new, which appears in this vocabulary. How about is this the same, or it complies with this medical purpose list? It should be included on the list.
Well, we have a defined list of medical purposes under the medical devices regulation. So what we always try to do is try to find the way for our medical device within the list that we have. And I would say that the purpose that you mentioned is probably compensation for an injury or disability. So depending on what it is. So if we use a device for helping the patient to recover, for example, depending on what it is, if it is a training device.
More like prepare. Not really recover, but prepare for treatment, prepare for something difficult situation. That's the definition.
Yes, so I believe we can find, it's probably difficult to do it right away because we would need to investigate the medical device in more detail and also try to work out with the manufacturer what exactly the purpose of the medical should be. But sure, this type of devices are also treated as medical devices usually. So I believe we do have a place for that under the medical devices regulation.
Okay, second question is about this clinical evaluation, because you mentioned the clinical evaluation after placing on the market, but yes. We discussed recently about the need about clinical evaluation before placing on the market. How, from the legal point, this can be solved?
So yes, before that's absolutely true. So before the medical device is placed on the market, we need to perform a clinical evaluation, which does not mean the same as a clinical trial. The clinical trials are a requirement only for one class of the medical devices, so class 4, because the risk of using such a device is the highest. But the clinical evaluation is a clinical observation of how the medical device is used, operated, or how it operates. So this is in fact a stage that needs to be performed both at the pre-market phase as well as after placing the device on the market.
This dilemma is especially important for the applications, because you cannot reach the clients without putting the applications on the shop, on the marketplace, and you cannot put it on the marketplace if this is not a right device, because people will take it and use. So that's kind of difficult situation for the startups, for those who develop those type of applications.
Absolutely, but also the majority of applications, not only mobile applications, are also such that are used by the physicians in connection with a medical device, for example, ultrasound devices. So these are not only those apps that we have available on the marketplaces. These would be the minority because of the requirements of the regulatory requirements that need to be met. But I think this is a very close future for us patients that do want to have the access to mobile apps, free access and for free use without even the assistance of a doctor. That's probably the future, knowing how that we cannot always get to the doctor, or not all services are available.
And last, maybe quick question: amongst the challenges, you mentioned the liability, but this is equal to ethical issues, or ethical should be added to the list? Ethical challenges.
Yes, ethical challenges should surely be added to the list. What I meant here was liability, was the civil liability for damages that can be caused by a medical device. That's the first thing. Also liability, administrative liability for manufacturers, for the developers of a medical device. Because as you may know, we have new regulation, new rules in Poland of the Medical Devices Act that contains high administrative fines for specific breaches, infringements of law, including infringements of the requirements that the medical devices regulation imposes on the manufacturers, and these can be up to 5 million Polish zloty, which is pretty high. But we also always need to take into consideration also the criminal risks, criminal liability. If, for example, an injury occurs to a patient, the question is always who is taking responsibility for that. If this is a serious injury or death of a patient, then also criminal consequences can come to question.
Yeah, the ethical issues are very difficult to implement and design yes, design is one good word, and also decide about how medical devices should work related to ethical issues. So maybe we'll skip this at this moment. Thank you very much for this presentation. I hope you will stay with us longer for this and participate later on in this discussion about women's side of the business. Now I would like to give the floor. Thank you. Give the floor to Agnieszka Siódek. Joanna Siódek from Neo Hospital, and we will have a presentation about the Neo Hospital as a hub between medicine and technologies.
Yes.
Hub for startups, I understand.
Yes, for startups, this is a special area for startups, and I want to show you this solution. I'm a medical engineer with a specialization of implementation new technologies to medicine. As a starter, a few information about our hospital. We are really young institution because we started to work in 2019, but still up to now we have done a lot. As of today, we had over 50,000 patients, and 98% of the part of this group that required surgical intervention received it using minimally invasive methods. We have clinical hospital status, and we trained about 200 doctors, and we employ around 400 people. An important information is we are a robotic surgery center with a really big experience because we do around 400 operations per year. Also, we realize first in Poland project about gynecology, oncological problems using robot Da Vinci system. And going to main plot, Living Lab, what's the idea? Because I'm an engineer in a medical institute, I'm a kind of hub between doctors' world and market of technology. I can see a specific problem with implementation new digital solution in medicine. Usually this process is really difficult, long, and therefore very expensive. So in results, companies have non-complete products. Now, in our market, we have a lot of devices which is non-comfortable for doctors, for nurses, for any medical employers. But we create our environment. So if we want use innovatory, modern technologies, solutions, devices, algorithms, we should be more open for contact with inventors. And this is Living Lab. This is a special area for communications, talking, testing, and searching. How does it work? Some company are contacting with us with new idea, new solution. And nextly, our interdisciplinary team firstly analyze and later testing in natural medicine environment some concretely solution. After a certain time, we create our opinion with attentions, possible way to development, something tips, and give this feedback for the company. So we really active participate in process of creating new solutions, new medicine solutions. And so we work together until the final positive results is achieved when the device is ready for commercial launch. In the picture, in this schemats, I want to show you the 3 areas which we can offer startups, for any company in our hospital. We can give for testing, for doing this feedback, our infrastructure, our medical personnel, and our administration. Of course, we do any offer personalized and individual for each company. This solution, by the way, this solution was presenting in EHF, this is International Hospital Congress in Dubai in this year, such as modern solution, and also we're using Living Lab, for example, for cooperate with Intuitive. This is the top of producer robotic surgical systems. Now I want to show few results after using Living Lab with startups. First example is using mixed reality goggles, HoloLens during the operation. It's really good result because surgeon can see in the same time scans, for example, from TK, MRI, TK is CT, or other scans, and doing normally operation staying in sterile. I would mention about our last event. This video is from the first of the world. Then I think, and then I searched bariatric reoperation with using HoloLens. We were segmenting stomach, so surgeon could watch this tissue with any details, and he could planning all steps for operation, and he could come back for this plan when he even wanted, staying in sterile during the operation. Results: ergonomic positions for surgeon, shorter time, bigger precision, and less chances for any surprise in the operation. Through Living Lab, we give feedback to Synectic. Synectic, this is the Polish distributor of Intuitive. When we realize program about treatment of cervical and endometrial cancer, the results will be new medical procedure with use Da Vinci system dedicated for oncologic gynecological operations. This will bring many benefits for the patients, like as shorter convalescence, more precision and quality, and finally bigger chance for totally recovery. Also, one of the results of activity cooperate with engineers and development was an article in Springer about holograms in surgery room. In this, we wrote about one of our observations. We can reduce the time of some operations by 30% because we have developed an appropriate procedure in living wrap area. And in the end, I want to tell something about my DG idea. Because when someone of you became a patient, you could see sometime low level of understanding the process for operation, the process for your treatment. So I contacted for some of company which HoloLens Google, and in last few months we realize patients education way using holography. What are results? In my opinion, really phenomenal. More trust is building between patient and doctor. Also, the patient's stress is reducing, and in the end, any patient has feeling individual medicine process because hologram is totally personalized. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, that was interesting, and immediately I have a questions, if you allow, because as far as I understand, normally we understand the living lab like something created artificially to mimic the real reality. But in your case, this is not something artificial. Your living lab is actually in the real
Yes.
real operation rooms, real procedures of the hospital. How can you manage this? That to test something in real cases or in a real environment, really real, not artificially real.
We are totally commercial hospital, so of course we don't using all solutions for the patient, but we can, for example, testing some solution in our hospital's infrastructure. For example, I can give some solution for our surgeons, for our doctors, and they have experience for the rest of the solutions, and they can doing some analysis, some opinions, and they can testing in really safety area.
Mm-hmm. So they remain still in the safe area while testing new technology, new solutions with the real patients. That's the question, because I understand that the company like a startup can approach you, and in this process you described, they can agree with you that some kind of solution they propose will be tested, and they will receive feedback on this test, like you mentioned, precision, for example, or time time savings, or patients' reactions or compliance, something like that.
Yes, I told firstly. I told about solution without the legalization process. So we can testing without patients, but if some solution, some device, some algorithms have this legalization process, we can testing in normally reality area environment, also with our patients, and we want to give feedback, tips for and opinion for inventors, how you do better this solution.
How to improve.
Yes.
Yeah, that was the cycle of negative feedback to improve something and test again after improvement. That's very clever. And yet, let me turn to this women side of the business, because as far as we know, as I know, the hospital is totally led by women. The president of the company, the vice president are women.
Yes, all management.
All management is women. And you are a woman.
Yes.
How do you find yourself in this environment? Is it helpful? Did you have other experience before?
I have really short experience because
you're young.
I'm young, yes, and this is my first full-time job and job in a hospital after my studies. But I think it's totally normal. When I was a student, I worked in totally man environment, and now I feel the same situation. Mm-hmm. Maybe I'm an engineer, so I know this is our maybe this is stereotype, and this is a totally man area, but no, I think if you are male or female, this is the same situation. You will be you have to be really good employee.
But do you have a feeling that because you are in this women environment, of course you have doctors, a man working in the hospital or for the hospital, but do you have a feeling that this group provides something more? Something which you wouldn't receive or feel in the man environment? That's kind of provocative. I understand the question.
Only my self-opinion?
Yeah.
I think in our hospital we don't have this problem.
This is called a gender unbalance problem.
Yes, and we are a robotics surgery center, so the robotic system is really good for this situation because, for example, orthopedic surgeons should be really strong, for example. So this is maybe more dedicated for men. But if you use Da Vinci system, if the surgeons work in special console, the male is without any sense in the situation. This is totally 50-50 chances also for women and men.
Does it mean that the surgeons which operate on Da Vinci are also better, or Da Vinci is better suited for women? It's not the thesis, I believe.
I think yes.
Yeah, you think?
I think yes, but this is, in my opinion, this is the better solution also for men because, for example, the position when you use Da Vinci system is more comfortable, so you can do operation for really old years.
Mm-hmm. I expected that I will hear at least once the word like empathy.
Yes, of course, we have a special female intuitive.
Yeah. Not to mistake with intuitive.
Yes, not
intuition. You mean, yeah?
Yes, yes, of course, intuition. And I think.
But intuitive is led by men, yes, not by women.
I think yes. I think yes. My bad. Sorry. But this type of this feeling of this intuition is really helpful for every day. Mm-hmm. But this is business. I think in business we don't have any place for males.
I'm asking these questions. I know they are strange, and I feel myself a little bit strange asking these questions because this issue and the division between men and women is very important, especially this when we discuss this gender unbalance, and we are forced to keep the balance, which means we sometimes there is a kind of obligatory to have more women, and in your case it's not necessary to have more men. I believe in the company. The company is doing pretty well. Actually, it's doing very well. So actually, this is nice to hear and learn from you how to do the business. I think from the whole company. But okay, thank you for the moment. We will invite then our next speaker, Marta Pawinska, who will from a Mascap company, a startup, whom I asked to prepare. Actually, I asked Marta to appear here in this setting in 2 roles. So we will see. This is also, you didn't mention that, but sometimes it's discussed or it is presented that women are changing the faces. So when they are in the business, when they are running business, they are in the position of the manager, and when they come back, they are in the position of woman, actually the traditionally understood woman. And I asked Marta to be here today in 2 roles. And first, we will hear the presentation. We'll see the presentation titled "Does Your Sex Matter When You Start Your Own Business?" So Marta, because she likes to talk about this type of issues, will present her thoughts about if the sex matters, and then she will turn out to be the startupper, and she will be pitching to us as a startupper. So we'll see 2 Martas actually in the moment. So Marta, please go on. Sorry, Maria. I have written Marta. Sorry, Maria. Sorry for that. So please, Maria, number 1. Please, the screen is yours. We don't hear you.
Okay, now you decided to allow me to talk because I cannot do it myself. Okay, thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here with you. Yes, today, this evening, I'm going to tell you about my experience as a woman in business, which is one topic. And the second one is I will tell you more about what I'm doing as a business person. But now I will start with a short information because this is necessary to explain why my experience is like it is. So I have to tell you about my product. I invented with my partner, who is also my mother at the same time, we invented a product which is used in fitting rooms in business, in fashion sector, to protect your face and to cover your face when you try on clothing. So the problem is when we wear makeup on our skin and we go to buy something nice like a sweater or t-shirt, we have to try it on in the fitting room, but we have a problem because when we try it on, we leave makeup stains everywhere here. So we invented a very simple hygienic product to prevent it. And as you might imagine, this product is very much for women because men still don't use makeup that much. It changed a lot in Asia, for example. Korean men and Japanese men, they wear makeup quite often. But in Europe, this is not still the case. And my experience as a woman in the business of production is very specific, let's say, because I started as a startup. So we had to pitch our
Maria,
product and our... I'm sorry?
Maria, sorry, are you trying to share presentation?
No, I just want to tell you about my experience.
Okay.
I don't see the reason to show you anything about my experience.
Okay.
There's no pictures and anything like that.
So
the thing is, we had to go to investors and pitch our product. But the problem was we did it around 5 years ago. And when you went to talk with people working in accelerators for startups, the normal situation was that they wanted to link you with investors from IT business. So many times we had to pitch our very feminine, let's say, business in front of people who were specialists in IT. So they didn't understand what we were talking about. And they also thought that what we invented is really not necessary for women. So the first thing, we had to explain to men something that is really not from their world. They really thought that we invented something that is just simply a stupid idea, let's say. So, for example, they called our product as hat on the head or something like that, and they didn't want to continue talking with us about this. So that's the first thing. But the problem was some of them, people not from fashion sector, they still wanted to give us advices what to do with our product, even if they didn't feel like being, let's say, experienced in fashion industry. So we heard a lot of advices that were not very good for us. Now we know it because we have more experience now. But for example, one man who was investor in a serious VC, he advised us to go to Douglas directly with our prototype because product wasn't ready yet at the time. And he advised us to show this product to Douglas manager and ask if they want to produce it with us. That would be the end of our product, believe me, because it wasn't even protected by design law and stuff like that. So we know that our problem was that very often when we talked with investors, they didn't want to invest in us, but they wanted to advise us. And the majority of the advices that we heard wasn't very good. And the opposite was when we talked with women, because women were, first of all, very interested in the product, of course, but also they understood everything that we were saying. And also they didn't want to give us advices that would be just to show that they know something more than us. They wanted to help us. They wanted to support us. And that is a big difference that we experienced a lot. So I think as a woman, the first thing that every woman should remember when starting business is to never take critics very seriously. Because if you do, you can burn your business very, very, very quickly. It's much better to think about what you want to do and think slowly, what advice do you hear? And see the difference between people who want to help you and people who just want to show you that they know a lot, but they don't need to help. They don't wish to help you at the time. Also, we discovered that the cooperation with women is a bit different than cooperation with men very often. For example, when you speak with investor who is interested in joining you in your business, first thing that investor will do is he will try to show you that your business is not ready, that your business is not ideal, let's say. He will point you every small detail that should be changed, made better, and stuff like that. But when you speak with a woman who is investor, she doesn't criticize your business. She prefers to show you that she's interested in your business and she wants to join you and build it together. So, women, not that often, they don't put themselves up there to show you that you're somewhere down there. This is very subtle, but I experienced that a lot. Okay. The other thing that I discovered is that women are very often very well prepared to the conversation, to the presentation in business, very often much more and better prepared than men. And this is not, I'm not saying that because I want to criticize men, because they also are very good workers, very good people in their business. But this is something that I discovered with time. Women, they are not that much confident. So that's why they prefer to prepare better, just to feel better. And this is very professional at the end of the day, because you can really ask them questions and they know the answers. And they have the sources to give you the proof about the information they are giving you. So that's the thing. Also, what I discovered, which I regret that that's the case, but it is, especially when we, as a producer, we had these conversations with people who were like engineers and people who were responsible to prepare for us the machine project and everything around R&D project. It was much easier and much better to have conversation with them when we were represented by a man. So, for example, when I invited men who was like representing us in front of those people, we were treated more seriously than when we were represented by a woman, me or my partner. And that's very bizarre because I think there's no difference between professional women and professional men in case of techniques, mathematics, physics, and stuff like that. But this is what I experienced. Like, conversation was very much easier when men was on our side. What I also discovered about myself, about women that I worked with, we are very often perfectionists, but this is not very good. I think when you try to do 100% of everything, you can lose your stamina and your power. So I would recommend to work only 80% of what you can do. Women, as I said, are a bit less confident when we are talking about business. So they try to do everything perfectly. And this is something that really take away your power when you try to do it this way. I learned this a hard way because I know what it means to feel burnout. So I would recommend to never go this way and try to do just good, but never perfectly. And I think that's the advices that I would share for now. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask me.
Okay, that was very interesting. Now we heard something I asked you. We heard about empathy, but surprisingly from the other side. So you expect as a startup for the empathy for someone who are pitching, you are pitching to. You expect those empathy from that side. We always say the startups has to base their businesses on empathy. That's the reversal situation. That's very very interesting. Actually, I don't have a questions because that was.
So let me just maybe say something more about the empathy because that's very interesting. We all, of course, had to prepare our pitch exactly for men. So we had to be very empathetic. I think that's the way we should say, yeah. Because after some pitches, we discovered that men don't understand what we were saying. So we prepared a special pitch to explain the function that we introduce on the market, but the way that they can really feel it, they can really understand it. So that was the idea of my mother. The first question that I asked a man during the pitch was, imagine the morning that you wake up and you have to go out to work. How many minutes do you need to be prepared to go, to be ready and to go? And they were saying like 20 minutes, 30 minutes, depends. And then I gave them the example that women, they need much more because they have makeup to put on, they have clothing to choose, they have to look good, etc. So this way, I prepared men to really understand what is the struggle for women to put on clothing with makeup on their skin, and that this is really troublesome for women, especially in the shopping mall. And when that was the starter of our conversation, they really understood us. And also, I want to add that we don't have this problem anymore because our product works and we sell. We have many clients now, so there's no need to explain it more, and men really catch it very, very, very fast. But as an experience of 6 years almost now, that was the beginning.
But those investors are men or women?
We have two investors as a man because it was very, very hard to find women. I'm sorry to say, but it is very hard to find women with money to invest. The majority of investors are men.
Yeah, that's the problems I see here.
It is
So
a problem.
yeah, I may have some kind of, I can appeal to men more empathy towards startups, and this may raise your profits. Yes, that's something which may be interesting, and you may never meet again company which will prepare you to be more empathetic, something like that. I don't remember.
Yeah.
So okay.
Me too. That's a hard word in English for me.
And yeah, and second thought with for startups, it's also that startups you shouldn't pitch only for money. You should also look when choosing the to whom you are pitching, to look for after understanding what you are really doing. So it's actually not easy stuff as you mentioned. Your advice is very good, and your advice, the final advice, do things just good, not perfect, is also very good one. Any questions?
Maybe about pitching. It's true that pitching is not only to have money from investors. That's of course the truth. And also pitching, I think, is a very good opportunity to just exercise your way of speaking about your business. Because I'm sure first 2 years, I'm sure my pitch was really not good. And with time and with rejection, I had to work it to really pitch it better. And then I learned it.
Of course, the practice is the best way to proceed. Okay, so we may now change your role and invite you as Maria number 2, startupper, and you are now we turn to the second part of this meeting, and we'll hear 3 pitches. Let me check. Yes, 3 pitches.
So 4. I have a small question. Should I present my presentation from my computer, or this is your role?
Do we have? Yeah, we have your presentation, but it will be better, more practical when you share your presentation, because you will be able to change the slide when you want. Otherwise, we will have to give us an order.
Okay, I will do it then.
If this is not a problem.
No problem. So should I start first, or there's somebody else?
No, it's you are first, because we want you to see. Now we've seen you as a expert of woman entrepreneur, and now we will see you as a startupper, the businesswoman.
Okay, let's go with that then. And now I just have to find where to udostępnić ekran. Okay, it's here. And then it's a long time since I used Zoom to present stuff, so I'm sorry for taking your time. But I really have no idea how to do it, because here I have only options to show you stuff from Box, Google Drive, or Microsoft OneDrive, but I don't see how I can just show you the file that I have on my computer.
So maybe we'll fire the presentation?
We can do it this way, and I will say to click to go for to change the slide.
Maybe I will share a presentation on my screen, so please give me a while.
Okay.
But if we, in the meantime, if we can continue. The first time I hear about developing the business with mother, which seems to be a very difficult task, actually.
Oh yeah, believe me, this is very difficult for both of us. Even if my mother is my best friend, really, she's an amazing person. You discover the you know your mother much better after making business with her, and the same for her. Like I didn't know her before the business.
How did you divide the roles? Or did you divide the roles?
She's very much into design and strategy, and I'm very much into executive, and I'm a lawyer, so I'm very much like order, stuff like that. So plan, executive. And my mother is like vision. She knows how it should look, the product, how it should look like, how the website should look like, and stuff like that. So we plus or minus, we know how to divide but we decide about majority of things together.
Great. So we have a presentation ready to share. Okay. Your presentation is on.
So thank you very much. Now I will talk about the product and our solution. Our solution is, as you might see on the screen, this is the solution for eco-friendly fashion. And let's go to the second slide. The problem, as you might see on the screen, concerns dirty clothing that I am sure every woman knows this picture by heart now, because when you go to the shopping mall, you can see clothing stained with makeup like that on every fifth place on the shelves. And this problem is global, but also it concerns three main areas. First, the problem is financial losses. And as you might imagine, you are the owner of the shopping clothing store, and then you have every, let's say 20, we know that it's around 20% of every collection is damaged because of makeup stains, and you have no solution to prevent it. Second one is environmental losses. So what can you do as a store owner with those clothing? The majority of owners just burn it or put it to the trash, which is very sad. And if you put it to the trash or you burn it, you harm environment. And the scale of this problem is really great. Maybe some of you heard already this information that every 1 second the truck full of clothing which is wasted ends up at landfills. For example, the desert on Chile. The third thing about this problem concerns just simply hygienic standards. So imagine that you go to the fitting room and you really have no solution to protect clothing against the thing that you have on your skin. But what we have on our skin is not only makeup, but also sebum and many other stuff that we transmit with our eyes, our nose, our mouth. And with clothing, we touch everything that we have on our face. And then when somebody else tried the same clothing, your bacteria and pathogens go to the other person, which is not very hygienic. Okay, let's go further. Here you can see how fashion brands deal with this problem before we came to the market and helped them. So first of all, as you can see, you have 4 ways that fashion brands do with dirty clothing. As I said before, the majority send those clothing to the landfills. Around 85% goes to the landfills. The rest is burn it or clean it or resell it. With clean it and resell it is very much nice if they do it, but it's around 3% only. And here to the right, you can see that small picture, what the brands that really want to protect clothing and not to send it to the landfills, what do they do with those dirty clothing? As you can see, this logistic process is really, really long, costly, and time consuming. So I talked with a manager of a big brand, chain brand that sells clothing in the whole Europe. And they have a big process to really take care of this one dirty t-shirt. And this process has like around 15 different steps that you have to go through. So not very efficient solution. You have to store it in your magazine, then you have to pack it and transport it, then you have to unpack it, sort it, and go to the laundry with it. And so far, I will not tell you all the details. You can just imagine that. Let's click further. And our solution is very simple. We don't want to deal with dirty clothing. We just want to prevent it. So once you introduce this very simple cover face, which is hygienic product, to your fitting room, you don't have to deal with dirty clothing. And I am sure of that because for now we have around 45 clients. They introduced this product this year. At the beginning, we started selling. And I speak with managers and they confirmed that they don't have dirty clothing anymore. They only have dirty clothing that is provoked by dirty fingers, because some women eat something like chips or something grassy, and then they go to try on clothing and they touch it everywhere. But there's no dirty clothing here with makeup, so the percentage of damaged clothing goes down very drastically. Okay, let's go further. And with time, after around 2 years of working on our product, we discovered that we are not the first one to introduce this solution into the world. This solution is very popular, I would say even necessary. You can find it in every shop, clothing store in Asia. And as you can see here, you see some brands of those products. And in United States, it's the same. We are very much in shock that this product is not produced in Europe anywhere. Just one brand started to do it just 2 years ago in Great Britain. But then we had Brexit, so we are the only one in Europe, continental Europe, to really do this for women. Let's go. Our business model is not the simplest one, because we discovered that our product is needed in every sector that women change clothing. So fashion sector is the one that we start with, but then we want to continue with beauty world. So we want to be in every place that women have makeup on and they have to change their clothing. So in beauty salons, this is for makeup artists, to give it as a gift to your client. Very the same is in hair salons. It should be also in gyms, that you can take it from the vendor machine, but also in theaters, opera, ballet, hotels, everywhere that women or men also have to perform something and change clothing. So fashion shows and stuff like that. But also we want to go to drugstores, pharmacies, because we know that beauty products are also present there. And as you can see on the right, you have two pictures how fashion sector can use our product. The first one, model one, presents how it can look in your store. So this is the picture how you can give it to women in your fitting room. And the second one is even more important, because our product allow fashion stores owners to protect clothing when they sell it online. And just for you to know, before pandemia, just around 30% of clothing bought online were given back to the store, returned. But after pandemia, women decided to buy much more via internet. So instead of buying just 2 t-shirts, they bought, let's say, 5 of them. Then they try it on in the home, and then they returned 4 of them, and just 1 is they buy. So 4 of them are dirty. So that's the big problem, because around 80% of clothing bought online is dirty and destroyed by women. So we propose to shopping owners, to fashion owners, to add the product, the cover face to the package, to the parcel, and change the rules of returning policy. So then you say, here you have a product that you can use to protect your makeup and protect our clothing. If you want to return your clothing, please return it only when it's clean. So it's changed a lot. And I also spoken with the managers, and they confirmed that it really works for them. Okay, let's go further. When we talk about value of the global clothing market, it had a small crisis in 2021, but now it goes up and up and up. So there's no problem with that. More clothing is sold now than before. And we calculated very simply that if we just sell our product to just 0.5% of European market of clothing that you have to try on via your head, So we are not talking about shorts and pants and anything like that. We can sell the product and have 6.5 million revenue per month. So this is just about scaling the sales that we have now. Let's go further. So our value proposition, as I said, is a response to the 3 problems that I gave you at the beginning. First of all, we solve the product of every individual person, and customer can feel comfortable when she or he goes to the fitting room and try on clothing. Second of all, this is ecology. So we don't want to produce any more textile waste to the environment. We want to help brands to prevent this problem. And also our plan is to not to produce any waste with our product, because we don't want our product to end up like masks that you wear during pandemic. So every product that is used should be stored in the magazine, and then we will take it from the magazine and direct it to recycle it, because this is very simple. It is made of polypropylene, so very simple to recycle. And the third, of course, value that we introduce is business value. And this is especially important for business owners, because they have really a lot of losses because of dirty clothing. Okay, let's go further. Our international expansion plan is well prepared. We know exactly where we want to be. And we have already started to present our solution to LPP. Maybe they want to work with us. We will see. But we are interested in going to the whole Europe. So first of all, UK, Sweden, France, and we want to start also with Rossmann. As you can see, at the end, 2027, we want to be in a couple of drugstores, and also we want to be in one hotel. We chosen Hilton. We will see if it will work this fast. But that's our plan, and we want to be known in Europe as a product that is everywhere, let's say. Okay, let's go. Projected revenue, we can also calculate it in a different way. The first way I presented you was just the 0.5% of European clothing market that we would serve to them. That would be the revenue that I just presented. But here you have a different calculation. And this is the calculation that we made, taking into account how many stores such a brand has in Europe. And then we calculated if we sell just, let's say, 100 pieces every day to LPP and etc. As you can see the numbers in Ditex, Rossmann, Hebe, and Dr. Max, we would have the revenue about 9, almost 10 million zlotys monthly if we work with those brands. Let's go further. And this is our team. As you can see here, Julita Pawinska is my mother. She is responsible for product design, strategic. She finished ASP, which is, I don't know how to say it in English, but the art school, right? So she's very good at projecting objects and things. The third one is my sister. She is the graphic designer, and she's doing movies and branding for us. Paulina Uniewska is responsible for e-commerce. She's very good at also production and working on the our website. And Alexandra Popiel is our R&D project and communication PR. We are all five girls, but I think it is nice to work in this team. Okay, and the last one is our big pride, so our clients. For now, we have 3 more, but because this presentation was prepared a couple of weeks ago, so there's a bit more on the right side, it should be. And also this month, we started to sell to Copenhagen, one amazing brand from Copenhagen, bought from us. So we see that our solution is visible in Europe, not only in Poland. We are looking for investors that would be interested in cooperating with us for shares in our business. We are looking for up to 1 million euro. It depends which strategy we take. We can have a strategy to produce as handmade. then we don't need 1 million euro, but less. But if we want to be a big producer, manufacturer, then we have to have our own machine, our own park to produce it. And in this case, 1 million euro would be enough to do it and develop our sales very quickly. That would be it. I hope you're interested in this project, and if you want to contact me, I'm happy to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That was very, very interesting. Two quick questions, or maybe three. First, is this already protected?
Yes. Yes, we have 2 patent applications, but we are still waiting for response. And also, design is protected in the whole Europe.
Okay. Second, I don't understand to the end why Rossmann is so high in the agenda, since the business model is most convincing in the clients who are actually the fashion shops, not the consumer.
Okay, because our plan is to, because we know women need this product to have it in their houses. It's not just something that you want to find in the shopping mall, because you have to try on clothing in your own home. So when you want to change, you want to take off your blouse and you're at your home, you still have the same problem, especially in the morning. So that's why we want to allow women to buy it just simply like you buy any other hygienic product that you use in your house. And we know that the best way to do it is to do it with Rossmann, if we're talking about Poland, Germany, and countries like that, because Rossmann is a place that every woman go, because it doesn't give you the thinking that you will find something very expensive there. You know, you can find there the most needed product, and we want to be perceived by women as such.
Yeah, so for this segment, you need more promotion. You need rising awareness amongst the women. Anyway,
that's very hard to do. But if we start in fashion and women see our product there, at the same time, this awareness grows, so because they recognize you a bit.
A good plan. Your mother is very good in this.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so that was Maria Pawlińska, Mascap. And that was also a very beautiful company, as we have seen. Now I invite Joanna Lipner from Picardia. And we will have Picardia is the drug development company, and Joanna will appear as a startup. Joanna, can you hear me? We have no response. No. Okay. If not, we may try to move to next presenter. Małgorzata. Okay. Okay. I changed this. Hello, Felipe. Can you hear us?
Hi, Kazimir. Yeah, I can hear you.
Hello. I think I don't have to apologize that this is a man, but hello, Felipe. How are you? Okay, Felipe Homsi and startup at Ecotech. So hello, Felipe. The screen, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much indeed. So I'm going to share my presentation, which is on my desktop. Okay, let me share this. Can you see it now?
Yeah. No, not yet. Yeah. We now still see the mask.
Can you see it now? No. Are you able to see it?
Just a moment.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, but we see your screen, not presentation mode.
No, presentation mode. So how should I do it then? Just bear with me 1 second. Gregor, can you take over, please? Is it okay?
Still not. Oh yes, now it's okay.
Now should we? Okay, okay. In order to scroll over all these slides, should I press on enter every time?
No, you can control by yourself now. I think it's okay.
All right, okay, just okay. So good evening, everyone. Thank you very much, Kazimir, and the LifeScience Krakow to invite me to this interesting session. I learned a lot about the women world, so I'm very happy to participate today. And I would like to share with you the innovative solution that our company put on the market a while ago, and we are starting to expand, of course. And I'll take you through this brief presentation to tell you everything about the Melody system. So let me start by introducing myself. I'm Philip. I'm the commercial director and leading international deployment of the robotic system abroad. Our company called Adecotech, as you can see on the screen, and it stands for Advanced Echography Technology. It's a France-based company specialized in robotic ultrasound system such as Melody. So today, many rural communities face barriers when trying to access healthcare. These challenges include limited transport and communication system, of course, and shortages of health professionals. So on the left-hand side, geography sometimes causes a huge problem to this rural community. And on the right-hand side, you can see a lot of them. And we've got a lot of them in France, but I'm sure in Poland as well. Small medical centers or small hospitals who lack of medical expertise. So this is Melody. It is a multi-specialty telerobotic ultrasound system made of 2 sides. On the left-hand side, you can see the expert side, and on the right-hand side, you can see the patient side. Each side comprises 3 main components. Number 1 is the robotic arm that you can see on both sides. Number 2 is the ultrasound machine. And number 3 is a simple video conferencing system. Of course, an internet link is necessary to connect the 2 sides and to perform an ultrasound exam. So let me explain you how it works. Through video conferencing, the ultrasound practitioner on the left-hand side asks his medical assistant on the right-hand side to place the frame of the robotic arm on the requested position, for instance, on the abdomen, as it's shown on the screen. Yeah, on the abdomen, let's take the example of the position of epigastric position. Why? Because the expert might ask to explore the liver of the patient who is distant. So he will then manipulate in his hand a dummy probe that you can see, which controls the real probe mounted on a robotic arm at the remote patient's side, back to the right-hand side, number 1, right? So the ultrasound image is displayed on a monitor, which is a PC panel, number 2 to the left in front of the practitioner, who is able to make changes to the setting of the ultrasound machine itself. And the ultrasound machine, of course, it's on the right-hand side, again, at the patient's side. So this entire examination is conducted via a video conference system, allowing the radiologist to communicate directly with the patient, but also with his medical assistant and see the manipulation that's being performed. So the Melody system offers many benefits, but if I've got to mention only two, there will be one for the patient on the left-hand side, avoid travel time and reduce associated cost. And two, on the right-hand side, for the health system, staff rural hospitals with ultrasound imaging expert like radiologists, for instance. Just to give you an example, even in France, where we consider ourselves having a good network of healthcare system, we still have these medical deserts in the middle of nowhere in France where people need to travel 50, 60, 100 kilometers to reach the first hospital and get a routine ultrasound examination. So every single physician or health professional who is trained to ultrasonography can use Melody. Yeah. So these are on the screen, all the intended uses that, and there are numerous that could be used with the system. Anything from radiology department down to obstetric, cardiology, pediatrics, urology, abdomen, etc., etc. So as long as the health professional get trained on ultrasonography, he is absolutely capable and able to do ultrasound examination with this robotic system. Today, our system obtained these market authorizations. It's CE mark for Europe, FDA approved for the United States, and Health Canada licensed for Canada. And the company quality management system complies with the requirement of ISO 13485. So the technology has been validated by important published French and Canadian clinical studies. What they did, they compared conventional ultrasounds with robotic ultrasound and found that there is no difference in terms of accuracy and the diagnostic capability of the robotic ultrasound. But more importantly, is that people accepted this technology. So people who had robotic ultrasound have high degree of acceptance, and that's very important. But also the physicians and the health staff as well. Over 25 Melody systems today have been deployed. In North America, we've got several of them in Canada, in the US, in France, of course, because this is our domestic market, and also in Europe. I'm talking about Scandinavia, the UK, and Spain. So finally, I would like to thank you for listening and for your attention, and I'm very much happy to take all your questions you might have on your list. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Felipe. I don't have any specific questions. I know that because we talked before that the main issue is to find the right business case for use of this device. And one of the case we were discussing is a case when the user hospitals can share resources, for example. And as I understand, you are looking, we are together looking here now in Poland for partners who would like to test this solution and test in their business environment, in their circumstances, if this will bring, in which way they can organize the procedure that this will bring to them benefits in terms of sharing sharing resources in this case.
So if I've understood you well, Kazimierz, your question is about how they can optimize and sharing by investing in such a technology between several hospitals. That what you are saying?
For example, yeah, that's the one case. So this is kind of a partnership we are looking now in Poland. You are looking now in Poland.
Yes, indeed. Let's take the example of on-call doctors during the weekends or during nights, for instance. Let's assume in the eastern part, on the eastern flank of Poland, there are 3-4 small hospitals belongs to the same region. As you can appreciate, during nighttime and during weekend, the staff number has been reduced. Therefore, they might decide between the 3-4 of them, between all these 4 hospitals, to designate a hospital during this weekend who will be taking care of all these healthcare services provided to the region straight from this hospital. So we know for sure that during the Saturday and Sunday in this particular hospital, there will be a radiologist, there will be a cardiologist ready to be on call at any time, 24 hours a day, to connect and provide even remotely these health services. So again, to answer your question, is the on-call doctors might, and they are a very good target to use such a technology.
Mm-hmm. And we learned also that in Poland there was and there will be in the near future the program supporting investment in ultrasonographic solutions. So we are also partnering and looking for the partners willing to involve your device into their project if they want to apply for this type of investments. I know
yes.
you can only confirm this.
Well, let me turn it into a question. We will be very happy indeed to participate and contribute to this investments project in the future, even if we are talking here about telerobotic ultrasound system, which is part of the telehealth, which is part of the telemedicine, of course. But at the end of the day, it is still ultrasound examinations. So it has been delivered simply in a different way, but it's still ultrasound examination. And this is what we are specialized in.
Okay, Filipe, thank you very much. We are over the time, so we will move to next speaker, next startup. We are now with Joanna Lipner is with us, Picardia.
Hello.
Hello, Joanna, and I'll give you the screen.
Okay, thank you very much. And can I share my presentation now, or the presentation will be shared by the platform?
As you prefer. If you can share, it's always easier.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, okay, we see.
Okay. So thank you very much for the opportunity to present Picralida to you.
Picralida.
Yes, Picralida is a difficult name of the company, but it has a story, and once people know the story, it's much easier to pronounce and to remember. So Picralida means common dandelion in Greek. So it is a herb plant. And also the name Picralida is linked to the surnames of the co-founders. Staszek Pikul is the president of the company, Ania Krause is head of R&D, and Joanna Lipner, myself, I'm managing director. So we still have a DA. So if there is anyone with experience in finances with this starting at the surname, please send us your CV. We are a neurology-focused biotech startup, and I would like to briefly tell you what we are doing, because we focus on designing new drugs, developing new drugs, and also new drug delivery system for the conditions, for the diseases where there is unmet medical need, and also solutions to help people in their everyday life. And one first unmet medical need that came up to our minds was epilepsy, which can occur in every person that experience brain injury or stroke. And after this kind of events, especially if this is severe incidents, epilepsy can develop as a side effect. And first seizure can occur even within several weeks, but usually it takes some time, and first seizure occurs after 1 year or even 2 years. Most people think that epilepsy is the condition, is disease which patients are born with, but unfortunately it can be developed after this kind of injuries. And there is high level of strokes and traumatic brain injuries in each year in US and EU, and it reach over 4 million cases. And from 3 up to 50% of these patients can develop epilepsy. And then after epilepsy develops, these patients needs continuous pharmacotherapy, and there is no drug that can prevent patients from developing epilepsy. Another case which interests us very much is amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. This is very severe motor neuron disease, and after diagnosis, patients live only for several years. And they die mostly due to respiratory failure, because all muscles very slowly deteriorates, and people lose mobility and subsequently get fully paralyzed. Also, there is no cure available for patients with amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, and this disease is an orphan disease. Another case that also interests us very much is polypharmacy. Patients, especially elder patients, needs to take a lot of drugs each day, and there is a problem with the compliance. And we are also developing new drug delivery systems and new formulations that would help people that needs to take several pills every day, so they could take 1 pill instead of 2 or 3 pills, and take 1 pill once daily instead of taking it multiple during a day. Picralida is drug development company, and our major strength is knowledge, is experience in running R&D projects in the field of new drugs and new formulations. We set up the company in 2019. We now have a team of over 20 employees, 200 square meter space in Warsaw and in Poznań. And for our R&D projects, we obtained over 20 million public funds from NCBR. Our labs are located in 2 places, in Poznań and in Warsaw. In Poznań, we have pharmaceutical development lab where our technologist and analytical chemist works, while in Warsaw we have a synthetic drug and we focus here mainly on chemical synthesis. Here is the pipeline, which summarizes drugs on which we work and innovative formulations. So we have 2 innovative projects, 2 innovative drugs in our pipeline. First project, Epifix, we work on the new drug that will protect people against developing epilepsy, post-stroke and post-traumatic brain injury. We are now on preclinical phase, and we are preparing ourselves to perform phase 1 study in healthy volunteers next year. And then we would like to continue with phase 2 study in patients. Second project, ILS, is less advanced, and we are looking for a new drug, new therapy to help patients with diagnosed amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. And we would like to select clinical candidate at the beginning of 2024. And then we would like to continue with preclinical development and phase 1 study. We also have several generic plus projects where we work on innovative formulations and innovative drug delivery systems. We are working on solutions that would help people that suffer from severe pain and also people with different cardiac diseases. We also are very much interested in solutions for patients for diabetics. So in our company, we work. Our company has hybrid business model. We work on both innovative therapies, innovative formulations, but to have cash flow and to afford all of these R&D projects, we also do CRO service for other pharmaceutical companies and startups. We help them with pharmaceutical development, with formulation development and analytical development, but also we are running projects on chemical synthesis. And our values, we have very experienced team of both co-founders and top scientists that are responsible for R&D projects. Our team has extensive experience in pharma industry. We are working on solutions and drugs dedicated for unmet medical need. We work on a hybrid business model, so we both run our own R&D projects, but also we do service for other pharmaceutical companies. We applied and gained public funds to be able to run all these R&D projects. And at this stage, we are looking for investors at the level of 1 to 2 million euros to progress with our projects and also to expand our CRO service. And I think it's also important that we would like to do IPO within 2-3 years. And our R&D projects are co-funded with European Union with public funds. And so that's, I would like to also thank you, NCBR and European Union for the funding. And thank you for your attention. I would be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. First of all, I'm checking if you are with the company on the platform. But I didn't find. Maybe I did something wrong.
Yes, our company is on your platform. I set up my account, but also a profile for our company.
Okay, so if there is, I will find it. So first of all, this is a message to everybody. The description of the company is on the platform, so it will be easy to find out. Can we find also this presentation over there?
I haven't uploaded it on the platform, but I can try to do that.
Yeah, if you can, please do it. One question, because I didn't get it correctly, or maybe two. First of all, I didn't understand, how do you want to avoid elderly people to take a lot of pills, one pill instead of a lot of pills? In which way?
So you can achieve that through applying new formulation of known drugs. So you
this
can
will be generic,
combine
kind of generic.
Generic plus formulation. So you can combine 2 APIs, so 2 pills containing 2 different APIs into 1 pill, but you need to design and develop new formulation. And you also need to select which APIs, which drugs can be combined. So we are
exactly,
very good in...
The picture which was supporting this claim was actually showing a lot of pills, and immediately it brings to you that you want to all of this, a lot of them put into the one, so which is impossible, of course. So you can combine 2, maybe 3, but not more. Yeah.
Yes, and usually we are. You need to carefully check what kind of drugs are prescribed by physicians. For example, people suffering from diabetes very often takes not 1, but 2 or 3 different drugs. And then you can combine, select and combine. Usually you are combining 2 APIs dedicated for one condition. So 2 drugs for diabetes, you can combine into 1 pill. 2 drugs dedicated for cardiovascular diseases, you can combine in 1 pill.
Okay, understand. And second question is about the partnership you are looking for, because on the pipeline, the graph, it was stated that the partnership in this drug discovery, the pipeline for the innovative and generic was the earliest, it was 2024 and later. But now you look for the investments in the service part.
So we are looking for 2 things, because we are looking for investors that would like to invest in our company, and this investment would help us to continue and expand our R&D pipeline and also expand CRO service. But on the graph, I showed at which stage we will be ready for out-licensing or selling results of our R&D studies. So typically, for innovative drugs, usually after phase 1 studies, projects are considered to be ready for licensings to big pharma partners. And that's why it is marked on the pipeline. It's also very often to look for and make partnering after phase 2 studies, but usually the earliest moment is after phase 1 study. And for our generic plus projects, we are also we will be ready for partnering, for selling or licensing results of R&D studies when we'll have a stable prototype of the new formulation.
Okay, great. I don't have any more questions. Welcome to the platform, and hopefully you will find partners. We will help. Thank you very much, Joanna. And now I invite Małgorzata Sochacka.
Hello.
Hello, Małgorzata. Your company is named Britnet Med, correct?
Right, correct.
Okay, so please, the floor is yours. I start my watch 10 minutes, and we are listening to your pitch.
So I'm sharing my screen. Please let me know if it is visible. I hope so.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so I would like to, first of all, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much for this opportunity to present you our system, which allows to monitor patients with affective disorders in a modern way. For starts, I would like to remind you some facts about prevalence of affective disorders. There are almost 40 million all over the world of people diagnosed with bipolar disorder, 3 million of them in Europe. There are also almost 300 million people suffering from depression. Those people in, oh, sorry, I don't know why it is so quick. Okay, those people in remission are fully functional members of the society, but each relapse ruins their private and professional life. Moreover, it burdens the society with the cost of care. Additionally, 15% of those people, which corresponds to 45 million, successfully commit a suicide. Across Europe, number of suicide deaths is twice the number of car accidents, and affective disorders are the leading cause of the suicide all over the world. This information is presented to all patients and especially to their families after the diagnosis. Why? Because those patients need very close and and very close and constant monitoring in order to adjust medication to avoid relapses or at least to minimize their consequences. But there are no objective diagnostic methods. So the question is how patients are being diagnosed. Well, by interview and observation. And how they are monitored after? Well, this is a very good question. There are not enough psychiatrists. Even in European countries with highest rate of psychiatrists per capita, patients see the doctor on average once in 3 months. So they are monitored by, the patients are being educated in self-observation, and their families are trained in recognizing so-called prodromal or predictive symptoms. This kind of monitoring is subjective, inaccurate, and hence unreliable. In the times of artificial intelligence, internet, mobile phones, etc., we are still pestering our dear ones with questions like, are you all right? Did you sleep well today? When have you called your friends? This makes their life miserable, and our relations deteriorate very quickly. So the proposed solution to those issues is Moodmon, tool for patients, their families, and doctors. It's artificial intelligence-based system. How it works? To patients, we provide mobile application and sports band, just a commercial sports band, which those two devices gather information about physical and social activity of the patient, about quality of sleep, as well as voice parameters. To doctors, we provide access to web application where they annotate their observations from appointments. Information from both sources is analyzed by artificial intelligence modules, which predict possible changes in patient mental state, and the system informs about it the patient, the doctor, and other people authorized by the patient. This way, we offer automatic analysis of behavioral markers, which is continuous, objective, and this way it is reliable. This was possible thanks to the cooperation of very multidisciplinary team, which consists of psychiatrists, data analysis experts, and machine learning specialists, and of course a team of programmers, data security engineers, voice analysis engineers, etc. The biggest difficulty for this team was to make programmers understand psychiatrists, but we achieved it. It was also possible thanks to the financiation from our business angel, the BrightNet company, and NCBR, as previously presented, StartUp. Currently, this system undergoes a clinical trial planned for 2 years, in which we have 100 patients taking part. We already finished first year of this trial, and we have started second phase, in which we gather information about predictions generated by the system. Our goal is to achieve 80% TPR and 70% TNR, and our initial results confirm that we are able to achieve it. On test data, we did achieve those values, but on the actual data, we are still working on it. It's not yet enough data to be sure. Moodmon is part of the very quickly growing family of mental health supporting applications, and especially of the branch monitoring mental health. However, most of the applications available on the market are in fact simple mobile applications, which are not far advanced from traditional self-observation diaries on paper. Nevertheless, all over the world, there is work ongoing on more sophisticated tools. For example, in the United States, there are already several commercially used systems which monitor risk in chronic diseases. Advantages of MoodMol lie in using both individual and population artificial intelligence models. On one hand, this allows us to monitor new patients immediately, basing on population data. On the other hand, with time, we increase the prediction accuracy using individual models. Continuous training of the models allows us to keep pace with those changes in patient lifestyle which are independent on the disease, and this way we assure cooperation with the clinicians at right moments. We are only one system, as far as we know, we are only one system tested on a relevant number of patients. Distribution model is simple. Only patients registered by the doctor can be registered in the system. It's destined for already diagnosed patients. And we expect that financiation will be based on subscription from patients or their families. In this moment, we are looking for partners, mostly such partners which are medical partners from the area, because we represent IT mostly, and we would like to partner with somebody who will allow us to access the market. Thank you for your attention, and please, I will be happy to answer questions.
Okay, so let me ask these questions. First, I think you have answered this in the one of the last slides. The question was just to confirm that this application is kind of prescribed by the doctor. So doctor tells his patients to use this, and the patient has to comply with this request. Yeah, he doesn't have to.
He doesn't have to, exactly. Does not have to. Has option to comply.
Okay, and this triggers a question about the business model, because you mentioned that this is a doctor who pays for the.
No. In fact, we base the financing model on subscription from patients, which of course can be also paid by their families. For doctors, we foresee one time in registration fee.
Okay, that was the registration fee. Okay, and so patients, they are asked to take the applications and use it and pay for it. That's kind of difficulty.
Sorry.
So that's kind of difficult model in this case, I think.
Well, you know, this is our second time when we perform trial with patients. The first proof of concept was launched in 2017, and in both first and this one, we have a very big adherence of patients. People who are suffering from this kind of chronic disorders, they look for tools that will allow them to control their life.
So because they feel more that the care is continuous, not kind of distributed. I mean, the every 3 months or something like that. That's something which convinced them.
Yes, not only. Also, it also convinced them and their patients, because they rely normally on self-observation, which is subjective. So they need something objective that will either that will help them to objectivize their observations.
So this exactly comes to the next question. So what exactly are you observing?
As I mentioned, we observe physical and social activity, which means physical, like steps, exercise, etc. Social activity, which means we observe usage of social applications. We don't look into content, we look just for the time spent using them. We also monitor sleep, which is quite important factor, but the most predictive, we have experimental checked that the most predictive are physical parameters of the voice, not the content, but the way the patient is speaking.
And the question is also these parameters are going to be expanded if you find
they
it
can
useful?
be expanded. They can be expanded. We have selected those parameters from something like 300 or 400 parameters that we could have monitored, but we have found those that are most predictive, and there are other limitations. One is technical possibilities. Second is ease of use for the patient. And the most important one is the privacy of patient. So yes, we can expand to others if they are useful, but also if they are within those limitations.
So this monitoring is automatic, or they have to put some kind of data into the application?
Unfortunately, in this moment, they have to answer questions because of limitations imposed by the producers of the mobile phones. But in the future, we look into having the device, wearable device that will allow us to go around. The aim is to have completely automatic without involvement of the patient.
So the artificial intelligence in this case helps you to distinguish between how to call it cheating or
no. Well, cheating is one of those things, but it's not so important. Patients sometimes tend to tell doctor not necessarily lies, but provide subjective information.
Subjective information. Okay.
So this is against this subjectivity, but also people don't remember what happened 3 months ago when they go to visit their doctor. So it's very difficult to really understand how they were developing. Also, we are not only looking for relapses, we are looking for any change, because in patient in crisis, if there is positive development, medication also needs to be adjusted. So any change in patient's mental health needs some attention.
Okay, that's very good, very promising solution. You mentioned what are you looking for, because you still look for the extending this collaboration with the medical doctors, medical centers dealing with the mental health. Yeah. Okay. And the application is already registered on the platform? I mean the product?
Yeah. Yes.
Super. That's the super. Thank you very much for this. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
And now that was the last pitch during this meeting, and now we will move to the final panel, discussion panel with 3 ladies. So I welcome, if I can ask, to put all these ladies into the program. I'm looking for partners if they confirm what I'm saying. I mean, Alicia Santos. Okay, I see Alicia, I see Natasha, and see Bojana. Great.
Hi.
Great. So, I'm sorry. Let me do the short introduction here, and then we will move to discussion. You know why you were invited? Because you are the woman, and you are very active. And we will discuss this your perspective to doing business as a woman. And let me present you a little bit from my side, because I was looking for some kind of information about you, and I took some interesting details. Alicia, for example. I have to cite this because it's difficult to remember to recall from the memory. Seasoned non-profit executive and accomplished healthcare innovation leader with almost 2 decades of multidisciplinary experience spanning cancer, cardiomyopathies, and infectious disease research. This is on the beginning because there's a long list, and the last one on this sentence was giving back through the long-term service at non-profits, community volunteering, pro bono work, and mentorship. So when I was talking with Alicia the first time, she was in one place. When I was talking next time, she was in Brazil. Next time she was in I think in London or somewhere here in Europe. Then next time she was in Spain or Spain. Yes, it was Spain. She's on the move. So. The three words which may describe Alicia is a passion, competency, and hands-on experience. I believe I'm correct, and correct me later on if you want, if you would like to add this add something more to that. Then we have sorry, I have to rely on my resources. Dr. Natasha Simin. Co-founder of two companies and co-founder of digital agency Tipping Point. That's and still running companies as mentioned in the CV, and also Bojana Mumowicz-Peruszko, sorry. Again, founder of entertainment agency, co-founder of digital agency Tipping Point, and mentor about entrepreneurship, appearing in many podcasts, many places, especially when those podcasts are devoted subject in terms of subjects to women entrepreneurs. Correct? Okay, so I can now ask you to present yourself from your side. Alicia, Alap, you first.
It's going to be very quick. Your introduction was very extensive of me, and I'm very happy to be here. Welcome to all of you. So thrilled that I see so many women pitching. As Kazimierz mentioned, I'm quite international, moving around a lot. I was born in Poland, so I'm Polish by my initial education, but did my PhD at the University of Chicago. I worked at Abbott, Fortune 500 company for a bit. Right now, I live in Brazil, but I'm in Spain at an interesting program that I hope to tell you about a little bit later today. So that's all from me.
Okay, I was about to ask you about do you feel that you have some kind of positive ADHD?
I think so. Yes. I don't.
Okay.
I don't stop.
That's not the meritoric. That's not the meritoric question. That's the kind of bio question still. Okay. Natasha.
Yes.
How about yourself?
Hello. It's a pleasure to be here with all these women, as you said. My name is Natasha Simin, and I'm coming from Novi Sad, Serbia. And I am actually professor at University of Novi Sad at Faculty of Sciences, and also co-founder of two companies, Herbelica and Fijus. And together with my colleague Bojana, we are both co-founders of Fijus, but I'm not co-founder of Tipping Point marketing agency. It is only the Bojana's company. I work as a professor of biochemistry at the faculty, and I'm trying to develop products from our results from laboratory and to place it on the market. So that is, in short, who I am.
And corrections from Bojana.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for having me here. Yes, Natasha already introduced me a bit. I am a co-founder of Fijus together with Natasha, which is a company aiming to sell novel nutritional formula for anemia prevention and treatment. But I'm an entrepreneur for the late 15 years, and I had been in entertainment, events, and marketing business on international level. I have my own production agency called Funky Business, I used to be a co-founder of a digital agency Tipping Point, but I'm not there anymore. And I used to work in a company called Eventbox on the licensed shows productions for the licensees from Warner Brothers, Nickelodeon, Fox, and those kind of high budget productions, where I gained extensive knowledge on the various topics that I'm now using in our latest entrepreneurship thing to help get features to the market.
Okay, thank you for these introductions. Now, let me ask you some questions, and just to raise to lead the discussion. And first question, which came to me actually, not now but before, was what drives you? Because obviously you have different backgrounds. Ala said in her bio, "I'm giving back," and you are not entrepreneur. I understand you are just driven by something else than business. Yeah.
Yes and no. I am not officially entrepreneur. I actually work on an enterprise right now, and we will see how far it's gonna go. But over a decade, I've been advising startups, mainly in US, some in Europe, France, Italy, in Poland, very early stage as well. And yes, giving back really is my drive, or maybe not always even giving back, sometimes giving forward and making sure that where I can help in terms of pushing the product, I will, especially if I believe it's a valuable product for improving people's health. But I also do believe in supporting female entrepreneurs and female professionals, especially in STEM disciplines. You all know, especially you women listening to that, that the world of STEM and especially entrepreneurial STEM is quite male dominated. When it comes to funding of entrepreneurial activities that are funded by women, that's a disaster. So it's almost that I'm serving the underprivileged group that has a lot of potential and has a proven record of success. Startups that are either funded or led, or at least when there is a one woman in the leadership, are performing statistically better than the ones with a sole male leadership. So that's why I like the crowd that I'm in right now.
Do we know why they perform better?
There are few theories, and you know, I don't want to generalize too much, but for example, with the economic crisis, or with any like political crises, with COVID crisis too, the leadership of women tended to be more ready for mitigating risks. So basically they had backup plans, and they didn't only go straight forward like this, but they really looked to the sides. For example, you know, Iceland banking system was dealing very well with economic system, and it was a system that was led, especially in terms of like crisis management, was led by women. Same with COVID. New Zealand, for example, had very low number of disturbances due to COVID, and it's a country that was led by a woman. So there are, of course, you know, I'm a statistician too, and if you have fewer women leaders, it's hard to make those distinguishments for them to be statistically relevant. But I do believe that also the presence of a different perspective at the table really makes the difference. And women, again, I'm generalizing, but they tend to have different approach to problems, and they kind of put everybody around them on alert if it was just a cookie cutter, the same suit of a man all around the table. There's many examples of it too. The customer base is very often female. So, you know, you as a leadership, as a man, you might not be receptive to your customer base as much as if there was a woman. That was a very famous case in terms of car sales and starting in the US, where all the men wanted were like fancy sports car, and all the women wanted were the family wagons, SUVs, you know, and with a nice color and space for groceries. And again, stereotypes, but sometimes those stereotypes play into decision making of all the stakeholders around the endeavor. So there's many theories, but there are facts and the numbers of a better performance, and I do believe them.
I would like to find some kind of casualties. So what triggers what? But okay, let's ask the same question, Natasha and Bojana. What drives you? I don't want to hear the Natasha. I don't want to. I don't want to hear the answer which I hear very often from men. Money.
No.
Okay.
No. I think it's wrong that my main driving force is not to earn money. I think it's wrong in business not to go after money. But actually, it wasn't my main force to come into business because I have been doing research for almost 20 years in a field of phytochemistry. So we try to find molecules in plants that are biologically active, so that they can express some biological activity when we have them in our organism. So some health beneficial biologically active compounds. And in science, we had several very successful projects, and we got very good results. And it was pity for us not to use that result to develop concrete products that can be useful for general public and for patients for diseases that are very, very often present among people all over the world. So that was actually the main driving force for me and my colleague Maria from the same faculty. And we decided to try to develop those products. And because of that, it was required from us to make companies and to start with the product development and for business, for presenting them on the market. And that was the point where we didn't know anything about business, and we asked our friend Bojana, who had experience in entrepreneurship, to help us and to start together with us to make our dreams true. So that was our first driving force, and after that, of course, the money is some additional point that
it's a reward. Okay, but
yes, it's a reward. Yes,
you are talking about the two companies, Fijus and
yes.
Herbelixa.
Herbelixa, yes.
Okay, but how about this tipping point?
Tipping point is Bojana's company for marketing.
It's not yours. Okay.
It's not mine.
Okay, so I have a wrong note. That's why I was thinking that there is a drive to apply your knowledge, your research. Then there is a tipping point, which is the digital agency, which means money.
Yes.
But okay, how about Bojana? What drives you?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Let's first put things straight. So tipping point used to be the company I was running with now my ex-husband, and Funky Business is my own production agency, and Fijus is the company I'm running with Natasha and Maria, my colleagues. So basically, what drives me is I have the need to make things better, to make them look prettier. I'm also a designer. So this need to put things together and to make a nice outcome of the inputs I have is what drives me all the time. So I see every venture as a new project that starts from an idea and small bits and pieces, and then you see this result that came out of it. And this is what is the most beautiful thing in business or in life. So when you make this result good in a way, or useful for people, then the money is just the thing that goes after and goes together with it. So when you make things good looking or useful for anybody, then the money it is what comes next. But I think for women in general, the money is rarely the main thing that drives us.
Great. So I'll get back to Ala, and can I ask you to elaborate a little bit about the break program you are involved in, and in the foundation you are running now? This is the Polonium Foundation and break program, which is there are two separate things, but I think you can combine your presentation about that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm involved in many things, but they all get distilled just to me. So I should have no problems. I'll just try to be concise. So cut me off if I speak too long about it. The break program. So the reason why I'm in Spain right now in Galicia is a European Union funded program, which I think is very clever way to attract talented women and entrepreneurs to Spain. So they got a grant for $10 million to bring in 1,000 female entrepreneurs that are either of European origin or European based. So they are here and they have or they are planning on starting businesses. And I strongly recommend it to you. I guess Google it now, and the application process for a new cohorts for 2023 is going to be starting very soon. If you have any questions, reach out to me. The program was recommended to me by one of my colleagues because I took a sabbatical from my work in a Fortune 500 company. Last year, I actually lived in Italy, in Rome, and I was doing a lot of consulting, advisory to venture capital, to startups, to educational institutions. And I was brainstorming with my ADHD that Kazimierz had mentioned. What else wasn't tapped? What other problem is there that hasn't been addressed or solved that I can help with, that there's nobody that I know of working on? And that's the program that I'm working on here in Spain. So I mentioned 1,000 women. It's specifically for females. The break can be understood in two ways. And the way I understood it when I applied for it in the spring earlier this year was that, it's glass ceiling breaking, and it's breaking to the men's world with the, different type of attitude without all the typical characteristics of a startup leader. And that was very appealing to me. But I've noticed, and to me sometimes too, the break is becoming also just a moment to pause take myself out of my natural environment, out of my family. I have a husband and 8-year-old daughter, out of my friendships as well, with all the people that support me and give me good feedback. Just put me raw in a new place among new people, and let me try myself a little bit, and let me try my idea too. We have mentors in here, local mentors that are for better or worse matched with us. I think we have like 5 or 6 mentors per person during that 1 month that we're staying here. And they give us feedback on the idea, and that modulates the idea, that strengthens the idea, that gives you also another country's perspective on the idea. The company that I've been thinking about that I have not started yet doesn't have a registration spot. I still did not decide which continent and which country is the best place to ground it in. For many reasons, but that's one of the things that I'm solving in here. There's 12 other women in here. We are not put in any big major industry hub. So it's not Barcelona, Madrid, but we're actually in Galicia, in Vigo. There are, I think, 13 other locations throughout Spain, and they are typically a little bit more they are not the major metropolis of Spain, okay? And the idea is to get people engaged. Yeah, they are not hubs, or they are not known hubs to the external world, but they actually have very strong entrepreneurial motions in here. And it's also very close to Portugal, where there is a lot of entrepreneurial activity from the immigrants that's happening. So they're enabling connections, basically, and they are empowering women in the network as well. Imagine meeting within, 12 months of the duration of the program, 1,000 new women. All of them are entrepreneurs, Some of them are yoga coaches, but the other ones are, have consultancies, are financial advisors, run a product based companies, so they have their own products. It's fascinating. And you actually learn about them because typically you don't see that many female entrepreneurs. I don't know if those statistics are still correct, but I think only like 5% of startups in the US, I think. I don't even know in Poland or in Europe, but in the US, only like 5% of startups were funded by females. And maybe another 15 or 18, maybe up to 20 were funded with like one female co-founder, which makes it ridiculous knowing that there is 50% of women, or more than 50% of women in the world. But all of a sudden, we are less than a quarter participation in startups and only 5% of like being individual founders.
Yeah, maybe I can stop you in this moment because we have still a short time, and I would like to ask also the similar questions to Natasha and Bojana.
Perfect. And let me just say one sentence. Okay. Just one sentence. For Polonium Foundation, we are going to have a showcase on Thursday morning. So please come over on Thursday morning. There's going to be Executive Minds session in there, and I'm going to be speaking again in there. So
I just wanted to say that again, that Ala will again appear in the LifeScience Open Space on Thursday in the career session. So I think you will be able to expand these thoughts. Okay, let me ask Natasha, because I was looking at your bio at both Natasha and Bojana, and I found something interesting. And that's the question to you, because I have another one to Bojana, a very specific one. So Natasha, in your description was said that you are running a woman-led startup, which means you are highlighting this. So, which means you are proud to be woman manager of the startups. And my question is, what makes you so proud of this, and what is the difference for women to be entrepreneurs, from your perspective?
Yes, it is highlighted, but mainly because of that, that is very rare that women run a company. So it is rare, and there are separate, I don't know, awards or some grants or some calls for women entrepreneurship. So this is something that is emphasized all the time, just because this is very rare. Why it is rare, I often think about it, and I think most of women do not want actually to run a company because of all that responsibility and all the busy schedule and everything and all decisions that you have to make every day. So most women think that they do not have time to do that. They have families, they have kids, they have regular work, and that will be too much for them. So I think that is the main reason what inhibit women to run a company. So from my perspective, it is difficult because still the woman has to take care of everything in everyday life. So she is the one who takes care about children, about school, about everyday obligations. So the job is only one additional stuff for women. So it is not easy to run a company, especially two startups. And at the same time, I work at the faculty every day. I'm doing research. I teach on 4 different courses on the biochemistry bachelor studies and master studies. So really, it is difficult to manage the day and to take care about all the obligations that I have. How I manage it, I don't know. Every day, I survive somehow.
Okay, thank you. Before, in the previous talks, we had an example of two-phase goodness. Now we have three-phase goodness: the researcher, businesswoman, and housewife. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that. And Bojana, be careful. This is a very tricky question, because I read in your CV that you are very often appearing in the programs, podcasts as an entrepreneur woman. But the question is, what kind of questions are you most often asked when invited to talk in this manner, from this perspective, as a female entrepreneur, and which of these questions do you take seriously, and which of these questions make you laugh?
Basically, the questions you asked Natasha previously, that is the most often question we get every time we speak about women entrepreneurs or female entrepreneurship. Basically, it's always the question, what makes us different from men? And I'm always trying to say that there is not much difference, because we can do it probably maybe in a better way than men leading companies, businesses, because we for all the reasons Natasha just mentioned, we are natural multitaskers. We need to multitask every day, every hour of our lives to be able to survive, to be able to do all the things we are doing on a daily basis. So if you have a woman in a company, she would do the same task probably more quickly and than some man, because she doesn't have time to take more than she barely just need for that task. So we are multitaskers, and this is what makes us different. And this is the quality that we are bringing to all the teams. But also, the question that I do laugh sometimes is the questions about competence. Sometimes I do get questions about the competence in terms of do you think men can be equal in entrepreneurship like men? So women and men, can they be equal? For that, I always say that definitely yes, there are equally competent men and women. So this positive, sometimes I do say positive thing about men. I'm not, you know, this all women are better than men kind of woman. So we do have very good men and we do have very good women in business, and we should not make general assumptions on those levels. But yes, in our biological state is to do many things at the same time, and that is often needed in any kind of business nowadays, because we all need to manage multiple projects or multiple tasks on a daily basis. So I think women are slightly better at that, just because of other things that Natasha mentioned. We handle kids, schools, other obligations. So we just apply these same virtues to the business as well. But I do think we are equal in the terms of competence, and we have very good men and very good women in business. But we do need to give the same opportunity to both sexes to show their skills and to be equally present. That's the thing we are talking here today about giving the chance and not putting one side down comparing to the other.
Thank you. But quick question: did you receive sometimes or the questions that you don't really like or make you angry?
Not really, but usually questions are pretty much the same about you know, all the things I just said. I'm always trying to not emphasize women as, you know, we don't need to be treated like a special species or, you know, pandas or something like that. We just need the space to show we are equal and competent, and nothing, you know, this emphasizing this our special needs, if I may say, sometimes are not giving us good, but putting us in a worse position than we should be. So I'm always trying to say, let's talk about business and let's talk about being the same and not putting us in front of men. They have some other things that they are better than we are, probably. Also, biologically speaking, our brains are definitely different. But those are the things that are sometimes making me a bit frustrated, because we really do not need some special treatment. We just need, you know, to be allowed to be there equally. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much. I would love to talk with you longer, but we are behind our schedule. So final question: would you like to add something to this? Something you think it's important to add now?
If I'm not completely sure what is the audience here, but I would add one sentence to everybody listening, if regardless of the thing that they are entering entrepreneurship or not, stay open in the thinking and doing, because the world we are living in now requires us sometimes to do the sideways, or to make the things in a completely different way than we thought initially. So I think for any kind of success, it's very important to stay open-minded. That's
okay. Thank you very much. I think we will terminate. We'll finalize this session. Thank you for being with us. To answer your question, we are on the collaboration platform, so the audience is very, very different, and there is a variety of experiences, professions, goals, dreams, etc. So you are in the right place. I understand that you are on the platform, so if someone wants to ask you a question, you will answer as a mentors, especially for women entrepreneurs, if they want to ask questions. Sometimes you may also ask the men's questions, because they can learn a lot. We learned before from you. I invite you to stay on the platform and to participate tomorrow and after tomorrow in the business development sessions, the career, where Alicia will talk, and there will be also the business development. So there will be discussion about how to do business in life sciences, not focused on women, just on the business. So it will be neutral in that time. Thank you very much for today, and see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
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 In Krakow, a remarkable journey awaits you through time and culture, science and innovation. From the foundations of an ideal city, Nowa Huta, golden dream of socialism, to the medieval city centre. Besides monuments entered on UNESCO Heritage List, Krakow has something else to offer. People. In Krakow every year, close to 200,000 people complete their higher education. This includes almost 6,000 foreigners. These are specialists in almost every field, from IT to biotechnology. No wonder that global players open their affiliates in Krakow. Krakow has become the center for modern services in Europe. Krakow is also a mecca for innovative business. From small catering units to internet startups, a few of them have become world-famous brand names. Our town is called the Polish Silicon Valley. By investing in infrastructure and transport systems, we draw closer to each other. Local public transport is considered to be the best in the country. The blue trams and buses carry 250,000 passengers each day. The map of the town shows that museums play a special role, especially those that have outstanding collections uncomparable with anything else in the world, as for instance the Museum of Aviation or the Wawel Royal Castle. Here you will find in this part of Europe the largest library with access to books that constitute not only Polish heritage but also that of all Europe. Old and modern architecture are the town's strong assets. In these interiors, not only are extraordinary concerts held, but also great sports and artistic events. One of these extraordinary places on the map of Krakow is the Malopolski Garden of Art, an area for the implementation of innovative art projects combining many fields of art. Krakow due to its center of congress, has become one of the leading places in Europe where both cultural and trade events are organized. Krakow is increasingly associated with excellent cuisine. Its restaurants, offering both traditional Polish food dishes as well as those representing other, often distant lands, gain recognition amongst residents, tourists and culinary experts. Hidden in the medieval cellars or located in sophisticated townhouses, vibrant centers of social life may be found. Krakow is a town which is unique, intriguing and surprising. A unique mix of history and modernity inspires action. Experience Krakow.